It's a 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series, bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country, visiting some of the greatest tracks in North America and featuring production and GT cars, prototypes, and formula cars. We pack a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event. This week, we're at the home of kudzu and red clay. Taking only 6 months to excavate, grade, and pave back in 1970, our home for the weekend combines the three F's: flow, fear, and a little bit of faith, challenging its drivers over the entire 2.5-mile circuit. Thank you for joining me, Gregg Ginsberg, and my partner Brian Bielanski here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Good morning, Brian. How are you today?
Well, I have a cup of coffee. I have a beautiful pictures in front of me, and it is one of my most favorite places in the world, Road Atlanta, and this is the exit of Turn 5. It's just a magical place, Greg.
It
I,
is.
I, I wish I was with you guys down there. Besides the fact I miss a good plate of biscuits and gravy. This is as good as it gets, folks.
It is, Brian. I think this is only one of your, one of 4 or 5 home tracks you have around the country, as I know you've spent a lot of time racing here. I'll tell you what, while we've got our first group of the day, SMX, out on their outlap, let's take a look at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Show everybody the track that you love so much and I love so much here. Nestled just about an hour north of Atlanta, Georgia, here in Brazelton. This 2.5-mile, 2.54-mile, 12-turn circuit. It is, Brian, a track that really has something for every race car and almost every type of challenge. It's one of those real, even though it was built only in 1970, one of those old school tracks where you have blind corners, you've got walls just off to your left and off to your right to instill a little bit of fear, and just huge challenges as you come down the downhill S's from turn 3 down to turn 5. The challenge of turn 5, that if you run just a little bit wide, you can find we'll call it, I guess, what should we call it, Brian? A possible pain point, either to
Yes.
drivers right or to drivers left. You've got this huge long back straightaway coming out of turn 7 that makes that turn so critically important, much like the Oak Tree turn at Virginia International Raceway, down to a traditional heavy threshold braking zone down at the turn A10B complex, and then that huge drop about 60, 75 feet at turn 12 that brings you back out onto the front straight, that just challenges you to push that right foot all the way down
Yeah.
every single time you get there. It's such a challenging place here.
Well, it's challenging and memorable. Every driver, every fan, every corner worker has a story that they can tell about what their biggest or most favorite, or maybe not so favorite memory at Road Atlanta
Yes.
is. And it's been around for forever, and it's such a part of the lore of the SCCA that every trip back here for us during the year is pretty phenomenal. So. And here we are already getting, one of the classic lore-filled tracks here in the SCCA, and one of the brand new classes of the SCCA that's just creating its own lore now as we get into the second year of competition here for the second full year for SMX. And here they come through the S's here, starting that downhill. When you talk flow, this is the section you're talking about, Greg. When you do this right, it's just fantastic. And when you do it wrong, it is so not fantastic.
No, certainly not. All right, so Brian, real quick, let's talk a little bit about our schedule today. Our SMX drivers who are on track now, our first session of the day, and our 6 other race groups today, they are going to have their second qualifying session of the weekend. Best times from this morning's qualifying, in conjunction with the best times that they set during yesterday afternoon's qualifying session, will set the grids for today's 25-minute sprint races. And our first sprint race of the day is going to be this group here, SMX. They should be taking to the track for their 25-minute race at about 11 a.m. this morning. And so as they are now out, and we've got one flying lap in the books, and Rocco Pasquarella is your fastest driver of the morning. And by the way, should thank him and his mother once again for bringing some wonderful cookies up to the booth for us yesterday. Brendan Kazmarek and I were well fed yesterday afternoon. He currently, well, for a moment, was your fastest driver. Coming into this morning's session, Brian, Camden Gruber out of Winchester, Virginia, driving the Planet Miata MX-5, was your fastest driver. The bogey time that he set yesterday, the provisional pole time, was a 1:38.663, with Matthew Novak at a 1:38.810 and Cam Eben at a 1:38.821, only 11 thousandths of a second back from Novak. And already Camden Hibbett out of Galena, Ohio, has turned in a 1:38.984 after just 2 laps, and it's much. Actually, it's not that much cooler than it was when they went out for their qualifying session yesterday afternoon. Their first session after lunch was about 60 degrees ambient air temperature yesterday. Now at about 55.
Absolutely, and you can see them kicking up the red clay there at the exit of turn 7. It's red dust this morning. We may get a little bit of weather tomorrow, which will turn that into red clay, and then it will be red mud, and then it will be hard to get off your race car.
Yes, for the next 6 months, as we see here, and this was very similar to what we had during qualifying yesterday, Brian, where these racers. It almost looks like an SMX race where you don't just have cars paired up. You've got them nose to tail, and in some cases, through one of the fastest corners here, turn 12, as we just saw, you've got them side by side coming down the hill and going into turn 1 and going into the apex. As drivers are still now with 3 laps in the books, trying to find the best dance partner they can in order to set fast laps. And so now going to the top of the leaderboard here is Luke Poland out, and we know we've got some of Luke's family watching. It's not so early in the morning for them, Brian. It's probably around noontime for them as they're watching from the UK. And Luke out of London, England. Ayrton Grimm out of Hilliard, Ohio now moves up in the second, the 15-year-old. And wow, look how close this is, Brian. 6 1,000ths of a second separating Poland, who is at a 1:38.975, to Ayrton Grimm, who's at a 1:38.981, and Camden Hibbett, who on the previous lap was your fastest driver, only 3 1,000ths of a second back from there. Probably the biggest gap that we're seeing is Matteo Naranjo, Brian, who Brendan and I talked quite a bit about Matteo yesterday. Of course, he's had over the last couple of years a lot of success driving in the Formula F class and the amateur side here with SCCA, and also Formula 1600 in FRP. He's moved over to the touring cars and moved over to SMX this year. He's driving the number 1 machine. He's out of Edwards, Illinois, and he's currently sitting 4th fastest with Camden Gruber 5th fastest.
As you were saying, Greg, we typically see a lot of 2-by action here, and in qualifying, especially in SMX, it's hard to do. You know, Road Atlanta is not the biggest racetrack out there. When you put 30 cars out there, it's hard to just be able to have a space of racetrack where just 2 cars can go and make it happen. And you get some slower cars in the mix, and you get these big bunches where it looks, like you said, a lot more like racing than qualifying. And now it looks like with 5.5 minutes to go, they've probably got a little bit of a snake going on, where they've been able to spread out just a little bit. So I think what we should do, Greg, is take our break here and get that in, and then we'll get the rest of qualifying afterwards.
Attention in the paddock, first call to the grid for race group number 2, GT1, GT2, American Sedan, T1, T2, and GTX. Please head to the grid. Race group 2, GT1, GT2, American Sedan, T1, T2, and GTX. Please head to the grid. Okay, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here with more SMX qualifying from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta in just a moment. Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because they build them with the racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of the SCCA since 1995 and sponsor the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trials Program, and Track Might in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved, or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Welcome back to Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Brian Bielanski. Gregg Ginsberg is there in the big white tower at Road Atlanta. Greg, 2 minutes left to go in this qualifying session.
Indeed, Brian, and we've got a new top of the class here. Well, top of this session, Marcelo Paniccia out of Aurora, Ontario, Canada, has turned in a 138.788. That is still a couple of tenths off of Cam Gruber's time from yesterday. Again, the bogey time that everybody's trying to meet or beat, 138.663. So we're still about a tenth off, about 0.12 of a second off. Cam Eben, second fastest. He is 0.15 of a second back from Paniccia at a 138.942. And that is still about a tenth off of his best times from yesterday, where he came out of the session third fastest. Ethan Jacobs at about 0.31 of a second back from Eben with a 138.973. And that is a little bit better than what he ran yesterday. Yesterday he was at a 139.1. So he's picked up a little bit of time. And he was also yesterday just your fifth fastest driver. We'll see. We know that Ethan is running some live streaming his in-car video. We had some of it yesterday. He's having some trouble with the feed today. Hopefully we'll be able to bring that to you during the SMX race. Well, there you go. Now it looks great from the pit lane. Yeah. As looks like the 199 car has brought his car down the pit lane. We've got a couple other cars coming down as well. The number 10 now on the pit lane as well, and a few other machines coming down here as time is running down. Only about 30 seconds remaining, and Brian going to the top of the leaderboard now in this session with a 138.7 is Matthew Novak in the number 11 machine out of Bartlett, Illinois. Yes.
Oh, and he hits the wall, or hits the tire wall. Not a hard hit, a bit of a brush. That'll probably be a car they drive back, and the guy will be very, very happy that it wasn't worse.
And I think that might have been Vinny Miskelis in the 12 car, Brian. We'll try and get the number.
Yeah, it might be Yeah, it's tough to tell.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, we'll try and verify the number on that car, but I'm fairly certain as it came underneath our view
yeah,
that it was the number 12 car. But we'll check in, and if it was, Vinny Miskelis running 19th fastest in the session, and I know he's got family watching us this weekend as well.
yeah. Looks like
Yeah, and I've just got verification. It was the 12 car, Brian.
I was going to say, it looks like Chamber of Commerce weather this morning.
It is
53
absolutely gorgeous,
degrees, light winds, 80% humidity. Welcome to Atlanta. And it's going to be a beautiful day today. Could get a little weather tomorrow. So that's today will probably be the day where we have our cleanest track, and we'll see how things plan out. You can always count on maybe some weather one year at Road Atlanta.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so we talked about Matthew Novak going to the top of the leaderboard. Brian did it on lap number 5, and I believe he brought the car in afterwards. Cam Evans just resets his personal best. He's only turned 3 laps, however. Marcelo Paniccia, second fastest at the moment in the number 10 car. We saw the 10 car come down the pit lane, so it looks like his day or his morning qualifying is now done, as I believe everybody else's is as well, as the checkered flag now out and being displayed on the front straight.
Yeah, if you could put yourself in the top 10 here with 3 laps, that's a big deal, because they have to run these tires for the entire weekend. So if you can shorten up one of these sessions or both of the qualifying sessions and still be kind of close to the top of the leaderboard, that's going to help you tomorrow afternoon at the end of that long race tomorrow. So good job for Cam Eben on that regard.
All right, so it looks like, and we've got still a couple of racers on their final flying laps here, Brian. Most of them have taken to the pit lane, but you can see here a big contingent coming through turns 10A and 10B and underneath the Fox Factory Bridge. And most of them, it appears they're calling off their final lap, or they may have actually seen the checker. So let's take a look here. It appears that Camden Gruber, who set a time of 1:38.663 yesterday afternoon, will be your pole sitter provisionally when our SMX racers take to the track for their 25-minute sprint race around 11 o'clock this morning. He should be joined on the front row over to his left by Matthew Novak out of Ontario, Canada. Then we should see Cam Eben on the inside of row number 2. He was your 3rd fastest driver. Actually, you know what? Let me change that a little bit. It is going to be actually Marcelo Paniccia should start 3rd on the inside of row number 2 with Cam Eben to his left, starting 4th. And then the question is it Ethan Jacobs, who turned in a 1:38.9 today, or is it Logan Stretch, who turned in a 1:38.8? So Logan Stretch should start 5th, with Ethan Jacobs starting in 6th position. All right, so Brian, let's take a quick break. I'm going to make a final call to the grid for our next group, and then we'll take a break. Of course, you can see right on the screen there. Got our big board next. Attention in the paddock, final call to the grid for race group number 2. GT1, GT2, GTX, T1, T2, and American Sedan. Please head to the grid. Race group 2, GT1, GT2, GTX, American Sedan, T1, and T2. Please head to the grid. Okay, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more qualifying action here from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta in just a moment.
My name is Joshua Smith, Business Development Manager for Mazda Motorsports. We're happy to be supporting the SCCA and Mazda racers here. So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, parts support, technical support. All of this is done through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. Simple information, prove that you're a racer. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives 5 days a week.
Welcome back here to Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour from Road Atlanta. Just a quick update, folks. We're on a bit of a tech delay here. We've got some issues with the corner net that they're working to resolve quickly so that they can get the communications back up. Shouldn't be too long. While we're waiting, we're just going to show you some more beautiful pictures from Road Atlanta, and Greg and I will be back as soon as we get a 5-minute warning. So stay with us, everybody. We'll be right back. As soon as we get a 5-minute warning. So stay with us. We're back here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Coming up right now, big board, GT1, GT2, GTX, A Sedan, Touring 1 and Touring 2. Shout out to all the fans in the chat. Shout out to all the fans at the racetrack. And Gregg Ginsberg, this is going to be fun.
It is, Brian. And, you know, one of the things we're watching is we're going on board with the first car off of the grid. That's Dave Panterick in his GT1 Ford Mustang. Here as he's working to get some heat in the tires and some heat in the engine. He was our fastest driver on course yesterday, and we've been watching for the last 2 seasons now, or season and a half, the fight and the differences between these traditional Trans Am / GT1 cars and then the FIA GT3 cars driven by people like Michael Michelin, who's in a Lamborghini Huracan. And yesterday afternoon, Dave Panterick was your fastest GT1 driver, turned in a time of 1:21.733. Michelin in a 1:22.520. So that 1:21.7, that's a time that, well, the entire GT1 field is looking to beat. Jared Odrick in his TA2 Chevy Camaro is looking, came into this morning's session as your fastest GT2 racer. The time that he set yesterday, a 1:26.342. In GTX, the fastest driver yesterday, actually didn't have any GTX racers yesterday. That makes it easy on us, Brian. In Touring
Yes.
1, and we just had him on camera a little while ago, James Candelaria in his 2005 Chevy Corvette turned in a 1:31.247. And in Touring 2, our fastest driver was Rafael Suncow with a 1:33.885. The fastest of our American sedan racers was Tom Ellis in a Ford Mustang. Tom turned in a 1:35.811, and what we've got a nice battle brewing, I think, in American sedan. We've got Greg Eaton, a 3-time national champion. We got James Chost, a national champion in the field. It's going to be a barn burner, I think, an American sedan here this weekend. And here we go as Dave Pinteric out on his very first flying lap, Brian.
And we've got a potential this weekend of 7 GT1 cars here. Probably going to be our biggest GT1 field outside of the runoffs or the June sprints all year. 4 of them on the racetrack right now. This is one of them, Dave Pinteric, and he is got one of our in-car cameras this weekend. Appreciate that, of course. Also want to give a shout out to Dutch Aaron in the chat talking about all the corner workers. 63 corner workers this weekend. Thank you to them and to all of the volunteers who make this happen, Greg. Did you see yesterday they were posting pictures? They asked the drivers to help buy lunch this weekend for the corner workers, and they put a little note in the lunches telling the workers who bought them their lunch. I thought that was so cool.
Yeah, and Brendan and I, of course, thanked our benefactors yesterday. And, it was very nice to see that in every one of the lunches yesterday purchased for the volunteers by volunteers here. As we've already got one driver who's decided to come down the pit lane. We'll check on that car in just a moment. As you mentioned, in GT1, we've got Pinteric and McAleenan, David Jans, Joe Frieda, Tony Ave, who brought out his Ford Mustang for practice yesterday morning, did not head out on track. And Brian, we've got a car, looks like dead stick, right in the S's, coming out of turn 3 and coming down the hill. That's a very bad place to be. Looks like one of our either T1 or T2 cars.
So that looks like maybe a BMW, possibly. From a distance, it's hard to tell.
It is. I can tell you here, Brian, because every one of our drivers here this weekend must use the
that's right,
electronic system. It is the number 10 machine of Bassem Abdullah. He is driving a Touring 2 BMW 240IR. And so we know that car. So obviously we're going to have the local caution there. We'll see if that brings out either a black flag or a full course caution here in just a moment. But with now 2 laps, actually a lap in the books, we'll start giving you some of our lap times coming in here. Dave Pinteric on his first lap turns in a 1:24 and change, 1:24.1, so a couple seconds off of the times that he set yesterday. In Touring 1, Jonathan Vasquez turns in a 1:32 and change. And that is also about a second off what Candelaria, who we're watching right now, what James Candelaria turned in yesterday. And we'll give these drivers, I think, another lap or two to get some heat in the tires.
Yeah, if we stick with this Candelaria shot for a second, we'll see exactly where that car is stalled in between 2 and 3 up there, and we'll see. It'll show us why we've just gone full course yellow here. And if we just wait a minute here, you're going to see him right on the right-hand side of the frame here as James comes up over the hill here. This is when I was driving here, Greg, this section of the racetrack was the one I had the hardest time figuring out, going from 2 to 3. The most important corner, of course, is turn 7, and there is that car stalled there. And they'll go and get that thing moved out of the way pretty quick and get us back to race action.
Well, and it's a good thing that he is parked right by the corner station there. So Abdallah is out of Austin, Texas. This is his 3rd SCCA race. He's been doing some other racing with some other organizations like WRL. Says he got into road racing after years of drag racing Hondas, and he made sure to tell us that it was done legally.
Nice, very nice. All right, Greg, let's take our break while we got
Yes.
the full course yellow. Get that out of the way. When we come back, hopefully we'll be back green, and we'll take us to the end.
Attention in the paddock. Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 racers, please head to the grid. Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 racers, please head to the grid. Okay, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a moment with more qualifying action. It is the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advantage technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction, designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because they build them with the racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right, Track Night in America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country. It's the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in your street cars all year long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from across the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 23 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Back here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, we're under a black flag, even though there's a yellow bar across our timing thing. Easier to get the job done up there. If we could drop the timing bar, there we go. Actually, it looks like the car's already been removed, so this should be a very short-lived black flag. It's so short-lived that we're now green flag again. And
there we go. Send the cars
go back
out.
to qualifying.
Well, so Brian, some of our drivers, they're showing as having completed 3 laps. That third lap was completed as they crossed the timing stripe on the pit lane.
Right.
So really just 2 flying laps at the moment for most of our racers here as they head back out. And none of them, we don't see any changes at the front of the field for any of our different classes here. But with now less than 4.5 minutes remaining on the clock, not going to be a ton of time for the racers to get heat in the tires, and we may see that what were provisional polls coming into this morning's qualifying session end up how we make up the grids for this late morning race in Big Bore. Our Big Bore race should be our last sprint race this morning before lunch, scheduled to start at about 11:40 this morning.
Yep, 11:40, 2 races before lunch, and I think we have 5 races after lunch. So it's a big docket of action here this weekend from Road Atlanta. And of course, we do a similar schedule tomorrow. We just skipped qualifying, so we've got the same 7 races, all of them a little bit longer. And of course, we have the famous church hours tomorrow morning.
That's right.
And we should also remind people that the time changes overnight tonight, which don't want to show up an hour late for work tomorrow morning. So I'm going to have Greg call me at 3 a.m.
3 a.m.
My time. Which without the time change, so I can make sure.
Brian's just going to stay with his headset on from the time we wrap things up this afternoon until tomorrow morning.
That's right.
I'm just going to yell in his ear to wake him up tomorrow
headset
morning.
With my CPAP mask, I'm sure would be a fantastic look.
Yes, absolutely. All right, so we've got the drivers now starting flying laps. We do have one of our GT1 cars coming down the pit lane, Brian, and heading back to the paddock. And that is the number 7 car. That is Dave Pinterick. So I don't know if there's just something he didn't like, or maybe the team decided that given that there's only about 2.5 minutes remaining on the clock, and he was already your provisional pole sitter, that perhaps, just working on fate here, that Michael McAleenan, who's currently 2.6 seconds off of Pinterick's times this morning, wouldn't be able to make up the difference. As we jump back on board with our provisional pole sitter coming into this morning in Touring 1, James Candelaria. Currently, Candelaria is about a second off of Jonathan Vasquez's times. Vasquez driving the number 127 BMW M3, but Vasquez currently about a second off of what Candelaria set yesterday.
Yeah, and with Pinterick hitting the pits, it's one of those things where if you're pretty confident you're not going to go faster, there's not a lot to gain and a whole lot you can lose here in the last couple of minutes of this race. Wow, look at him dive into there into turn 10A, coming through that left-right combination up and over the hill. And let's see where he hits at the bottom of the hill here. You can see his speed on the bottom right corner of our screen. He should hit about 125 here, 110 maybe. Okay, there we go. 120. There you go.
At least on exit. But I mean, look, we were talking. I think we saw Pinterick yesterday in the GT1 car apexing at about 120, 125 there at turn 12, and he's got a little bit more aero and a lot more tire than what James Candelaria has underneath him here in the Chevy Corvette. All right, so as we watch James Candelaria now resets the fast time in T1 at a 132.289. Again, still a little bit off of where he was yesterday, but more importantly, he's able to leapfrog of Vasquez, as is Paulo Salvatore. Salvatore in his Ford Mustang, the number 42 car, turns in a 132.839.
Ooh. That was really nice. You got a car pull off there at turn 7 to go behind the wall, which is a nice thing to do. Keeps us green. But he was so slow.
Not when you got a bunch of cars directly behind you. In American Sedan, Tom Ellis for the second day in a row, your fastest driver on course. He's got a 135.467. Michael Kamalian in the 199 Mustang moves up the second fastest in the session in American Sedan at a 136.624. Greg Eaton and James Jost in their Ford Mustangs currently sitting 3rd and 4th fastest in the sessions, the 2 prior national champions. Stephen Lustig is our fastest GT2 racer on track. He has a time of 126.809 in the books. That is about a half second off of the time that Jared Odrick put in yesterday. So no big change there. And in Touring 2, James Davidson in his Chevrolet Corvette has a 135.5 in the books right now. And yesterday, his fastest lap time, well, let's take a look. As Rafael Suncow was your fastest driver yesterday, and Suncow has not brought his car out. Suncow was at a 133.885. So Davidson about a second and a half off that currently.
All right.
Except I take that back. He now drops it down a little bit more. He's now a second off at a 134.5.
There you go. Before we head to break, let's say hi to some people in the chat. Ian Hurl is here. Vladimir Mascalis is here. Kim Rohrer. Tony Korfball Funfairs Mikulev. I don't know who you are, but I love the name. Green Dean, I8 Tapix, and Matej Babjak is here. Thank you all for being here. We're going to take our break. When we come back.
Well, Brian, let's quickly take a look at how we've still got a couple cars on their last flying laps. So let's wait till they complete those, and we'll try to. I'll do that mind meld thing.
Okay.
You know, I'll play Spock for a moment, and try to at least come up with the top 2 in each one of our classes here.
Fair enough.
As we have James Jost coming out of turn 12 there and across the line in that light blue Ford Mustang with Greg Eaton directly behind. So let's take a look in GT1. And let's take a look here, Brian, because on the very last lap of the session, Michael McEleenan sets his personal best and best Dave Penterick here in the session. He turns in a 1:21.244. That is 0.5 of a second faster than Penterick ran yesterday. And so Michael McEleenan will be your pole sitter for this group when they head out at 11:40 this morning. He should be joined on the front row by Dave Penterick in his Ford Mustang. So once again, that battle between the Huracan and the Mustang continues. In GT2, your fastest racer at the end of the session here, Austin Jers in his Chevrolet Camaro. He turns in a 1:26.514, and that was not enough to best Jared Odrick. But it should move Austin Jers into second fastest in GT2. Yesterday, he was only 4th fastest. So it'll be Odrick and Jers, your top 2 in GT2. In Touring 1, it should be James Candelaria for its 2nd day in a row, your fastest driver. And then second fastest in Touring 1. Yesterday, it was Zach Monette at a 1:31.624. Today, Jonathan Vasquez only gets into the 1:32, so it should be Candelaria and Monette. Monette a little bit off that pace today. In Touring 2, James Davidson, your fastest racer today, he turned in a 1:34.519, and that was not enough to best Rafael Asuncao. So Asuncao should go into this late morning race as your pole sitter in class. And then an American sedan for the 2nd day in a row. Tom Ellis was your fastest driver yesterday. Your second fastest was Michael Kamalian at a 1:36.5. He was your second fastest today, about a 10th off of that. So that should be your top 2 for each one of our classes in this group. Brian, let me make a final call to the grid for our next group, and we'll take a quick break. Attention in the paddock. Final call for race group number 3, Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please head to the grid. Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, this is your final call to the grid. Okay, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few more moments with qualifying action at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
We're not supposed to be out here. Outside expectations. Built for the outdoors. With the capability to climb this high, we're not supposed to be out here. Which is exactly why we are. The off-road ready Mazda CX-50. We're looking for outsiders.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at scca.com.
back here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, Group 3, Spec Racer Ford 3 going out for their 15-minute qualifying session. Brian Bielanski, Gregg Ginsberg, and we've got a driver who we have to make a little announcement for, and then we'll get to our action here.
We do, Brian. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock with the driver of the number 05 GT2 car. That's Stephen Lustig. Please see the race director in tech. Driver of the 05 GT2 Chevrolet Camaro, Stephen Lustig. Please see the race director in tech. Well, now that we got that out of the way, Brian.
There we go. There we go.
We've got our Spec Racer Ford drivers heading out for their second qualifying session of the weekend, and things, at least at the moment, look much more sedate than they did yesterday. As I was explaining to you, I think drivers were about 15 or 16 wide coming out of turn 7 yesterday. I don't know if they were trying to pair up with their drafting partners. There you go. Only 2 of them about ready to hit one another there. But they came out of 7 and just fanned out, and it looked like, well, I don't know. It looked like people in Cleveland rushing the stage at a Who concert. Anyway.
That's a curiously obscure reference.
Well, when you think, I think it was Cleveland. Well,
that means you might be old enough to have been part of that operation.
Yeah, let's just say there's no festival seating in Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 now. All right, so yesterday in qualifying, our fastest driver, and a bit of a surprise here with coming out of the Hallett Race Shop out of Conway, Arkansas, Peyton Long was your fastest driver. The bogey time all of our racers are looking to beat this morning, a 1:34.054. Tyler Stevens out of the Hallett Race Shop as well. He's from Bixby, Oklahoma. He had a 1:34.055. Tell me those two drivers weren't drafting off of one another as they were separated by 1/1000th of a second. Brian Schofield, who was coming off of his wins at Sebring International Raceway, third fastest at a 1:34.096, so only 0.04 of a second back from there. He was working yesterday with another former national champion, Clay Russell, who turned in a 1:34.277, and then Jace Petty. And Brian, I was talking to Brendan yesterday that maybe the dark horse and one driver that we should be watching, and now that he has age and experience behind him, he finished 5th at the runoffs back in 2023, the year that we were all watching Morgan Burkhardt, who started on the pole. This 15-year-old finished just off the podium in 5th. And the Oakland, Illinois driver was 5th fastest yesterday.
It'll take him about a lap or so to get the heat in the tires and start going. Perfect conditions though this morning, Greg. Let me look at the temperature here, see if it's warmed up a little bit. Still hovering. Oh, that's a shorter way, but not the fast way through 10A, 10B. That driver will have to get that dust off their tires. That'll take about half a lap to get the tires cleaned up after that. That looked like Brian Schofield, I think.
It was either Schofield or I believe one of the 2 in that group, Long and Stevens, have a similar livery machine, except that it's like a dark blue and yellow instead of the dark blue and silver of Schofield.
Jason Stein asks if your Who concert was when the Cuyahoga River caught on fire.
No, he said that or when the Cuyahoga.
Oh, gotcha.
Believe me, I'm not trying to rip on Cleveland, but Jason actually caught my reference, and it was at least in Spec Racer Ford yesterday, nobody died. That's all I'll say. As a matter of fact, there we go. There was that. It was the blue and yellow car. Schofield is actually about 5 cars further back from that one that I was speaking with. Now, going up to the top of the leaderboard here early on, Richard Baldwin in the Juicy Fruit car out of Covington, Louisiana, turns in a 1:34.938. So it's about just a little bit less than a second off of the provisional pole time that Long set yesterday. Stevens and Long, 2nd and 3rd fastest at the moment. Then Clay Russell, then Jim Goffrey out of Jupiter, Florida, another former national champion. And then Bobby Sack in the number 19 machine, it's a two-time national champion, followed by Jace Petty. But again, that's only with one lap in the books. Drivers coming across the line to complete flying lap number 2. And for the moment, Bobby Sack now goes to the top of the leaderboard at a 134.6. So still about 45 hundredths off of the provisional pole time.
9 minutes, 20 seconds to go here. And the usual suspects up at the top of the leaderboard, Greg. We're seeing the people who we typically see up there. So no big surprises up at this point. And there you see the 4 cars snaking through the S's. That is very, very Spec Racer Ford-esque. These cars operate much better in a draft than they do by themselves. That little pop out there going into 6, also a very common place to make a pass here at Road Atlanta. There's another car there in the back trying to go side by side through 6.
Yeah, you know, and at least through turn 7. Yeah, I mean, when you go through 6 has is very heavily cambered, and you can you can carry a lot of speed through that corner. And yes, it's a good place to make a pass if you know that you can get it done before you get to turn 7 right here. Right. Because it leads you on to that very long straight. And, you know, you want to keep up the momentum here in qualifying. You certainly don't want to go side by side coming through turn 7. You don't want to push wide and go through the dirt like that driver did going through turn 7, because it ruins your exit and it ruins your terminal speed coming down this very long back straight, especially if you don't have somebody to draft off of.
No question. 7 minutes to go here, Greg. Let's take our break. And when we come back, we will have the rest of our qualifying session.
Attention in the paddock, Super Touring Light, Super Touring Under, GT3U, T3, and T4 drivers, please head to the grid. STL, STU, GT3U, T3, T4 racers, race group number 4, please head to the grid. Okay, let's take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of the SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trials Program, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Want to try SCCA racing, but with an approach focused on fun and learning? The SCCA Experience Program is exactly that. With both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
Back here at Road Atlanta, we've got a little under 5 minutes to go in this qualifying session. And at the top of the leaderboard, representing Clay Russell. Clay Russell here with a 133.9. Bobby Sack was at the top of the leaderboard. He's dropped to second place, about a tenth of a second back, Greg.
Yeah, Brian, but big news there. Clay Russell with that 133.908. He is now your provisional pole sitter here. He has gone beyond what Peyton Long and Tyler Stevens did yesterday. In addition, Bobby Sack has as well. So the provisional time coming into today was a 134.054, and Bobby Sack turns in a 134.053. So it's Russell and Sack provisionally on the front row. Then we've got in this session, Richard Baldwin has turned in a 134.060, and so that is 4 1,000ths of a second back from Peyton Long and Tyler Stevens. So for the moment, they are still making up row number 2. And so Baldwin, Schofield, Mishko still looking to make up at least a couple thousandths of a second to bump those two drivers coming here from Howlett Racing Circuit.
This race will be just after lunch today. Our lunch period will be happening right around 12
time.
Yeah, right around noon. So this race should happen right around 1:05 p.m. Eastern time this afternoon. Look at those cars heading down towards 10B. 5 cars. It's not the fast way around when you're trying to make moves like that here in qualifying. So.
Hey, want to
go ahead.
Welcome Robert Hansen to the chat. He says, thanks. I'm enjoying just sitting here watching. Well, you know, Brian and I are pretty much in the exact same boat right now. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for joining us, Robert. We really appreciate it. Tell all your friends, get them to join in as well. We got a full weekend of racing coming up for you here from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta.
Yep.
All right, go ahead, Brian.
I was just say 7 races today, 7 races tomorrow.
That's it. All right, so drivers setting new personal best in this session. 2 teammates, Trey Ayers in the 71 machine out of Gainesville, Georgia, and Arvid Albanese in the 171 machine. They are at a 135.353, and Brian, a 135.353. Talk about being locked together nose to tail as they work their way around. Unfortunately for them, only good for 14th and 15th in today's session. Here, as we've got the top of the field here, we'll see if they can improve upon their previous lap times. Lap number 6, they were not able to, but now crossing the line, Brian, they were the first drivers to leave the grid, and they have just now set personal bests. Tyler Stevens and Peyton Long at a 134.018 and a 134.029. They have just now been able to leapfrog Bobby Sack, and so Stevens, at least provisionally now, would start second, Peyton Long third, Bobby Sack fourth here, with Clay Russell still hanging on the provisional pole.
Yeah, with a minute and a half to go, we'll get at least one more lap for these folks, and depending on where they cross the line, there could still be 2 laps for some of these drivers. So this is not wrapped up yet.
No, and Brian, a matter of fact, Stevens and Long, they are definitely on flyers. They have both set personal bests in Sector 1 at a 35.439. We'll see what happens. They should be coming out of Sector 2 here in just a few moments. That should be as they come out of Turn 7 and onto the back straight there.
Yep, I believe they're going to pop over the hill right.
Yes, and Brian, personal bests in Sector 2 as well here, and they've set their personal best in trap speed as well on the back straight. So Clay Russell, who has also now set a personal best in Sector 2, he's kind of hanging on here. Only a tenth of a second separating Long and Stevens from Russell. And there you go. Going to the top of the leaderboard, Peyton Long turns in a 133.603. 23 thousandths back is Tyler Stevens. That's going to drop Clay Russell back to third fastest and move the two Howlett boys back up to the front row here in Spec Racer 4 Gen 3.
Yeah, the question is, will Clay Russell be able to answer back here in this final lap? I don't know where he is on the racetrack, but If he's got a hookup, he might be able to gain. He's only 0.3 of a second off.
Yeah, Brian, he was a little bit further back out on track. He completed lap number 8, did not improve. Okay. And I don't believe, in looking at where he is, I'm trying to pick him up on track now, as he's heading, let's see, he's heading over towards turn 6 now. I don't think he's got a drafting partner with him. He's a couple car lengths back from the 105. He's right behind Long and Stevens on track, but I don't think he's part of the draft right now here, as there are Long and Stevens, Clay Russell. They're the blue and yellow car at Stevens, that's them, and then Clay Russell a little bit further back from there. Kind of towards the end of that train that we were just watching coming out of turn 7, I believe. So we'll track them here, Brian, as the checkered flag should be displayed for the next driver who crosses the line. And the checkered flag is now being displayed for the number 7 machine. That'll be the first car to take the checker.
All right. So essentially, anybody who's on a flying lap right now, this lap will count if they choose to stay with it here.
Yeah, indeed. And so Peyton Long and Tyler Stevens, they crossed the line, Brian. They do not improve, and that is because they were on the pit lane when they crossed the line. Clay Russell in the number 31 machine, he did stay out, but he did not improve, nor did Bobby Sack. So it is going to be Peyton Long and Tyler Stevens on the front row, Clay Russell 3rd, Bobby Sack 4th, and it looks like the third row should have Richard Baldwin and Brian Schofield. They'll be starting 5th and 6th. Believe Von Mishko out of Kego Harbor, Michigan in the 101 machine. We're seeing him race this weekend both in Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 and also FE2. He and Jace Petty should make up row number 4, with John Green and John Antonio making up row number 5.
All right, that's going to do it here for qualifying here for Spec Racer 4-3. Greg, I need to make a quick announcement.
Okay.
So if you would hit the tones for me. Attention to the paddock, attention to the paddock. Would Patrick Raoul, GT2 driver, number 45, Patrick Paul, please come to the race director. Patrick Paul, GT2, number 45, please go see the race director.
All right, let's take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments. Actually, let me make a call for that next group. Let's play these wonderful tones once again, Brian. There we go. I love when we play them so many times in a row. Super Touring Light, Super Touring Under, GT3U, T3, and T4 racers. This is your final call to the grid. Race group number 4, STL, STU, GT3U, T3, and T4. Please head to the grid. Okay, let's take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more qualifying action from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
Back here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, STL, STU, GT3U, T3 and T4 qualifying, 15 minutes here. We get this thing underway. My race data in the chat. If you want to go to scca.com/live, you'll be able to find the live timing there. We're also going to pin it at the top of the chat here in a few minutes. So that's the best place to get the live data here.
Absolutely, it is. Whether it be on mobile or whether it be on a regular web browser.
Yep.
You can sort by class. You can sort by time. You can sort by car number. You name it. And more importantly, it's got the multi-sector timing. You can see how drivers are doing on each portion of the race course, as well as what their top speeds are here. All right, so Brian, as we've got our drivers heading out on course, these are our super touring classes, our some more of our touring classes, as well as GT3U. And we just saw for a moment there one of our super touring light racers, Max Stallone, driving a Mazda Miata in the Wheels America car. We'll see him a little bit later today in Spec Miata as well. There's Max in that machine. Let's quickly take a look at how things ended up yesterday. Yeah, it'd be really good if he ends up, as they're trying to get some heat in the tires, if he ends up plowing into the back of a Mustang here coming into turn 5. Let's quickly take a look at how things ended up yesterday in qualifying session number 1 for these racers. Fastest driver on course was Jeff Durnell in his Mazda RX-7. He's out of Cumming, Georgia, turned in a 1:33.466. Second fastest in GT3U was Stacy Wilson in his Mazda RX-7 out of Englewood, Tennessee. And we'll talk a little bit more about GT3U and what that class entails here as the session goes on. In STU, fastest driver on course was Jorge Nazario, and second fastest Richard Estacio, the provisional pole time set by Nazario, 1:34.846. He was also the second fastest driver on track all told yesterday, but big surprise was STU driver Jose Osiris Pena in his Honda CRX had the motor let go seemingly, or something let go on the second flying lap yesterday. He was only 4th fastest in the class. He retired again after just 2 laps in yesterday's session. In touring, yes.
I seem to remember him having motor problems at Sebring also, didn't he?
That is correct, and I think it was the STU car, not the STL car, that had the problems. In Touring 3, Nick Hammond in his Nissan 370Z was the fastest driver, a 1:36.3, with Juan Carlos LaRue second fastest in his Subaru BRZ, and Juan Carlos, of course, proprietor of Rue Helmets. In STL, Nick Leveroni out of Mendon, Massachusetts was your fastest driver, with John Sewell second fastest. Leveroni turned in a 1:37.541. Also, Brian should bring to your attention that, of course, the podium finisher at the runoffs this year finished 3rd, but has also been known for maybe having some mechanical issues from time to time. Mike Taylor only made it 2 laps, and he retired the car yesterday with some mechanical issues. I talked to Mike last night. Sounds like that Integra is ready to go again. And in Touring 4, fastest driver yesterday in his Mazda RX-8, the Planet Miata car of Mark Cefalo, time of 1:41.001. Ethan Barker in a Mazda Miata, he's out of Houston, Texas, a 1:41.324.
Jeff Durnell just goes purple with a 1:34.372. That's pretty much, I'm going to guess, his first really true flying lap.
Yeah, well, it would be that would be the first flying lap. Yes.
Yeah. So these early times, I'm going to guess we're going to go faster here as the session goes on. A little warmer each session, which is good for the tires. And nice little move there coming out of turn 10A, between 10A and 10B there. It's funny, Greg, you know, you and I are old enough to remember when there was no 10A and 10B. There's a whole generation of race car drivers who've never seen this racetrack without 10A and 10B.
With the gravity cavity there, yeah.
Exactly.
As they come down here, as we're on board with Max Stallone coming down in the 10A. And we've got the chicane here. It used to be, you take this, it was called the dip. You'd come through the dip and raise, and it was just kind of angling you back up towards the Fox Factory Bridge, and drivers were coming. Oh, well, it was hard yesterday. I almost said something pretty blue. But cars would come under that bridge maybe 20 miles an hour faster than they do now, and some of them would go launching into the air. It was pretty wild.
Good times.
All right, so let's take a look now, Brian, as we've got 2 laps in the books for some of our racers here. And in GT3U right now, Jeff Durnell, still your fastest driver. Tony Ave has brought out his Honda Civic. He did not bring it out for qualifying yesterday. Currently 8/10 separating those 2 racers. Stacy Wilson, only another 300ths back from Tony Ave. 9/10 separating them all told. In T3, Nick Hammond, still your fastest driver as he was yesterday with Juan Carlos LaRue, second fastest. So looking the same as yesterday. Randy Johnson driving the number 1 car, the Ford Mustang EcoBoost out of Tacoma, Washington, third fastest. And he is a little bit over 5 seconds back from Hammond and LaRue. In STU, Brian, Jose Osiris Pena, he did get whatever ailed his Honda CRX yesterday, get it resolved, and I heard some rumors from the Honda camp that it may have been an oxygen sensor causing some misreads in the ECU. So the ECU was doing some funky things with the fuel map. Osiris Pena, he turns in a 1:33.746 on his second flying lap. And that was, let's take a look at what Nazario turned in yesterday. Nazario turned in a 1:34.846. So Pena, almost 9/10 of a second faster, goes to the top of the leaderboard in STU. He's your provisional pole sitter in class. Richard Estacio turns in a 1:34.222. That also leapfrogs Jorge Nazario. And then let's take a quick look and gander. David Fiorelli in his Ford Mustang has turned in a 1:34.480. So Jorge Nazario, he's 4th fastest on track today. And in the whole scheme of things, after 2 days of qualifying, he goes from being your provisional pole sitter to 4th fastest. Ethan Barker in Touring 4, he was your 2nd fastest driver yesterday. Today is a 1:41.202, and that is still about 2/10 off of what Cefalo ran yesterday. Cefalo today at a 1:41.414. So both of those drivers looking for a little bit of time to get back to where they were yesterday.
7 minutes to go in the session. That means it's time to take our break. When we come back, we will have the rest of this qualifying session. Stay with us.
Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for Race Group 5, Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FE2, P and P2. Please head to the grid. Race Group 5, Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FE2, P and P2 racers. Please head to the grid now. And we're going to take that break, Brian. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more qualifying action. It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of the SCCA since 1995 and sponsored the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trials Program, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside about how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from across the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 23 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Back here at Road Atlanta for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Just as we went to break, Greg, Richard Estacio on that Lotus Exige went to the top of the leaderboard with a 1:33.044. So that's a pretty stout lap.
Yeah, indeed it is. And that time there, that 1:34.044, again, he was your second fastest STU driver yesterday. And Jose Osiris Pena had retired. But that now puts Richard Estacio as your provisional pole sitter in STU, with Jose Osiris Pena second fastest, David Fiorelli third fastest. Now I wanted to point us over to STL, Mike, where we didn't talk before the break. Mike Taylor, who had that issue yesterday, where he last we saw Mike's Integra with that British jack on the hood, was off on the side of the road on the exit of turn 7. Mike Taylor is your new provisional pole sitter in STL. He turned in a 1:37.176. And his teammate, John Sewell, also in an Acura Integra, turned in a 1:37.813. Yesterday, our fastest STL racer was Nick Leveroni at a 1:37.541. Leveroni still in the whole scheme of things, second fastest in STL over 2 days, but John Sewell now sitting third, and Mike Taylor, who found himself much further back in the field. As a matter of fact, was qualified 7th in STL before today, now moves up into provisional pole position. Derek Ketchie in his Honda Civic, now 4th fastest here in the session at a 1:39.757. Big showing here from the Hondas and Acuras this morning here in STL.
I want to give a shout out to Tristan Smith, the 58 Nissan 350Z. Tristan's in our chat on a regular basis. Also one of my best friends. We used to team up together when I lived in Atlanta, and one of the really good guys. Done a lot of SCCA racing over the years. So big shout out to Tristan this morning out here doing his one Super Tour of the year.
There you go. Tristan currently running 5th in Touring 3. And, of course, this is home track. Brian, he's out of Atlanta. Yep. He's got a 1:41.916 in the books. Just a couple tenths off of Randy Johnson's Ford Mustang EcoBoost for 4th fastest. And great run so far. She is, I think, definitely the Iron Woman this weekend, Brian. Andrea King in the 08 BMW 330 CI. She's 3rd fastest today in Touring 3. She finished 4th fastest yesterday, actually just behind Tristan. And she was doing double duty. She had just been out the session before in her Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Immediately has to jump into a car that is so very different than that Spec Racer Ford to then turn laps in Touring 3. We'll see what happens, this afternoon when these races run. Again, this race group here, group number 4, should be racing right around 1:45 Eastern Time, 1:45 p.m. For their 25-minute sprint race this afternoon.
Fun fact, Tristan and I shared Jim Downey's original race shop.
Really?
Until he took the shop back because he had to build these cool things called the Hans device. It was the early manufacturing facility for the early Hans devices, so back in the day.
All right, Brian, checkered flag is out on the session, and so these last flying laps, of course, they will count, and we've got a number of drivers coming across the line. Actually, there goes Andrea King crossing the stripe. And as I take a look through our timing and scoring system, we've got a couple drivers that may be on flyers, like, and I'm looking to see if he's on the pit lane or heading back. Tony Ave, who turned in a personal best in Sector 2. And maybe, let's see if he is working his way across. He's in the number 44 Civic. And I believe he took to the pit lane. And so is not going to improve. So let's take a look here. We've got a couple of drivers on the back straight, but they have all taken the checkered flag. One more driver coming down the hill right now, and I think that is the 42 car. And we'll see if he comes to the pit lane, and looks like he's going to pit in rather than come across the front straight. So let's break things down here by class, Brian. I'm going to give you the top two, primarily because my brain can't do that whole spot mind meld thing, any deeper than that per class. In Super Touring Light, we'll start there. It appears that your pole sitter will be Mike Taylor in the Just Track It Acura Integra. He's out of Cumming, Georgia, qualifying time, and he improved, Brian, on his last flying lap. He turned in a 1:36.988. Great run for him. And although then starting next to him on the front row, his teammate out of Tallahassee, Florida, also in an Acura Integra, it's going to be John Sewell, who turned in a 1:37.238. Yesterday's provisional pole sitter, Nick Leveroni, will start third. And I know I said I'm going to give you the top two in class, but he'll start third, and starting fourth in class will be Chuck Hines, who I don't think Chuck went out for qualifying here this morning. Yesterday had a 1:38.974, and that should be enough to keep him ahead of Derek Ketchie and Sol Ferenczi. In STU, Richard Estacio turns in a 1:33.044. That is going to be enough to grab provisional pole from Jorge Nazario. Then we've got Jose Osiris Pena at a 1:33.746. He's going to start second in STU. And then we have David Fiorelli, will start third with Jorge Nazario fourth. That is the STU class. In Touring 3, our provisional pole sitter coming into today holds on to that spot. Nick Hammond out of Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin in his Nissan 370Z. Second fastest driver, Juan Carlos LaRue in his Subaru BRZ, starting third in Touring 3. Let's take a look. Is it going to be Andrea King, or will it be possibly Randy Johnson? And I believe Andrea King will start third in Touring 3, with Randy Johnson starting fourth. In Touring 4, Ethan Barker today turns in a 1:39.976. He will be your pole sitter in Touring 4. Mark Cefalo will start second, with Robert Spence and Scotty B. White third and fourth. And then finally in GT3U, Jeff Durnell holds on to the class pole at 1:33.383, knocks about a tenth off of his best times from yesterday, and starting second in GT3U with a qualifying time of 1:33.455, just 72 thousandths of a second back from Durnell, will be Tony Ave. Stacy Wilson will start third in class. All right, let's do this. Let's make a final call to the grid for our next group, and then we'll take a quick break. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for Race Group 5, Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FE2, P, and P2. Please head to the grid. Race Group 5, Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FE2, P, and P2. Please head to the grid. All right, let's take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more qualifying action from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else, so they make it easy for us to run these cars.
Back here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, my favorite group of the weekend always, the Wings and Things, Atlantics, Continentals, FE2, Prototype, and Prototype 2. We've got a 15-minute qualifying session, and it is on.
And Brian, we've got Brian Dean in the chat, says that he hopes that you've got enough coffee. And Brian, I can tell you, especially make sure to join us first thing tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock Eastern time. There is never enough coffee for Brian. All right, let's take a quick look here, Brian, at the results from yesterday's qualifying session for this group, and I'll give you some of the top finishers in each class. In Formula Atlantic, our top driver yesterday is Swift 016 out of Roswell, Georgia, pardon me, right outside the back door here. John McAleer, he turned in a 1:18.472. That's the bogey time for Formula Atlantic. Nathan Bird and his JDR at a Goodyear, Arizona, driving for Arrive Drive Motorsports, turned in a 1:21.116. So what, about 2.5 seconds separating our top two Formula Atlantics. In Formula Enterprise 2, this should not be a surprise, out of Augusta, Georgia, multi-time national champion in the class, Franklin Futrell at a 1:23.136. His qualifying time, almost 6/10 up on Paul Schneider out of Charlotte, North Carolina. Then if we move over and take a look at the prototype class, Gary Crook in his store chassis out of Pensacola, Florida, turned in a 1:27.3. Next fastest driver, also in a store out of Loveland, Ohio, is William Niemeyer, turned in a 1:31.070. So also about a little bit over 2.5 seconds separating those two drivers. And then finally in Formula Continental, we had two drivers set times. Fastest, Eric Presbury, out of Louisville, Texas, in his Van Diemen, turned in a 1:28.970. Carter Sheets, also in a Van Diemen, he's out of Sagertown, Pennsylvania, turned in a 1:32.473.
Frank Michelle driving a lot of different disciplines this spring. I've seen him in a modified car and a bunch of stuff. So he's a guy who's old school driver, will pop into anything that anyone will let him drive. So I love that. We've got people in the chat from Romania and Germany this morning. Good morning, dude. Oh. Good morning to, let's see, who is Retro Gaming and Tech from Romania. Good morning to Nicole Cooper-Cephalo, always with us here.
Yeah, I was going to say, and Russ Lundberg, RGL Motorsports, joining us out from the West Coast.
Bill Suloff in the chat, another one of my shop mates in that gym down. It's like old home week for me, Greg, and I'm not even there.
That's exactly it. And Russ is, of course, Russ lives out in Washington State now, but he called the Atlanta area home for a number of years and used to flag here at Road Atlanta. And apparently he wanted to come back and pick up his parents' car because they were moving, and they decided to ship the thing instead. So Russ is still out on the West Coast. Wish you could be here this weekend, Russ. It looks like great weather for some great racing here as our drivers now turning in and completing their first flying laps. And much like yesterday, we're seeing like where the Atlantics and the prototype cars still getting some heat in the tires. And after lap one, Franklin Futrell and his Formula Enterprise 2 machine, the fastest driver with a 1:25.105. And that is almost exactly 2 seconds off of his best lap time from yesterday. So again, just a single lap. These drivers probably going to take another lap to 2 laps to get some adequate heat in the equipment and probably in themselves to set fast laps. We've got a driver off here at the exit of turn 7, Brian.
Yes, that driver not pointing in the proper direction. And hopefully he will be able to get the car Yep, there we go. Looks like it's moving.
And I believe that
don't high side there.
Trying to get the car number now. I believe that is the 25 car, possibly.
Okay. Well, it's not going to be high side. He's completely off the track now. The question is, whatever is the problem, well, it looks like he's been able to get it straightened out, find a gear.
Brian, that is Eric Wisniewski out of Mason, Michigan, driving one of our Formula Enterprise 2 cars. Wisniewski was our 4th fastest Formula Enterprise 2 racer yesterday.
Yeah, all right, well, he's back in action, just under 10 to go here. As we work our way through our qualifying for our race group number 5. 2 more qualifying sessions after this. Then we go racing, a couple races before lunch. And then 5 more after lunch. It's going to be a big day. Perfect conditions for racing here at Road Atlanta, Greg. You got a good one today.
Yeah, absolutely. So apparently Wisniewski, pardon me, actually got in the racing after meeting Rafa Matos, who of course is a multi-time TA2 champion, 3-time TA2 champion at the Detroit Grand Prix back in 2018. And Wisniewski, who's only 17 years old, Brian, has been behind the wheels of race cars since 2019. He's actually been racing Bandolero since he was 11, but already he's competed in the United States F4 Championship, was the development national champion for USF4 back in 2022, and I believe he if I remember correctly, finished on the podium in FE2 this past year at the runoffs at Road America.
17 years old. I got sweat socks older than that kid.
Oh, please. I don't want to hear about your... I don't want if you're wearing them, I certainly don't want to know about your feet. All right. One of our Formula Atlantic racers is on the pit lane currently, and I believe it is Nathan Bird in the number 39 JDR. Indeed. And he pitted in fairly early yesterday, and he's sitting on the pit lane. Crew's just looking at the car. And, yeah, we got a slow-moving vehicle. Well, never mind the golf cart on the back one.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Somebody made a very late pit entry there. Yeah, you can see him coming up the hill. So that Bird machine, crew now starting to take a look at the car, but there's not a lot of urgency there to get him back out, Brian, as we're now just about halfway through the session. So why don't we make a call to the grid for the next group and take a quick break? Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group 6. B-Spec, E production, F production, and H production. Please head to the grid. Race group 6, B-Spec, E production, F production, and H production racers. Please head to the grid. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more action from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Maza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Maza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymaza.com.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trial Program, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because they build them with the racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right. Track Night America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in street cars all year long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Back here at Road Atlanta with 4.5 minutes to go in this qualifying session. Still some time to put some big laps on the board, Greg. And right now, John McAleer in that Swift Formula Atlanta car, he's at the top of the board. Last lap purple, 1:18.724.
Yeah, and it's still about 0.3 off of where he was yesterday, Brian, but he was the fastest driver on course yesterday, so not much of a concern. But there is a concern right now in the prototype class. Brian, it was kind of hard to see from that shot pointing down from turn 1. There it is on your right-hand side. Gary Crook, driver of the number 99 store, is currently sitting perpendicular to the exit of the pit lane. So the pit lane exit completely blocked at this point, and he's been there since right about the time that we broke for commercials. He is your fastest driver at the moment in the prototypes, and yesterday he was as well, with William Niemeyer and Wade Richardson second fastest and third fastest. But if anybody decides to come down to the pit lane, Brian, at this point with under 4 minutes remaining, they're not going to get. They're probably not going to be able to have the crew take a look at the car and go out and put in any more laps anyhow. But you ain't leaving the pit lane at this point. In FE2, Franklin Futrell, your fastest driver on course. Yesterday, he turned in a 1:23.136. He is about 0.13 of a second off of that time. But again, he was your fastest FE2 driver yesterday as well. Von Mischko, your second fastest today. And the question is whether he's been able to leapfrog Paul Schneider. Mischko, who just turned in a 1:23.6, is actually underneath the time that Schneider set yesterday. Yesterday, Schneider was at a 1:23.718. Today, Schneider is at a 1:23.700. So Schneider, he's found 18 thousandths of a second, but Mischko now moves up to second in FE2. Eric Wisniewski fourth. And in Continental, today, Eric Presby, who was your fastest driver coming into the morning, did not take to the track. Carter Sheets, who was second fastest yesterday, has turned in a 1:32.940, and that's about a half second off of where he was yesterday. So Presby decides that staying back in the paddock is the best decision for him, and at the moment, I'd agree.
Minute and 50 to go here as we get our last flying laps in here before our next qualifying session gets underway. We're going to have a little bit of a cleanup after that because we have to get that car out of pit lane there before we can get to going racing after this. But John McAleer still holding tight, but he has gone purple now for 2 consecutive sectors and through the speed trap. So it looks like he might be putting in a really strong lap here. Let's see what happens when he gets to the start-finish line.
All right, so as we've got a couple more drivers come across, no changes on that lap.
Yeah, no, his second sector was third sector a little slow. So that lap was only a 1:18.2, about a 4/100ths of a second off of his fast time. So 6/100ths of a second. Moho Motif, do we still have showroom? Old SCCA member asking, do we still have showroom stock classes? We do not anymore. The showroom stock is kind of what we use for STU and STL.
No, actually, no. The touring class.
Oh, the touring
Brian.
classes. Sure,
specifically, T3 and T4 are, I think, as close as you're going to get to what old showroom stock was. There are a few more allowances that you have in those classes, T1 and T2, I think have moved far beyond what like SSA and SSB used to be. But T3 and T4 are very similar, I think, to, well, actually SSB and SSC back in the old days. And we just had them out on track a little bit earlier this morning. We will see that at least T3 and T4 we had out earlier. So they'll be going for their race today at let's see, Group 4 at 1:45 p.m. This group here, our open wheel race group, will go out for their 25-minute sprint race, Brian, approximately 2:25 Eastern Time today, as the checkered flag is now being displayed for our racers. And let's see, while Gary Crook continues to guard the exit of the pit lane, the other two racers in the prototype class, William Niemeyer and Wade Richardson, on that last lap reset their personal bests for the session, and only separated by about a half second. But it is still going to be Gary Crook, your prototype pole sitter, going into into this afternoon's race. Niemeyer should, let's see here, Niemeyer will start second and Richardson will start third in prototypes. John McAleer will be your Formula Atlantic pole sitter for the second day in a row with almost 5 seconds on the rest of the field. If we take a look here, Nathan Bird yesterday ran a 1:21.116. He will go into this afternoon's race second in Formula Atlantic with Charles Livingston third and Steve Lamana fourth. In FE2, it will be Franklin Futrell on the pole with Von Mishko second, Paul Schneider third, Eric Wisniewski fourth. And then in Formula Continental, Eric Presby will be your pole sitter in class. Carter Sheets will start second in class. All right, let's make a final call to the grid, Brian, for our next group, and then we'll take a quick break. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group 6, B-Spec, E production, F production, and H production. Please head to the grid now. This is your final call. Race group 6, E production, F production, H production, and B-Spec. Please head to the grid. All right, let's take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more action from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
Joshua Smith, Business Development Manager for Mazda Motorsports. We're happy to be supporting the SCCA and Mazda racers here. So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, parts support, technical support. All of this is done through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. Simple information, prove that you're a racer. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives 5 days a week.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at scca.com.
We are back here, Road Atlanta, Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, in the beautiful hills of North Georgia. Gregg Ginsberg, Brian Bielanski, Group 6 up right now. E production, F production, H production, and B-Spec. 15 minutes of qualifying ahead of us. And this should be a good one, Greg.
Yeah, I am definitely looking forward to this, Brian, as you know, in F production, or we'll start off, or not, pardon me, before we get to F production, let's talk about E production, where Tyler Ladd, who is our defending national champion in the class in that BMW Z3, he jumped out to an early advantage in qualifying yesterday. Peter Norton in a car that you might not expect because of the aero disadvantages that it has with the big bicycle fenders and everything. A Caterham 7 jumped and took provisional pole at the very end of the session yesterday, and they were separated out by about 0.3 of a second, with Norton turning in a 135.97, Ladd a 136.23. And then in F production, what a battle of national champions. Chris Bovis, who's now racing in F production, has converted his former GT Light national winning car into F production, as those two classes have been merged for 2025. Bovis set the marker at 138.576, about a half second up on our defending national champion Mason Workman in his Mazda Miata. Ken Kennard, who is our 2023 national champion in an Acura Integra, was almost a full second back from there, with John Balcom in an Alfa Romeo Spider just a little bit further back. In H production, we've got a nice sized H production field here, very large, and we saw Jesse Prather, who's our defending national champion in his Mazda 2, just lay the smackdown, turned in at 142.555. About 0.4 of a second up on another many-time national champion, Steve Sargis, driving his Triumph Spitfire, who turned in a 142.956. So just about 0.4 of a second exactly separating those two racers. Chris Albin in his Volkswagen Golf at a 144.290 was your third fastest racer in the class. And in B-Spec, we had Gail Corley jump out to an early advantage in the class, but in the end, it was Stuart Black in his Chevy Sonic who set provisional pole at a 150.959, only 1/10 of a second, actually less than a 1/10 of a second clear of Gail Corley, driving a Mazda 2. He's out of Willis, Texas. And then Josh Schmidt in the Chevy Sonic, who took his very first Super Tour win here last year, Brian, in his Chevy Sonic, was third fastest coming into the day. Blair Deffenbaugh, who took his very first Super Tour win in B-Spec, I think now we're looking at 2, possibly 3 years ago, I think 2 years ago, driving a Honda Fit. He was your fourth fastest driver in the class.
I want to say some hi to some folks in the chat. Taylor Hyatt, Tim Adelson out of Washington State is here. Gave us a big all you all. Not quite the way we do it in Atlanta. It's all y'all. Good to see him. Thank you so much. Steve Whitston in the chat. He's going to be our guest on the Inside the SCCA NOLA Super Tour preview show. So, how you doing, Steve? Thank you for that. Yeah, interesting and curious, Greg. One of the B-Spec flag bearers, Frank Schwartz, who provides a lot of cars, rival drive cars in B-Spec.
H production this weekend.
He's in H production this weekend, which I don't think I remember seeing him do much, if at all, before this weekend.
Well, he had done it for a number of years.
Okay.
Using his B-Spec car, which moved over with, could run it with absolutely no modification in that class. And he's done it in prior years. Last year, not so much. But yeah, and that is Doug Piner in the number 06 BMW Z3, another one of our E-production cars, pulling off to the side. And Doug, who yesterday had some mechanical issues, did not set a time. Brian, looks like more issues today. He's out of Hempstead, North Carolina, representing the North Carolina region of the SCCA. And, poor start and disappointing start early on here in the session for him.
Hey, real quick, Greg, in our chat is John Doonan. who is the president of IMSA, longtime Moz guy. He is at Sebring this weekend watching us while the HSR Classic 12-hour is going on. So we're on at Sebring. Love that. Thank you, John. I appreciate that. John, one of the really, really good guys and a huge supporter of the SCCA.
And of course, as he mentions, getting things warmed up. Of course, HSR, part of the IMSA NASCAR family. Next weekend is the 12 Hours of Sebring, one of the premier endurance races in the United States. And of course, you're going to find both this weekend and I think next weekend with that great partnership between IMSA and the Sports Car Club of America, a number of volunteers, primarily corner workers, flaggers, at the corners at Sebring, making sure that all of those racers are safe. So I want to thank John for joining in here today.
That's pretty awesome, pretty awesome. 8.5 minutes to go here at the top of the leaderboard right now. Tyler Ladd in that BMW Z3 just won purple with a 1:37.447. Mason Workman is in second. Peter Norton in that Caterham 7 in third. And then Ken Kennard in that orange Acura Integra in fourth right now. And then in fifth place right now is Bill Miller.
Yeah, and so and Bill Miller making some moves from yesterday. Miller yesterday he was your fourth fastest E-production car. And so today, let me pull it up here, is up to third beyond John Balcom. Don Tucker a little bit further back in the field in his Mazda Miata. But Ladd and Norton, once again, your two fastest racers. But let's take a look. So Peter Norton came into the day as your provisional pole sitter, both overall and in E-production. And yesterday turned in a 1:35.977. Tyler Ladd not there yet. He's at a 1:37.477. In F-production, in our provisional pole time set yesterday by Chris Bovis at a 1:38.576. And Mason Workman, he's about 0.2 off of that right now at a 1:38.745. In H production, Jesse Prather was your provisional pole sitter, coming in with a 1:42.555. He's still about 25 hundredths of a second off that, still running a tick faster than Steve Sargis. And good to see is we've got one of our Miatas, and I think that's the Steven Simons machine, the number 63 car. Looks like it was smoking just a little bit, and he comes down the pit lane now. But Brian should mention that Chuck Mathis now moves up to third fastest today in H production. We had a bit of a meeting of the minds, or maybe meeting of the metal, yesterday up at turn 3, where we had 3 H production cars getting together. We had Chuck Mathis, Leanna Wright in her Mini, and Larry Svayton in his Fiat X19, all coming together there at the top of the hill. Svayton did not get his car back out on track. We've got a Mini Cooper that had gone around, actually it's a Mazda 2, pardon me, that had gone around coming out of turn 7. And I'm fairly certain from looking at the paint scheme, Brian, I think that's the 36 of Joe McClugan.
I agree.
That just went around out of Marion, Texas, as he gets that car back underway. Right. And luckily, didn't look like there was any damage to the car, but we saw that yesterday. You know, it's so common to turn in a little bit early at turn 7. You know, the track rises up a little bit, and it's kind of a blind exit, and there's a tendency for drivers to turn in a little early. They drop wheels on the exit into that Georgia clay, and they spin the car around, many times hitting the wall. It looks like Joe did a 180 but just missed the wall. But I'll tell you that with that, some of the cars that came out of turn 7 right around him, like Peter Norton in his Caterham, they decided at this point now, with even 5.5 minutes remaining, to call off that lap and bring their cars down the pit lane. And looks like he's on the pit lane. The number 12 Fiat X19 of Braden Connolly has taken his car back behind the wall as well.
Well, and Peter Norton, just before he did that, he dropped a 1:35.116, his best lap of this session. So there's that. Have we taken our break yet?
You know what? We have We have not.
I lost track of time. Let's do that.
Yes, all right, let's do that. Let me make a call to the grid for the next group, our final qualifying group of the day. Attention in the paddock, Spec Miata racers, please head to the grid. Spec Miata racers, please head to the grid. Your qualifying session is next. All right, so Brian, let's take that break. We'll be back here in just a few moments. More action from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted to fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Want to try SCCA racing, but with an appropriate focus on fun and learning? The SCCA Race Experience program is exactly that, with both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from across the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 23 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Attention the paddock. Wade Richardson, number 65 prototype, and Stephen LaManna in the number 2 Formula Atlanta car. Also Daryl Stein in the number 169 STL car. Would you all please report to the race director down in tech? Wade Richardson, 655 prototype, Stephen LaManna, 2 Formula Atlantic, Daryl Stein, 169 STL, to the race director in tech.
All right, Brian, let's check back in with the action because we've had a couple changes here since the time we last spoke to the people. We talked about Peter Norton bringing his car behind the wall. Peter Norton will stay at this point. I don't think anybody's going to beat the time that he's put in today, 1:35.116, which is 0.8 faster than he ran yesterday. Tyler Ladd, who's our defending E-Production National Champion, he also improved quite a bit. He moved down to a 1:35.3. That is almost a full second faster than he ran yesterday, but I believe he also called it a morning. Bill Miller, third fastest in E-Production. In F-Production, and now on the pit lane, Brian, is Mason Workman, our defending national champion. He turns 1:38.226 here today, and that is 0.3 faster than the provisional pole time that Chris Bovis came into this morning's session with. Bovis today turns a 1:38.925. So at the moment, Workman is your provisional pole sitter in E production, or probably in F production, and I'm looking to see if Bovis is at. Bovis, I believe, has retired the car for the morning, so not going to see a change there. Ken Kennard should start third in the class. And of course, we saw Steven Simons, who had some mechanical issues and pitted in early. In H production, here is the surprise. Okay, we came into the day with Jesse Prather, your provisional pole sitter in H production, and he is your defending national champion time, 142.555. Steve Sargis in his Triumph Spitfire, while we were at break, turned in a 142.361. So that now moves him up to provisional pole in H production. Prather at a 142.396, just 35 one-thousandths of a second separating those two drivers. Chuck Mathis, we mentioned, had some issues yesterday and didn't run the full session. He came into the day, qualified 5th in H production. He throws down a 142.638, only 27 hundredths of a second off of provisional pole. He will leapfrog Chris Albin to start third, assuming, and Albin's car is on the pit lane, so he's not going to improve. Matt Brannon was 4th fastest today, by the way, as the checkered flag now flies, but Brannon did not improve upon Albin's times from yesterday, so it should be Sargis, Prather, Mathis, Albin, and then Matt Brannon. And then over in B-Spec, here's something to check. When we went to break, Stuart Black, who's your provisional pole sitter, Brian, coming into the session with a time of 150.959. He was the fastest driver on course when we went to that break, but now Gale Corley turns in a 150.459, 0.5 of a second faster. He now moves up to provisional pole in B-Spec, and I think, I'm fairly certain I saw the Sonic of Stuart Black on the pit lane. I believe he is now done, and he's certainly done as the session ends. But here's the one to check. Blair Deffenbaugh turns in a 150.8. Welcome back, everybody, to Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. And for our last qualifying session of the morning, it is Spec Miata. And I want to welcome to the chat Danny Stain, who is there. Brian, he said in the chat that he loves our commentary, and he just wishes he was there so we could talk S about him, which we can do regardless of he's here, whether he's here or not.
That's true.
So, so much for old age and treachery. We've got all these young men here at the front of the field in Spec Miata, Brian, and after one day of qualifying, our provisional pole sitter coming into today's session, Sean Noonan, in the Kessler Engineering Miata out of Newburgh, New York, turned in a 142.848. The younger member of the Stain and McTutis drafting duo, Chuck McTutis, second fastest yesterday. He's out of Ludo Mountain, South Carolina, turned in a 142.921, so only a couple hundredths of seconds separating him. Skip Brock Jr. out of Birmingham, Alabama, looking to follow up on his recent wins, I think 2 years in a row with the American Road Race of Champions here at Road Atlanta. Third fastest at a 143.025. And then James Newell out of Old Hickory, Tennessee, was your fourth fastest driver in a car that is new to him. As a matter of fact, we thought it was Elvin Goulart in that car. Turns out Newell had just purchased that machine and had a great run, and he was and had almost identical times as Ethan Goulart, our defending national champion. As we've got, Brian, look at this. We've got a car. That's the number 70 car that is off in the dirt right now, coming down through the S's.
James Newell.
Yeah. Didn't I just finish talking about James Newell out of Old Hickory, Tennessee, who was fourth fastest in qualifying yesterday? Well, this might be a way to do it if they keep a local caution up through the S's. That's one way of manipulating the qualifying times. But green flag is in the air, Brian, and we've got racers heading into turn one, and already you can see here starting to pair up. And well, in some cases it's pairs, in some cases it's 8, as we see here.
I believe that Nicole Cooper-Cephalo was blaming you for the announcer's curse, Greg, so.
Yeah. Yeah, it's all my fault. So Danny Stain said that Chuck McTutis didn't take long for him to find a new partner, find a new dance partner. He is hanging back a little bit to team up with Bobby Gossett, who's also out of the Southeast, and Gossett, who just ran his opening round, his first round in the MX5 Global MX5 Cup last week at St. Petersburg, and moves back into his Spec Miata. It's shown to be very, very quick last season, and there is the Newell car now moving off to the side and off to the crossover road there at turn 5. Unfortunate.
Something going on with that car that's not going to get fixed during this session, because he's not making any effort to get back to pit lane, it looks like.
Now, we'll remember that the time that he put in was a 143.071. That was good for fourth.
Okay.
We'll keep an eye on that and see where he stands. Spec Miata, they are going to be our last race of the day. Scheduled start time, 3:45 Eastern Time.
There's Max stalling, and my OCD is taking over, and I got to get this guy a windshield sponsor. That little pit in the windshield's driving me nuts.
Max Stallone, Brian.
Oh,
you know, we're gonna call him Sylvester at some point today.
Yes.
It looks like his windshield took a punch yesterday.
Exactly. Anyway,
because it was like that yesterday as well. All right, your fastest driver after one lap, Skip Brock Jr. out of Birmingham. Brian, he was also the fastest driver in practice yesterday morning when it didn't count. But we'll see here, that 143.728, that is about 9/10 off of the provisional pole. But again, that's only with a single lap in the books. Now, the big thing for the Spec Miata drivers here is that much like Spec MX5, we've got tire marking in effect for all of our rounds of the Super Tour this year. And what that means is, as long as it isn't declared a rain race, these drivers must use the same set of tires for both qualifying sessions as well as both races this weekend. And so that leads to obviously drivers not wanting to overdrive the tires during qualifying if they can help it, and make sure that they have tires remaining underneath them for the end of that 35-minute or 19-lap feature race that we'll have tomorrow.
Right.
Now, it does look like, Brian, that James Newell, well, I just saw a car pass the start-finish line, and it might have been Ethan Goulart all by himself, but I thought it was the Newell machine. Maybe not. We'll continue to track that, however. And we've got a number of cars coming down the pit lane, Brian, for actually a black flag.
Black flag.
Yeah, as all of our racers now coming down the pit lane. And let me take a look, Brian. We've got something going on over at turn 6. And I'm trying to see what cars we might have over there. It looks like possibly the 11 car might be there. We see the emergency services vehicles responding. And I'll gonna try to listen in on our flag net, but that might be, and I'm showing that he did not complete the opening lap. Matthew Novak in the number 11 car out of Bartlett, Illinois. Novak finished yesterday's qualifying session. Where did he finish yesterday's qualifying session? Finished 17th fastest with a time of 1:44.142. And it seems as though, Brian, from the looks of it, likely ended up outside of the groove there at turn 6. Again, a very heavily cambered turn is turn 6, and a pretty substantial gravel trap on the outside of that corner. Unfortunately, if you even get the car rotated just a little bit, it'll end up going out of our camera view, which points almost straight away down towards turn 5. So, but it appears that is the car, and we do have some emergency services vehicles out there now to try and get him out as the rest of our racers come down the pit lane. Now, we are just about halfway through the session, Brian. So why don't we take a quick break? And
that sounds like a fantastic idea.
Yeah, let me do this. Let me make a first call to the grid for our first race group, and then we'll take that break. Attention in the paddock, SMX racers. This is your first call to the grid. SMX drivers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. SMX to the grid. Okay, let's take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved, or visit SCCA.com for more information.
We're back here at Road Atlanta, Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Brian Bielanski, Gregg Ginsberg spec'd me out of qualifying. Very quick work to clean up a car at turn 6 by the Road Atlanta safety crew. Thank you, guys and gals. We're back to qualifying, Greg.
Yeah, and we had Ken Rutledge in the chat to fill us in, Brian. No, Novak did not put his car in the gravel trap. He was off power coming out of turn 5. The car coasted to a stop. They just hooked him up, which is good. He wasn't in the gravel trap. They hooked him up. They dragged him behind the wall at turn 7. And you saw right as we were going to break, they had already put cars back out on course. So should have an opportunity for racers to put in a couple more laps here. At the moment, Skip Brock Jr. is your provisional pole sitter, Brian, with a qualifying time. Well, no, I take that back. He's not your provisional pole sitter. He's your fastest driver in the session with a 1:43.030. Skylar Cottrell at a 1:43.032. And I believe those two drivers working together with Will Robinson helped me, 151, probably a 1:43.932. The provisional pole time coming into the day set by Sean Noonan, a 1:42.848. That is the time. So Brock still about 1,500, 1,600ths off of that provisional pole time here. And to give you an idea, Sean Noonan, right now, your 9th fastest driver in the session. But now some changes. More drivers cross the line. Skip Brock and Cottrell did not improve, but now Matt Stretch moves up to 3rd fastest in the session at a 1:43.606. So for the moment, Sean Noonan and Chuck McTudis, who were both down in the high 42s yesterday, they are still set to start on the front row with just a bit over 2 minutes remaining on the clock. Here, Skip Brock Jr. was your 3rd fastest driver yesterday, and so if things were to end right now, Skip Brock Jr. would start on the inside of row number 2, and James Newell at a 1:43.071, who did not complete a lap here in this afternoon session, Brian, or this late morning session. He'd still be on schedule to start 4th, as the next closest person in today's session is Matt Stretch at a 43.606. That would, given the times from yesterday, would have only been good for 13th position. So again, time's a little bit off here, but certainly that black flag did not help the situation.
No, it did not. So trying to get a couple quick laps in here with 1 minute and 20 seconds to go. So for some of these cars, that's 2 laps. For them, some of these cars, it's just going to be the one they're going to be on here. But the checkered flag will be coming out here not too long down the road. And these guys and gals got to get it done here in these final laps. Find your drafting partner or partners and work together. That's the way these cars go fast. You can see here that group of 5, but it's just, that's a little car going wide there.
Yeah, and Brian, the checkered flag is now out on the session a little bit earlier than expected. We do have a local caution over at turn 5. I don't see, and I'm not seeing what car may be over there. But, yeah, there you go. That is the 53 car in the gravel trap. And it looks like he's had a partner join, a dancing partner join him. But that has brought out a checkered flag, a slightly early checkered flag.
Yeah, that's Ryan Peterman in the 53 car. Wonder if there's a little oil down there because a couple of cars went off. It sounds like.
Yeah, and so Peterman, who came into this morning's session, actually did not set a time yesterday in that number 53 car. He's out of Broadview Heights, Illinois, I believe, and was running down towards the bottom of the order here today, was running 29th in today's session. But that brings out an early checkered flag. So, Brian, here as the cars that are coming through turn 5 right now, they've already taken the checkered flag. And I think all of our racers that were going to take the checker have... Ooh. Well, maybe not. Let's take a look here. Yeah, still have a couple now coming through, led by the 28 machine. Let's take a look at Travis Wiley, who's in that group. Skip Brock Jr. finishes the session as your fastest driver with that 143.03. Does not move up in the total scheme of things. He should start third behind Sean Noonan and Skip Brock Jr. The question, though, let's take a look, is on the very last lap, Max Stallone, our camera car, moved up the third fastest in the session behind Skylar Cottrell at a 143.391. So let's see here. So Newell at a 143.071 yesterday. He will start fourth. Then we've got, looks like it will be Matt Stretch based on his times from yesterday, a 143.165, and then Skylar Cottrell with a 143.181. Stallone does not improve on his times from yesterday, so Stallone will start 7th, with Ethan Goulart, I believe, starting in 8th. Stallone with a 143.204 yesterday. Goulart with a 143.239. Travis Wiley turned in a 143.2 yesterday. And I believe that's going to be enough for him to start 9th with Daniel Williams at a 143.270. 10th. Things were so tight and so close yesterday. A lot of that 5th through 10th are all based on yesterday's times. So let's do this, Brian. Let's make a final call to the grid for our first race of the day, and you're not going to want to miss this. If you thought Spec Miata was exciting, well, our first race should knock your socks off as well. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 1, SMX, Spec MX-5. Please head to the grid. Your race starting in just about 10 minutes. Race group number 1, SMX. You're going to be on course for your race at 11 a.m., just about a little bit over 10 minutes from now. All right, we're going to take a quick break, maybe a little bit longer break than normal. As we mentioned, our first group, SMX, scheduled to take to the track for their 25-minute sprint race at 11 o'clock Eastern Time this morning. You're watching the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
We're back here live at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Getting ready for our first race of the day. It's Spec MX5. It'll be a 25-minute race. And we have, I guess, the fly-in first and then our starting lineups.
That's right, Brian. Let's take a look at this beautiful 2.54 mile 12-turn beauty built in 1970, one of the classic road courses here in North America, and it is always a challenge here with a combination of blind corners, high-speed sweepers, threshold braking zones, and just a little bit of fear instilled as well. It should be, I think, a great race for many racers that are going to be going out in this group, Brian, that are young enough that they probably don't have any fear at all.
That's probably true.
All right, so a wonderful, wonderful race course here. We should have our Spec MX5 racers, a class that is made entirely of NC Mazda Miatas, the third-gen Mazda Miatas, and well, oddly enough, in a spec that is, all these cars are built very much the same, with the same shock packages, same engine configurations as well. They do use H-pattern gearboxes as opposed to a SADIV type transmission, and just beautiful, wonderful, quick race car. They maybe don't draft as well as the Spec Miatas do, just because of owing to the body style of these cars. But we really have seen over the last 2 years, and I had been watching before they became a national class in SCCA, some just amazing racing.
Yeah, no, definitely, and I think it's actually good that they don't draft as well as the Spec Miatas, because it creates a whole different type of feel, a different skill set in these young drivers, and I think that's pretty fantastic.
There you go. So our Dodge Challenger pace car takes to the track, Brian. It probably has more horsepower than all the SMX cars combined. Here to take our racers around the race course. Let's look at the starting order for today's race. We had 30 drivers set qualifying times, and your pole sitter today with a qualifying time of 1:38.663 from Winchester, Virginia. It's Camden Gruber. Starting to his left on the front row is going to be Matthew Novak out of Bartlett, Illinois. Row number 2, Marcelo Panicia. He will start third with Cam Eben out of Appleton, Wisconsin, starting in 4th position. Panicia, by the way, from Aurora, Ontario, Canada. Row number 3, Logan Stretch out of Arlington, Texas. He'll start beside Ethan Jacobs out of Oshkosh, Wisconsin. And we may have some in-car video from Ethan Jacobs here today. Luke Pullen from London, not Ontario, Canada, but London, England, will be starting 7th today in the number 27 machine, starting alongside 15-year-old Ayrton Grimm. Then we've got Camden Hibbett driving the number 32 machine. He's out of Galena, Ohio. He'll start 9th with Skylar Cottrell. We just saw him in Spec Miata a few moments ago. Skylar will start 10th in the number 9 car. Mateo Naranjo out of Edwards, Illinois, making the move over to the closed wheel cars from Formula F. He will start 11th today in the number 1 machine, with Cooper Hicks starting in 12th. Rocco Pascarella, who was kind enough to bring us cookies here yesterday. Rocco will start 13th today in the number 195 machine, with Will Robinson starting in 14th position, driving the number 6 car. Aiden Coleman from Wilson, Wyoming, will start 14th, with Aiden Coleman starting in 15th position, driving the number 60 machine. And beside him on the outside of row number 8 will be Weston Duchek, driving the number 40 car. Starting in 17th position will be Mitchell Lowry. Mitchell is out of Springfield, Ohio, driving the number 2 machine. And then driving the 3 car will be Chase McIntyre out of Akron, Ohio. Chase will start 18th, and he will start just ahead of row number 10, and that is made up of Michael Tinnis, a former SMX race winner, driving the number 26 car, and Vaughn Mishko in the number 99 car, starting in 20th. Then we got Joey Andrews and Will Lucas. They'll start 21st and 22nd today as we get ready for the green, Brian.
First 10 rows, side by side, 2 by 2, coming through 12, waiting for the green flag. It is in the air, and we are racing here. Spec MX5. Now they're 3 wide down the front stretch, heading into turn 1, probably 5 wide by the time they get there.
That's Spec Racer Ford, Brian.
That's right, that's right.
There they go, 30-plus cars heading into turn 1, and it looks like 30-plus cars making it through just fine.
Yeah, well, we'll see here as they come up the hill and into turn 3, Brian. Camden Gruber, our pole sitter, got a great start there in that green and blue Planet Miata car. It opened up about 4 car lengths as he moved to the center of the track through turn 1. And we're seeing still cars side by side coming down through the S's. It's not the fast way, but if that big group can keep close enough, they may be able to draft back up to the top 3 racers as they come out of turn 7 and onto the back straight. You see here already where we've got, I think that's Panicia has now moved up, and also Novak has moved right to the back of the Gruber car going out of turn 6 into turn 7. And, you know, and here, even though they may not draft as well as the Spec Miata, we've got such a long back straightaway here at Road Atlanta. It shouldn't be very hard for the cars to at least close things down and be in a position as they get into that threshold braking area down at turn 10A.
There you go, a little 2-car breakaway, then a little gap back to 3rd place, and then another gap back to 4th through 35th. Here they come through 10A, 10B for the first time under full power here, up over the hill, under the bridge, and down towards that, big, little off there, I shouldn't say that big off, little off, but they're back going again, down the hill and towards that big cement wall at the exit of turn 12.
There you go. And so, Matt, we saw where Matt Novak, Brian, in the black number 11 car, he had caught up to Camden Gruber before they ever got to turn 7. He was on the back of the 24 car as they went into that heavily cambered turn 6. And we've got a car, Brian, off at turn number 1 that you can see the dust and the dirt there. We're going to try and get the car number there, and I believe it's possibly the number 4 machine that went off. Let me see if I can get a verification of that, and it's buried pretty deep in the gravel trap. So there is a local caution at 1. Let's
big car off
continue to
into
follow.
the wall. I don't know who that car was. Oh, it's going and rolling over, ends up on its wheels there. That was the car that went off the wall into turn 5. We will keep an eye on that situation. We're going to go full course yellow here for sure for that incident and the one in turn 1. A lot of action here early in this race, Greg.
Yes, sir. And so, you know, as I was saying, where Novak had been able to get back up to Camden Gruber early in the first lap, you'll see now where, and certainly if we go to a full course caution, everybody's going to compress down here soon enough. And the car off that we're getting word that was off over at turn 5 was the 111 machine. That was Joey Andrews. And again, still trying to get a bead on, actually, I believe the car that's off at turn 1, Brian, is the 134 car of Will Lucas.
Okay.
Out of Dahlonega, Georgia. Did I pronounce that right for once?
Yes.
And rather than going to a full course caution, Brian, we are going to be black flagging the session, bringing all of our drivers down the pit lane where they will stage up. And so at the end of lap number 1, I'm going to let the cars come across the line. I should mention that when we have a black flag, there's nothing that stops drivers from passing one another.
Right.
So if there's a change in the order and things need to be rolled back to the previous full lap, they may make some changes on the grid. But I wanted to at least let the cars come across the timing line on the pit lane so we can see what the current order is. And we do have it there on the ticker with Gruber, Novak, Panicia, your top 3, Ethan Jacobs, Logan Stretch rounding out the top 5. And we're going to let that go. Brian, perhaps what we do is we take our break now.
Yep.
Break that we normally take mid-session, and when we come back, hopefully we'll be ready to go back to green flag racing here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because they build them with the racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of the SCCA since 1995 and sponsor the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trials Program, and Track Might in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved, or visit SCCA.com for more information.
All right, we're back here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. I'm Brian Bielanski. Gregg Ginsberg, we're under a black flag all situation. We had a car with a heavy impact at turn 5 and a rollover, and then we had another car go off at turn 1. They're getting all of that cleaned up right now. Looks as though things are getting cleaned up fairly rapidly.
Yeah, indeed. We've gotten word, and by the way, again, the two cars involved, and there were some questions in the chat, over at turn 1 in the gravel trap. That is the 134 machine of Will Lucas, and over at turn 5, and we already have the car that had the incident at turn 5 on the rollback. They're getting ready to take it off course, and I think they've already taken it off course. That was the 111 car of Joey Andrews, and word we've gotten is that the driver's okay. And luckily, it was a fairly slow roll. And Brian, I've seen it many a time there. It's hard to pick up from our cameras, but on the exit of turn 5, yes, there's that huge gravel trap on driver's right that if you really get it wrong, if you don't get it as wrong, just to the exit of turn 5, there is almost a triangular, much smaller little gravel trap, and if you get to that gravel trap, it will in many cases send the car bounding a little bit through the air. You rarely, if ever, end up stuck in that gravel trap. But pretty much what we saw there with the 134 car, it unsettled it enough that it put it up by the conveyor belt covered tire walls there, which kind of led to what was going on.
Well,
and I always say turn 5 is probably the most difficult corner here, and probably one of the most treacherous corners here.
Yeah, definitely. And it used to be that they didn't have that extra pavement and curbing that they have now. And
Right.
off there was a guaranteed up close and personal with the tire wall. Now, with that piece of asphalt and that curbing there, you had a fighting chance of being able to at least maybe glance off that tire wall or miss it entirely. And the chances are a lot better now than they used to be.
Right.
when I last raced there, you went off there and you were writing a check for body work pretty easily. So
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And there you go. You could see there as they pulled the 134 car back out of the gravel trap. So hopefully we'll be able to get things back underway. Remember, this is a 25-minute timed race. The clock does, as I think Brian put in the chat, continue to run. If we got down to the point we only have really one full lap under green, the second lap was completed on the pit lane here. If it came down to our race steward's discretion, they could set up essentially like a green-white checker. But we'll worry about that when we get to that point, Brian. There's still a lot of time here on the clock.
You can see that coming onto pit lane right now is the car that rolled over, and the other car has just driven away. So I am pretty certain that we're going to get probably back with maybe 10 minutes to go here, and still get several good laps of racing in. And the stewards do have the discretion to extend the clock a little bit as well.
Right.
They don't often do it. Some do it more than others. But so there is that option as well. But we'll see what happens here. And we've got one more race to get in before lunch, the GT1 race. I saw earlier in the chat, who was? Joe Aquilani was here waiting for the GT1 race. So that's going to be a good one. Lots of good cars in that field as well. That's coming up next before lunch. And then we'll have 5 races after lunch. So definitely want to stay with us through the lunch area. Breakfast for those of us on the West Coast.
Yes.
So, but yeah, we're going to get back to racing here pretty quickly.
And Brian, we got word from Race Control about a minute ago that we had the 3 minutes before they were going to release them. So probably about 2 minutes now. And I'm not seeing any large changes here on the pit lane as far as having to reorder cars. So it looks like things are going to move pretty quickly. The one thing to note is there is one car that when the entire crowd came in under the black flag, he pulled himself out of line, moved himself over to one of the pit stalls. He's out of the car, hood is up. Regardless, once somebody works on the car, once you pull yourself out of line, you've guaranteed a spot at the back of the line.
Correct.
So that car, regardless, and unfortunately it's a little bit too far out of my from where I am to be able to get the car number, but I will tell you that the chances of that car going back out on track are pretty slim because the driver has just come up to the pedestrian bridge right by the start-finish line, and he's walking over to the pro paddock, which is on the right of the front straight. So very little chance that car is going to rejoin the action.
Right. A couple questions from the chat. Tony Kart Racer asks if there's a public road nearby. What am I seeing in the background? That's the road, the inside the track area that gets you to the infield area. So
yes,
there's it's basically a beautiful picnic park in the infield of this racetrack, and you get to a whole bunch of different areas to view. And there's also a paddock on the inside as well. They call it the pro paddock, and you have to go up the hill and over the bridge to get down to the pro paddock. So that's where those cars are coming and going from that you see out there. Also, Retro Gaming says it may be breakfast on the West Coast, but it's dinner time in Romania. So I would actually rather be in Romania having dinner. So that would be fun.
Have something for me.
Exactly. Exactly. So, the main public access road is parallel to pit lane, but 500-600 yards further
behind.
away.
Yeah, there's like an entire four-station area of kudzu back there before you get to the main road. I think State Road 53 over here. But it's interesting, that road that we every time as we've got our racers heading back out now onto the track, and we're going to get racing underway. When the shot that we show from turn 1 down towards turn 12, and you see that access road with the white fencing and what have you, there it is. When that again runs right alongside turn 12, and it rises up, you can kind of see it follows the elevation rise going up towards turn 12 and where that Fox Factory Bridge is. And of course, that road you can turn left and come right over top of the Fox Factory Bridge. So And as you said, very much, we talk about the National Park of Speed, Road America, Road Atlanta, also very much park-like.
Yes.
Huge infield areas here. Lots of places to camp, lots of places to set up and watch racing as well.
Yep. And you could drive most of the infield with a regular car, so you could spend a little time at one corner and then go hang out at another corner. It's really perfectly set up for the race fan, which I love. So
exactly. And of course, right behind us here at Turn 5 is perhaps the premier place to watch racing from Road Atlanta, what they call, oddly enough, Spectator Hill.
Yeah.
And Brian, as we were talking about how the 111 car went bounding through that little baby gravel trap, probably, and there it is right there just before this gravel, and what usually upsets the car is when it hits this darker piece of asphalt after having been in that little piece of gravel. Perhaps my biggest racing memory was years ago. It was, I think, 2007. I was racing the American Road Race of Champions here in the ITA class, and I came through Turn 5 and went bounding through that little baby gravel trap. Greg Kramer, my announcing idol, was calling races from a rental car on Spectator Hill. And as I bounded through the air, everything got very, very quiet, except I could hear Greg Kramer over the PA system screaming, "There's Ginsberg flying through the air!" and all I could remember was, "Oh my God, he's talking about me."
Yeah.
What do I do now?
Charlie Kopecki's in the chat. Ian Hurrell in the chat. Lots of Luke Pullen fans in the chat.
Yes,
so
a lot of them.
Coming over, watching from Great Britain and the UK and all that good stuff. So awesome for them to be here with us here. All right, looks like when we get back to action here, we're going to be right around 7.5 minutes to go in this race. That's going to be 3 good laps, right, Greg?
Given that we've got about 8 minutes, I'd say 3, possibly 4.
Right. So this will be a good time, and these drivers are going to want to need to get it done quickly here. So watch for the top 10 to do whatever they can to get to the front here. And it looks like we have a Corvette pace car now.
Yes, well, it's because the Challenger likely ran out of gas.
That's true. Yeah, exactly.
Because I think when you get on that throttle, it gets about 3 miles to the gallon. But as you can see here, this is a single file restart, as we do here in the Sports Car Club of America. And the pace car now on the pit lane, turning things over. Back to you, Brian, for the restart.
All right, that's Camden Gruber at the point behind him. Matthew Novak and Marcello Panizzi as they head down full throttle now towards turn 1. Green flag is in the air, and they again span out 4 and 5 wide as they get into turn 1. They'll go to the right-hander, then up the hill. Hopefully everybody will make it through nice and clean. Oh, there's 2 cars off. Let's see if they can clean that back up and get it together. Looks like they've kept control as they head to turn 2.
Yeah, and Brian, it is so easy to run off there on the outside one. There's not a lot of grip. It is a very high-speed corner, that turn 1, and it takes a lot of commitment. But on the outside, usually a lot of marbles are out there, sometimes gravel from where cars have gone off previously. And, once you kind of commit and you end up about 3/4 of the way to the outside there, it's very difficult to keep the car on the course as it continues to bend back to the right and go up the hill, because typically there's already a car that's taking your spot there on the as they track out on that exit. As now, that early lead for Gruber obviously now gone as they had that single file restart. And here you've got a couple cars coming side by side through turn 7. Certainly not the quick way through, and you could see there those 2 cars that exited 7 side by side, they've lost maybe about 3-4 car lengths. There it is, the green car and the car directly behind, to the group ahead, and it's simply because you just can't get a good exit off that corner onto this long straight.
There's Panizia trying to make a move on the outside going into 10B. Now it's 3 wide for second place here as they come up the hill towards turn 12. Good news for Camden Gruber. That's given him a bit of a gap. 4 cars trying to get
one position as they come through 12, up the hill towards, or up the road towards turn 1. Who is going to be there? Ethan Jacobs takes second place.
That's right. Ethan Jacobs is in that green, the green 199. Our camera car, as a matter of fact, so hopefully get a good view now. So Matthew Novak, Brian, as they went into 10A and 10B, Novak, who entered that complex in second place, he got pushed all the way to the inside, actually ended up with his right front wheel on the inside of the curbing, and if you watched his car, it actually bounded through the air a little bit because it's a huge transition back to the pavement. In doing that, he had to get out of the throttle, and he had already been consumed by the 3 cars behind, and so Jacobs, Panicia, as well as Logan Stretch have now worked their way around. And you saw there, Brian, a little bit of handwork there from Ethan Jacobs, trying to signal to Camden Gruber that they should work together and try and pull away from the rest of the pack if possible, that Jacobs wasn't going to try and make a move and make a pass on him. And you're going to probably see as we watch this, probably a lot of hand signals from Jacobs as he and Gruber have as best a communication as they can for drivers that are not on the same radio system.
On board here with second place, Ethan Jacobs, the left-hander, 10A right there. Now the right-hander, 10B, up the hill under the Fox Factory Bridge, and then down the hill. If we stay with this camera, you're going to see a big cement wall out there. If you're smart, you're not looking at the wall. You're completely ignoring it. Hard on the gas through 12, down towards turn 1. 3 minutes, 56 seconds to go. Jacobs takes a peek on the inside, but he's not going to make the move this time. He's going to try to pull away, but the third place car is right behind him. Now a little bit side by side as they come up towards 2. Ethan Jacobs trying to be big in the mirrors of Camden Gruber as they come down towards the S's. Look at them through the first part of the S's. Unlike lap 1 of this race where the first 2 cars pulled away, it's a 3-car train in 4th and 5th right there here as they come through with about 3.5 minutes to go here, Greg. Oh, there is Gruber way off wide there. 2 cars at least are going to get by, maybe 3, and more cars going off as well.
Attention in the paddock, race group 2, GT1, GT2, American Sedan, T1, T2, and GTX. Please head to the grid. Race group 2, GT1, GT2, American Sedan, T1, T2, and GTX. Please head to the grid.
All right now it's Jacobs, Marcello, Gruber now in 3rd place as they head down the backstretch towards turn 10, Greg. What an amazing bit of camera work we had there at turn 5. 3 or 4 cars went off wide, just like on that first lap, and they all were able to keep it together, Greg. Here they come to turn 10.
All right, Brian, and as they come in, oh, look, getting a little bit loose there is Panicia in that red and white number 10 machine. As we've got Camden Gruber, again, dropping back in the 3rd place. Ethan Jacobs, your leader, and so Gruber with what looks to be with just about 2 minutes remaining on the clock, likely this lap and 1 more afterwards there as the pair goes through side by side up through turn 1. The question then is going to be, can Logan Stretch and Matt Novak, again, Novak early on in that top 3, whether or not they can close things down to the top 3 here and put up a challenge? And there's your answer, Brian, just coming up the hill and going into turn 3. They're now right on the back of Jacobs, Panicia, and Gruber.
4 cars.
Gruber gets very wide for
Yes, and he's so wide that he's able to possibly keep it off the wall there. We're going to know in just a second. Yeah, he's still there, back to 5th place now. What a great piece of, either a great piece of driving or a whole lot of luck right there for Camden Gruber.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, Gruber's had tons of experience racing in these NC Miatas, typically in the ITS class, raced last year in SMX as well. But Brian, in doing that, and a lot of the drivers behind him, they had to check up. That has given Ethan Jacobs now about 6 or 7 car lengths. That might be difficult for Panicia to close up on, as you now have, I think that's Matt Novak in the 111 car, popping to the inside, trying to work his way around Panicia. It's 3 cars, it's Panicia, it's Logan Stretch, and Matt Novak trying to battle for that new 2nd position going into 10A. And there you go, Novak now moves back into 2nd, move Panicia back into 3rd. And Brian, indeed, the white flag is being displayed now on the front straight as Ethan Jacobs in the number 199 machine starts the final lap.
That's Ethan Jacobs, then it's Novak, and then right behind him, Panacea. It's possible that they can catch back up. It's only about a 3-car length lead. A little mistake by Jacobs, and they're right there again as they come up over the hill through 2 and heading down towards the S's for the final time here. It does look, Greg, like Jacobs has a good enough lead. If he doesn't make any mistakes, I don't think the second place car can catch him at this point in time.
No, it's going to be hard, and what Novak or whoever is there behind Jacobs, although again they're closing up.
Big spin right in front of the field, but thankfully pulled off towards the left, which is not in the racing line, but that's going to give the race. As long as Ethan Jacobs doesn't have any more problems, that's going to hand the win to Ethan Jacobs right here, because everyone had to check up.
And that was Novak, Brian, as he got loose coming through turn 5, and you got it. And typically the move that most cars take with the trajectory, if you don't lock them down soon enough, is to head right to that wall on the left-hand side. Luckily, because it is a blind corner, a lot of drivers, they were able to miss that car coming through, although it does look like there's some bumper damage, rear bumper damage to, I believe that is the Hibbett car, the number 32 machine, running in 6th position. But look at this, Brian, coming down for the final time in the 10A and 10B. Ethan Jacobs in what is going to be an 8-lap race. He's now opened up about 7 car lengths.
Yeah, Jacobs is going to take the win. The question is, who is it going to be in 3rd place? And I think that's in 2nd place. I think that's going to be Logan Stretch in that Tires America car. He is probably going to come across the line in 2nd place right now. There he is. He's going to take 2nd place with Marcello Panacea in 3rd on this furious last couple of laps of this race.
Yeah, indeed. So that's going to be your top 3. Camden Gruber, who had his challenges at turn 5 just 2 laps ago. He'll come home in 4th after starting from pole and being your early leader. Camden Hibbett moves up into 5th position in the number 32 machine. He'll finish 5th. Luke Pullen will finish in 6th. Cam Eben will finish 7th. Then Wes Duchek, and Wes Duchek started in 16th position, Brian. He moves up 8 positions to finish 8th. Mateo Naranjo will finish in 9th, and Mitch Lowry in the number 2 machine. He started 17th. He will finish and round out the top 10.
Ethan Jacobs pounding on the wheel in excitement as he comes through turn 6 on a cool-down lap. What a great piece of driving by him. Some really fantastic. And Logan Stretch, not really in our discussion a whole lot for the whole race, but right there at the end, pops in and grabs 2nd place.
Yeah, indeed. Stretch, who started off in 5th. I mean, he was in the right places at the right time in that Wheels America car. Great run for him. All right, Brian, let me make a quick call to the grid for our 2nd and final race of the morning, and then we'll take a quick break. Attention in the paddock, 2nd call and final call for race group number 2, GT1, GT2, American Sedan, Touring 1, Touring 2, and GTX. Please head to the grid. Race group 2, GT1, GT2, American Sedan, Touring 1, Touring 2, and GTX racers. This is your final call to the grid. All right, let's take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more racing action from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
And we are back here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. GT cars, our ground pounders. Up next, GT A Sedan, Touring 1 and 2. Greg, you've got our starting lineups.
I do, Brian. We had 34 drivers in the group. And as we many times do with this race group, what we are going to do is we're going to split them up. We're going to have our GT cars at the front of the field behind one pace car. We'll have our touring cars at the back, likely behind a second pace car. Let me run down the starting order for the touring cars first, then we'll move over to the GTs. Starting on pole for our second group. In the Touring 1 class in a Chevy Corvette, it is James Candelario with a qualifying time of 1:29.634. Zach Monette in the number 99 Chevy Camaro will start second. Starting third, Jonathan Vasquez in the number 127 Touring 1 BMW M3 with Paolo Salvatore. Also in Touring 1, driving the number 42 Ford Mustang, he starts fourth. Then we've got Juan Carlos LaRue. He's going to start fifth. He's in the number 74 Touring 1 Porsche Cayman. BMW M4. I'm sorry. Then we've got starting fifth. We've got probably sixth, pardon me, Rafael Suncow. He is from Cumming, Georgia. He's running a Porsche Cayman. Then we got James Davidson. He will start in seventh position. James is in Touring 2, and he's got a Chevy Corvette with Tom Ellis, your American sedan pole sitter, starting eighth. He is in a Ford Mustang. Michael Kamalian will start ninth in an American sedan Ford Mustang. Greg Eaton, 10th in an American sedan Ford Mustang. Starting 11th, repeat after me, everybody, in an American sedan Ford Mustang. We've got James Jost. And then we've got Bassem Abdullah. He is driving his Touring 2 BMW 240 IR with Russ King starting in 13th position, lucky 13th. He's in a BMW M2 CSR. Now let's move over to our GT cars. Starting on pole with a qualifying time of 1:21.244 in a GT1 Lamborghini Huracan, Michael McAleenan. Dave Pintarik will start on the outside of the front row in his GT1 Ford Mustang. Joe Frieda in a Chevrolet Camaro GT1 car will start third, with Jared Odrick, your GT2 pole sitter, starting fourth. He's in a TA2 Chevy Camaro. Then we got Austin Jers. He will start fifth, also in a TA2 Camaro, with David Jans in his GT1 Ford Mustang. starting in 6th. Starting 7th, it is going to be Steve Lustig in a GT2 Chevy Camaro with Patrick Paul in his GT2 Camaro. He will start in 8th position. Starting 9th, it is Barry Bowes in a GT2 Ford Mustang with Jorge Nazario in his GT2 Chevy Corvette. As the pace car, Brian, is on the pit lane, and over to you for our GT start.
Not the best formed up field I've ever seen, but with a split start, they're probably going to get a green flag here, and they're coming down to the line. Green flag is in the air. That is McAleenan in that Lambo going towards turn 1 for the first time, with Pinteric right behind him in that Mustang, that beautiful red, white, and blue American flag livery Mustang. Up over the hill here, over turn 2, heading down towards the S's for the first time. McAleenan and Pinteric have a little bit of lead over 3rd place.
Yeah, Joe Frieda dropping a little bit further back as he's got the Camaro of Jared Odrick, our GT2 leader, just behind, and starting to see Odrick, Jers, Lustig, all GT2 cars backing up just a little bit as our touring car field, Brian, still waiting for them to come underneath the Fox Factory Bridge here, and there we go. 2nd pace car now on the pit lane, and over to you for our 2nd start.
And here comes our touring and A sedan cars as they come down the hill for their green flag. A little smaller field here as they come down. Green flag is in the air. That's James Candelaria, your 1st place car, heading down and bringing the field towards turn 1.
And Brian, as they came down for the start, now it didn't seem to hurt Candelaria, obviously, as he's opened up now about 5 car lengths, but on the start, he had the inside wheels on that curbing, and the rear end stepped out on him just a little bit, didn't get a good drive off, but again, didn't seem to be a problem for him as they make their way through turn 3. And I'll tell you what, Brian, our lead GT1 cars, they're gonna come up onto the back of this touring car field very, very quickly, because if we can stay on this shot, Jordan, you're going to see the Touring 1, or probably the GT1 leaders of McAleenan and Dave Pinteric now starting to come down through the S's.
Yeah, unfortunately, that 2nd pace car brought that 2nd group way too slow around the racetrack, and the whole advantage of having a split start is going to be kind of lost here, because by the end of lap number 2, it looks like our GT cars are probably going to start to catch the back of the touring field, and we're going to see these cars. Here are our GT1 cars now down towards turn 6, and you can see McAleenan and Pinteric pretty much checked out. Joe Frieda, your 3rd place car, with a big gap back to 4th. And it's time to get these cars moving down. This is probably our 2nd fastest race of the weekend, or at least as far as our cars go. And with the time race, it doesn't matter as much.
Yeah, I was going to say 25 minutes is 25 minutes.
Yeah,
right.
I was thinking about tomorrow when we're on laps.
Hey, Brian, I was hoping Jordan could maybe switch over, as we've got a car off and around over at turn number 7.
Yeah, right there.
And that, I think, might be the Odrick. No, it's a little bit too far back. I thought maybe it was the Odrick Mustang. No, and matter of fact, that is Patrick Utt in the, I think it's the number 69 car, if I remember correctly. 49 car of Patrick Utt that went around over at turn 7. I was hoping that we could get to the in-car video of Dave Pinteric, because we're probably going to see he and McAleenan now coming up onto the back of that touring car field.
Yeah, and look at that. He's got several touring cars between him and McAleenan taking advantage of this opportunity exactly as he should. But unfortunately, this is a tough position for Pinteric. He's now got to get around these cars and try to get caught back. Hope that McAleenan has some similar difficulties as he makes his way through the front part of this touring field. That's going to be the only way, without a mistake, that Pinteric's going to be able to catch McAleenan, because McAleenan caught the back of the pack at just the perfect time, and now Pinteric's got to try to work his way back towards the front.
Yeah, and we'll see here as Pinteric, you watch the speed of this car on the right-hand side, now just cresting 170 miles an hour before he has to slam on the brakes and drop it all the way down into the mid-60s, Brian. And you said it as Michelin got through, and it left Pinteric having to make do with a number of, you know what, I'm going to correct that, Brian.
Oh, no.
You don't see Michelin up front, and that is because Pinteric is actually your GT1 leader.
Wow.
All right, Michelin behind, but they had to make their way through all the American sedan traffic. We saw where he got around James Jost, and he'd come underneath the Mustang of, Gregg Eaton going into turn 7, and luckily, you know, once you get on the straightaway, obviously they've got a bit of an advantage there, and the track widens out as well. So a good run for them, but now they come up onto the back of some of that touring car traffic through the S's, where it really becomes a problem. And here's where the seas will part for them, perhaps a little bit, as they try to slice underneath going into turn 6.
I've never been happier to be wrong, Greg, to thinking that Michelin had gotten through, because I just like great racing, and now we have a race back in our view here with the GT1 field, with Pinteric now first, Michelin in second, and they will work hard. These two cars make power very differently. Obviously the Mustang just raw power, but there's so much downforce, and with that, we got a car off. And that one's got some damage too, it looks like.
And I think that might be Barry Bowes in that the light blue Ford Mustang, the TA2 car, GT2 car.
I think he got all the way off in turn 7 and hit the wall, and was able to back off the wall, because there is just a ton of damage to the front of that car.
You know, either that, Brian, or maybe under braking. And there's another car coming off track right now, one of our touring cars. It's possible that maybe we had some nose-to-tail contact coming into turn number 7, as opposed to it being the tire wall there. We'll get the number on that car that's coming down the pit lane now. And it is the 50. It's the 51 machine of Tom Ellis. And Tom Ellis, that was your pole sitter, an American sedan. I don't see any damage at the back of that car, so probably not the issue there.
So the discussion we had earlier about getting through traffic and getting to the back of that field, the two cars that did take advantage, Pinteric and Michelin. Joseph Frieda, though, he's the one who's had the difficulties. He is already 17 seconds behind the leaders in GT1. There he is going through our screen right now in that Corvette. He is the one who's had a harder time getting through this slower traffic, and not being able to keep up with the two leaders, not getting the same advantage with the blue flags.
And Brian, what I'd like to do, if we look here, we've got the dark blue Mustang and the powder blue Mustang coming out of turn 7.
Right.
In the midst of all of those GT cars that are coming through, that is the battle for the lead in American sedan. And we've just now, in the course of about half a lap, had 3 changes in position there for the lead. That is in the dark blue, that's Gregg Eaton, who's a 3-time national champion, James Jost, a 1-time national champion, and with Tom Ellis retiring, that is now the battle for the lead. And James Jost gets back around Gregg Eaton again now, so make it 4 changes in position for the lead just in the span of half a lap as they come through turn 12 and onto the front straight.
So the two cars Greg's talking about, this light blue car and then the blue car right behind him, those are the two cars in a sedan that Gregg was talking about there. And now that powder blue car has to go a little bit wide, and another change for lead there in a sedan. What a great battle there, Gregg.
Yeah, I knew that we needed to move there, and especially as we're starting to see some of the other GT cars come through there, like Tiger Tom Patton in that beautiful GT2 Sunbeam Tiger.
Yep.
Here as he is now slotted in behind, and I think we've got one of our touring cars directly, one of our T2 Corvettes directly behind them. But great fight there in that between those two, and again, 2 national champions just fighting. And it was interesting because even on a couple laps earlier when we were watching the Pinteric car come through, as James Jost runs very wide, is not going to get a good dig out of turn 7. As we were watching the Pinteric car, it was interesting because coming out of turn 5, going down to turn 6, James Jost actually pinched Pinteric a little bit. And I think a little bit of that had to do with the fact that he was trying to keep, at least for a little while longer, that GT1 car behind him so that it would keep Gregg Eaton just that little bit further behind. But look at this. Look at the speed that Jost is carrying, because even as he ran 2 wheels into the dirt coming out of 7, he was able to pull back within about 4 car lengths.
What I love about SCCA racing, Greg, you know, we're talking about a battle for 26th overall, but it's a class battle for a lead here in this race. There's always something happening on the racetrack at these races, and it's not always right up front. So good on you for pointing that out so we could keep a track of this. While that's happening, though, we still have only a 0.4 of a second lead up front for Penteric over Michelin in here at the front of our pack. And then again, we've talked about it, a big gap back to third place in GT1. Taking a look at the GT2 battle right now, Jared Odrick has an 0.8 of a second lead over Steven Lutzik, and behind Lutzik is Austin Jers. In Turing 1, James Candelaria has a 6-second lead over Jonathan Vasquez. Zachary Monette is in 3rd. And in GT2, Rafael Ascunza is in 1st with a 4-second lead over James Davidson. Russell King is in 3rd. So that's all of our classes on the track right now.
All right, Brian, and also Jared, I'd like to move over towards turn 1. You see this black and white car, and then the light blue, the 2 Camaros coming towards us. That is actually the battle for the lead in GT2. That Lustig at the end of the previous lap was about 0.8 of a second back. He's closed things up. It's the 0-0 car of Jared Odrick, who was our 2023 national champion in GT2, and then Steven Lustig, and they're both racing in TA2 Camaros. And you can see there he's been able to pull, as they're having to deal with some of that slower traffic in the touring classes, been able to pull right up behind. And a matter of fact, I think right behind them might be the 131 of Austin Jers. And bringing him into this fight as well, because he was only a couple tenths back at last look as well.
Here that group comes out of turn 7 into our living room. Right now, these 3 cars are the ones that Greg has been talking about here, of Odrick, Lustig, and Jers down the backstretch.
You know, and this is one of the challenges, Brian, of multi-class racing, where these cars, they make power in very different ways. I mean, even when we see like the differences between Michelin and Penteric's GT1 cars, or one is an FIA GT3 car, one is a traditional Trans Am / GT1 car with a tube frame, where one relies on aerodynamics and relies on braking capabilities, where one relies on horsepower. As we've got some drivers that have run very wide coming out of turn 12. Big giant dust cloud there on the front straight. It was funny watching people on the pit lane here actually take cover to stay away from the dirt.
I think that was Austin Jers who popped up that dust there. And, you know, another point, Greg, a skill set here is not only knowing the cars in your class, but knowing the other car classes and when is a good place to take and make a pass against these different classes. And that just takes experience and track time of racing with these other cars all the time.
All right, Brian, I think we got it. Yeah, absolutely. Coming into turn 1 now. Let's keep on this camera here. But that fight for the lead in American Sedan is essentially done. It appears as though, and we know with American Sedan that these cars are very high-strung, and sometimes just making sure that they can make it to the end of the race is key. And it appears as though James Jost, who had some issues with his Ford Mustang yesterday during the first day of qualifying, is having some issues again. He had fallen off the pace of Greg Eaton on that last lap as he went into turn 1, started to see some white smoke from the left rear of that car. So unfortunately, it looks like that that light blue number 14 Mustang may have given up the ghost.
All right, we're halfway through this race. Let's take our break, Greg, and then when we come back, we'll hopefully stay green all the way to the finish.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advantage technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction, designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because they build them with the racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right, Track Night in America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country. It's the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in your street cars all year long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from across the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 23 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Back here live at Road Atlanta for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Your leader right now, David Panterick, Michael McAleenan in second, Jared Odrick, your third place car is your leader in GT2, but there's a lot to talk about, Greg.
Yeah, indeed, Brian. We just, you may have seen it during the break there. David Jansen, number 3, GT1 Mustang. Some mechanical issues. He has now pulled over right between 10A and 10B. We've got a local caution there covering that section, so no passing until they get from the corner station, which is about halfway up the hill, halfway before 10A, until you get past the incident. So that definitely creates some issues. But Brian, let's jump back to this battle for the lead in GT1 as they come through our shot with another Ford Mustang. God, it's like a Cars and Coffee going on around here or something. It is Dave Panterick and Michael McAleenan fighting it out for the win. And, we talked this morning during qualifying how, this is a fight that we've watched now for almost a year and a half between these two very different types of cars.
Yes, definitely. We talked about this on the Inside the SCCA podcast for the preview of this race, and Panterick's got a lot of respect for McAleenan in this car and how he drives it. So I'm sure he's got one eye looking forward and the other eye looking in that rearview mirror as he tries to get past one of these slower Mustangs here. Looks like he's going to catch him right at the best spot possible going down the back straight.
So here, remember, as they come down into 10A, they're going to see the yellow flag right here, Brian. And so there is no passing until they get down the hill and past that incident. And nobody tell that BMW that, because that's, well, yeah, anyway.
Now,
Brian, right now, I'm covering my eyes and covering my ears.
Earmuffs.
Yes, exactly. Didn't see a thing from that BMW.
Yeah. I'll tell you though, Panterick and McAleenan put on a master class right now of working their way through different classes of traffic. Both of them able to get through the cars at about the same time, no big gaps being caused, and it has really, really been well done. And of course, the leaders of the race have the best advantage of the blue flaggers.
Brian,
yeah.
Brian, checkered flag is being shown at the starter stand now, and Yeah, and so it appears to me, well, unless they decided to throw it before the leader, yeah, there's a car off over in turn 6 in the gravel trap. The question is, and I did not see whether or not the Pinteric and McElhenney had received the checkered flag. The way they're driving right now, I'm under the impression that they either the checkered flag was not out or they did not see the checkered flag, one of the two. So I'm going to go under the assumption that this is the battle for the win right now in GT1 as they come down the hill and into turn 10A and 10B.
Yeah, both of these cars have radios, I'm pretty certain, so their crews will be telling them what they need to know here as they come down through 12 for the final time. Pinteric is your leader right now. He is going to take that checkered flag, so regardless of whether it was last lap or this lap, it looks like it's going to be Pinteric, McElhenney, and Odrick is going to be your top 3 in this race.
All right, so as I believe every other driver, and yeah, we're actually starting to see now, I think it was Jared Odrick coming underneath the Fox Factory Bridge and heading to the pit lane. Let's go and run down the finishing order here. A little bit of a surprise there as the checker was brought out about 5 minutes before the scheduled finish time for this race. In GT1, taking the win, Dave Pinteric with Michael McElhenney finishing second. Joe Frieda in his Chevrolet Corvette will finish in third. Bob Monette will finish in fourth. Then, of course, David Jans finishing fifth, where he is, where I guess he can bask in the glory from the middle of turn A and 10A and 10B. In GT2, taking the win, Jared Odrick with Stephen Lustig finishing second. Jorge Nazario will take the bronze. And on, I believe it was the second to last lap, Ray Mason managed to get around Tiger Tom Patton. He'll finish just off the podium in fourth. In Touring 1, taking the win, it was James Candelaria in his Chevy Corvette. He holds off Zach Monette in his GT4 Chevy Camaro. Jonathan Vasquez in his BMW M3, the 127 machine, will finish in third, with Juan Carlos LaRue in a BMW M4 will finish in fourth. And then in Touring 2, Rafael Suncow will finish with the win in his Porsche Cayman, with James Davison finishing 7 seconds in arrears in the Chevy Corvette. He'll finish second. Russ King will finish in third. And then finally to American Sedan, where Greg Eaton takes the win. Michael Kamalian will finish second. And then it is Tom Ellis, who came down the pit lane early here, well, I think with only 2 laps down, with 1 lap down, finishes with only 10 laps out of 11 in the books. Finishing third, James Jost finishes off the podium in fourth.
All right, that's going to do it for our morning racing action here from Road Atlanta. We're going to take a break so that our workers can come in and have a little bit of lunch and take a little time off their feet. But we're going to get back to racing action right around 1:05 p.m. Eastern Time. And that will be our Spec Racer Ford 3 race. That is always a fantastic race. So,
oh yes,
if you're gonna step away, don't step away for too long. Finish your breakfast or your lunch right in front of the TV, because that's going to be a fun one, Greg.
There you go. I am definitely looking forward to it. So everybody enjoy lunch. I know I'm going to enjoy lunch here at the Paddock Grill right up the hill, and we'll see you in just about an hour. Thanks for watching our coverage this morning from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic. I think they kind of cater to the whole crowd of people. They got the SUVs for the soccer moms and stuff like that, but then you got your Miatas and your Speed 3s for your car enthusiasts. So I think they cater to all crowds, and so I think that's something that everyone can get behind.
In terms of maintaining equipment, I mean, running a prep shop, I mean, day in, day out, we're maintaining cars for customers all over the country. Mazda, hands down, is probably the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none in terms of specific competition parts availability, pricing, access to their technical knowledge and base. It just feels right. You feel connected.
So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support. contingency support as well. All of this is done through our website and the team support program and the Parts 800 number. We have two main ways that customers can acquire parts from Mazda Motorsports. It's through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. You know, simple information, prove that you're a racer with a race result. That gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives basically 5 days a week.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform. You know, a lot of guys would run double stints just to get time on track. They're super reliable, don't break. And Mazda Motorsports has some of the best just support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else. So they make it easy for us to run these cars.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
There's nothing else like this. There's no other big class that has the highest quality of drivers in it. And it's really attracted the right level of people. The other aspect is I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and so it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
It's one of those things that once you get hooked into it, it just never leaves. Really helps understanding where they come from. It helps the communication between customer relations. You can very much understand their needs of the day. May not necessarily be the same each day, but you know how to adapt to it, and you know how to best serve the customer is really what it comes down to.
Welcome back to Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour third race of the day. Spec Racer Ford 3 is up next. I'm Brian Bielanski. Gregg Ginsberg is at this raceway in Atlanta. He's got our starting lineup.
That's right. Nothing froze for me, Brian. All right, let's take a look at the starting order for our Spec Racer Fords. We had 40 drivers set qualifying times. Let's start off with our pole sitter today with a qualifying time of 1:33.603 from Conway, Arkansas, Peyton Long. His teammate out of the Hallett Racing Shop from Bixby, Oklahoma, Tyler Stevens, driving the 105 car. He'll start on the outside of the front row. Two-time national champion Clay Russell out of Spartanburg, South Carolina, will start third today with Bobby Sack, also a two-time national champion from Bloomfield Hills, Michigan, starts fourth. He drives the 19 car. Richard Baldwin will start fifth today. He's driving the number 25 machine. He's from Covington, Louisiana, with Brian Schofield, another multi-time national champion, driving the number 61 Spec Racer Ford. He's from Lakeland, Florida, and he starts sixth. Vaughn Mishko driving the number 101 car. He's from Kego Harbor, Michigan. He starts seventh, with Jace Petty starting in eighth today, the 117 car out of Oakland, Illinois. John Green will start on the inside of row number 5, driving the number 29 machine, while John Antonio from Bakersfield, California, Brian, will start 10th. He's in the 59 car. Matthew Horst from Roswell, Georgia, will start 11th in the 41 car, with James Goffrey in the number 68 car from Jupiter, Florida, starting 12th. Starting 13th in the number 32 machine, it's Andrew Wisniewski from Dustin, Florida, with Trey Ayers in the number 71 machine, starting 14th. Then we've got Arvid Albanese starting 15th in the number 177 machine. Rob Clifton and Sam Schechter will make up row number 9, and row number 10, Jean-Luc Liverato and Charlie Rogers. They are starting 19th and 20th, with Michael Perotti and Scott Monroe starting 21st and 22nd. Thomas Weir and Ben Jacobs 23rd and 24th. And Brian, with the pace car on the pit lane, over to you for the start.
Here they come down towards the line. That's Peyton Long and that yellow and black machine, the red and black machine next to him. Tyler Stevens, they're your front row as they come down for the green flag. And of course, we spread out 3-4 cars wide here down the front straight, and it is a quick move to the front. I believe that's Clay Russell now at the points.
Yeah, Brian, having starting in fourth, right alongside Bobby Sack, Russell makes a quick move to the inside around the 19 machine, and he now moves ahead of the two Hallett Racing Shop drivers, that dark gray number 31 machine, your leader. And Peyton Long didn't get the greatest start from the pole. Here, as you can see, he's dropped a couple positions back, Brian. A matter of fact, Richard Baldwin in the Juicy Fruit, the number 25 multicolor car, he moves up a couple spots. Looks like he may have now moved up into third position, and he's got Bobby Sack directly behind him in the 19 car. I believe our pole sitter Long is now fallen all the way back into sixth position, just ahead of Brian Schofield, who started in seventh.
Single file now all the way back to, I gotta say, maybe 20th or 25th place already. Already spread out in kind of snake-like fashion, which is a little uncommon for this early in the race. Usually they stay a little more 2x2, at least for most of the first lap. I see Brian Schofield there at one point there trying to make a move. Now 2x2 going into 10A for third place there.
And Brian, I believe that is coming through. That was our pole sitter, or no, not the pole sitter. That was Bobby Sack moving up into third there as we are ready to complete lap number 1, and it is Clay Russell, your leader, with Steven Sack, Richard Baldwin, Peyton Long, and couple of challenges here. Wisniewski falls to the back of the falls back about 10 spots. And Ben Pigeon looks like he may have had some issues falling back a number of positions as well.
There is Russell, then Stevens. Pretty clean racing for this first lap, no issues. But look at those two leaders already with a 3 or 4 car length lead.
And Brian, we've got a car off to the inside. Lots of cars going off here. Looked like we had the Baldwin car go to the inside of turn 5. We'll try and get those cars that came to the outside, because I think it included.
That's Richard Baldwin. I believe that's the 25 car right there.
Correct. That was the first car we saw go around and lose the rear end. and he gets that car back underway. We had a number of other cars, as they were trying to avoid him, ran a little bit wide through turn number 5, gathered things up. I think we had Peyton Long part of that, as well as Brian Schofield. Von Mishko, I think, was able to sneak by, though. But Baldwin, who had a great start and moved up into the top 3, now is going to find himself all the way towards the back of the pack. But what it's also done, Brian, it's created this 3-car breakaway at the front. And it's Clay Russell and Tyler Stevens, and I think, again, we got Bobby Sack in that number 19 machine, who had a great start as well. Sack is about 4 car lengths back from our leaders right now, Brian, but he also set the fastest lap, number 2, and picked up about 0.2 of a second on our 2 leaders.
It looks like that Richard Baldwin was able to get himself out of that gravel track by himself. That is something that does not happen very often, so great job there. He's able to get out, and we can stay green now as we come back through that section again. And everybody has started to kind of find their dance partner here and work their way up. Those cars in 4th through about 10th there really need to work together if they have any chance of catching the leaders. But we're already talking to a point at this point, 21 minutes left in this race, Greg, where Russell, Stevenson, and Sack, they've broken the draft of the cars behind them.
Yeah, we'll tell you, unfortunately for the driver, the number 25 car, Richard Baldwin, it's going to be a very lonely dance for him. His nearest dance partner is Andrea King, about 5.5 seconds up the road. So
we got a car that's with big parts coming out the back of it. I don't know if that looked like that looked like pistons and crank parts coming out of the back of that car.
Yeah, and we'll try and get the number here in just a moment, Brian. As on the opening lap, we saw quite a bit of white smoke in the air, and that car is now pulled off the track. Drivers left. 101 is the car that has pulled over.
If we could go back to that camera for just a second, Jordan, I guess that's the turn 8 camera. That one there, that looks like a piston with the right there in the middle of the racetrack.
All right, and we got where we thought it was the 101 car. That's Von Mishko. It's Mishko now has worked his way up in the 4th position after having started 7th. So we'll try and get. I should be able to pick up based on who doesn't cross the line here pretty soon. I think it was actually John Antonio in the number 59 car that we had pull over on the side of the track out of Bakersfield, California. Antonio having started in 10th position, as he's now shown at the rear of the field and the only driver not to complete a 3rd lap.
I'm a little worried about these cars coming through here because that large metal part there, it looks like right where they might want to be racing. Hopefully they'll see it, but that's big enough to put a big old hole in the radiator. Thankfully, nobody's going near it at this point. But if anybody gets racy, that's where people would pop out and maybe try to make a pass here up the hill. Thankfully, everyone's getting around it just fine.
And Brian, that will likely be the Spec Racer Ford trophy at the end of this race.
Exactly.
Yeah. So there is a local caution at the turn 8 flag stand.
Okay.
So after you come out of turn 7 and the track bends a little bit to the left, there is another corner station there. There is one local caution there, but we also have, I think, emergency services vehicles going and responding now to that portion of the track to try and get that vehicle removed. It's not that big of a deal as cars come out of turn 7, because they're typically not going to make, unless somebody really makes a huge mistake at turn 7, not going to be affecting a pass that early on the back straight. So not that big of a problem. Last time by, Brian Schofield, who is currently running in 7th position. We just see him. He's coming down the hill right now. The silver and blue car right ahead of that orange machine. The 3rd car in line. He just ran the fastest lap of the race at a 1:34.899. He's lapping at about a 10th faster than our leaders.
There comes, that's our race for 4th place right there coming through our view right now. And that is a good gap now back to from our 3rd place car to our 4th place car. Last time by the line, it was almost 5 seconds back to that 3rd place battle. So that is Russell, Stevenson, and Sack, your front three there. And then this next pack behind them is Mishko, Petty, Horst, Schofield, and Long. And they are all trying to keep and work together here, but it's going to be a tough job to try to get back to the front with this thing, Greg.
Yeah, indeed. A little surprised to see it open up this quick, this early. You know, but again, having that little bit that off by Goffrey there early on. You know, probably not on Goffrey, but by Richard Baldwin early on in this race. Obviously, really opened up this pack considerably. Should mention then that there's a pretty big gap there, as you can see. Back to Andrew Wisniewski in 12th position. Now, Wisniewski had some issues in qualifying with his car. Actually, a pretty strong qualifying this morning. Qualified the car 13th, so he's still positioned pretty much exactly where he started the race, but he has also started to fall off of this large pack directly ahead of him.
Russ Turner in the chat says, leaders just riding. It will be a few minutes before the knives come out. I think that is a very, very good assessment. Jason Cribbles in the chat. He is a former FE2 racer, and he is in Europe racing GB2 this year. He says raced road karts with Michael Odell. Go, Michael. Michael Odell right now is
running in 38th position,
38th,
Brian.
yep.
Driving the number 197 machine. He's out of Riverview, Michigan.
Look at this, Greg, though. The first, second, third, they're to the point now where they're getting to the point where they may start losing each other in the draft.
Yeah, I mean, as they're starting to spread out just a little bit, it does appear as though Bobby Sack falling off of the second place car, Tyler Stevens just a little bit, and you know, Clay Russell starting to inch away as they come across the line and start lap number 7. Brian, Clay Russell was able to expand his lead by about 0.3 of a second that last time by.
Oh, side-by-side contact going into one. That was Schofield trying to get around Mishko. Mishko wasn't having any of it, and they touched just a little bit. And now Schofield's dropped back a little bit, and Mishko stays to the front here.
Schofield, Brian, that's
okay.
Schofield at the front of that group in that silver and blue machine.
Right.
Mishko now Mishko now having the fight with Jace Petty.
Yeah.
There as they come up the hill. And Brian, so you know, we talked earlier today about the that little piece of gravel trap and how it affects spec Miatas, and they go bounding through the air. That's how they affect cars with a lot less ground clearance, as they rip body panels off of them.
Yeah, that was the front right quarter on the cowl there in the front of a Spec Racer Ford. It's wraps around the wheel like that, so that took out basically most of the front corner there.
And
I
so
don't think I've ever seen that before like that.
Oh.
You may have. I
may have. So there is a debris flag there to warn future drivers coming through turn 5 of that bodywork there. We'll try and get the number on exactly which car it was that lost the bodywork. Should see it coming through here. I can't see it from this angle. Probably need something from the inside. We'll take a look, see if we can get it out the window here the next time they come through. But obviously here, especially with that long straightaway, Brian, having missing a large portion of the bodywork at the front of the car, and if that right front wheel is exposed, it's going to affect top speed for the cars, certainly.
Sure. And just like that, our front three, Russell, Stevens, and Sack, have come back together, working together in more of a partnership here as they try to stay away, and they still, oh, well, there we go. It's been tapped there. There'll be another one. I guarantee you someone else will hit this in the very, very near future. And then it won't be a problem anymore, hopefully.
Until it brings a tire down, Brian, they won't be a problem.
That is true.
All right, so in that second group, it is now Schofield and Matthew Horst out of Roswell, Georgia in the 41 machine. Horst managed to get around both Jace Petty and Von Mishko in that last lap, and started to close things down a little bit on Schofield for best of the rest off of the top 3 here in that second pack.
Big cheering section for Michael Odell in the chat here. Coming up on 12.5 minutes, Greg. Let's do this. Let's take our break. And when we come back, we'll take this race to the checkered flag. Oh, wait, before we do that, we got a spin. There was a little contact there between 10A and 10B. And I don't know, it's an orange car that's spun
and Brian,
off
that is the 41 machine of Matthew Horst, Brian, who we talked about just having moved up and was contending for fourth position with Brian Schofield. So that's now going to move Jace Petty and Von Mishko up to fifth and sixth. Should also mention the bodywork is from the 101 car of Von Mishko. So let's go and let's make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number race group number 4. Super Touring Light, Super Touring Under, GT3U, T3, and T4. Please head to the grid. Race group number 4, STL, STU, GT3U, T3, and T4. Please head to the grid. Okay, so we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more racing action from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. It's a 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of the SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trials Program, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Want to try SCCA racing, but with an approach focused on fun and learning? The SCCA Experience Program is exactly that. With both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
Back here at Road Atlanta, Clay Russell has checked out, folks. Almost a 3-second lead at the line last time through, and he is just motoring now for what he hopes will be an easy 8 minutes to the finish line. While we were in our break, if you were watching, you saw that that piece of debris is gone, hit by a car, thankfully not by a wheel, by a front fender, and it is out of the way, Greg. But there's a lot of stuff coming up here, a good battle brewing for second place.
Yeah, Brian, and a matter of fact, there may be a lot of stuff coming up, but there's a lot of stuff going down as well. See how I did that?
I do.
Because, you know, we had up at the front of the pack Clay Russell, who was your leader, Bobby Sack, who was second, and who was third. And what do you see missing now, Brian? And the reason why there is almost a 3-second difference between Bobby Sack and Clay Russell. The reason for that is that Tyler Stevens, who had been running in second position when we went to break, had a bit of a moment. and a long bit of a moment. He now finds himself in 10th position behind Rob Clifton and ahead of Andrew Wisniewski. And so that 3-second gap you find, that's where Tyler Stevens used to be.
Yep. So what'll be interesting to me to see, Greg, is that 2 cars typically are faster than 1. So now you've got Schofield and Sack kind of working together, and Clay Russell's kind of on an island out by himself. So there is a potential for them to start making up some better lap times here, but we'll have to wait and see if that actually happens.
Yeah, exactly. Here is we now see as Brian Schofield and Bobby Sack. Schofield moving up into 2nd position, getting around the number 19 machine here. And, Schofield always won if he has the chance. Maybe gets the elbows out a little bit. Oh, a little bit behind him, Jace Petty. He's in that orange and black number 117 machine. Got very loose, had the rear end step out on him coming up through turn 5. And, Brian, you said earlier that maybe there was some fluid down or something at that corner. I mean, it is always a challenge there to find grip on exit, especially if you're trying to turn in a little bit early there. The rear end typically wants to rotate more than you want.
Right.
But Petty there losing definitely a little bit of time to the 2 cars ahead. He now finds himself almost 3.5 seconds back from our 2nd and 3rd place runners. But a good run for him so far as he started off in 8th position, now finds himself in 4th.
Russ Turner has weighed in 3.5 seconds, too big a gap to bridge with only 7 minutes left. He's the expert. I'm not questioning that. No, and I think he's actually right though. It's a mistake-free run for the last 6 minutes is what Clay Russell needs, and if he does that, he will take home another Super Tour win here. These cars, nice and nimble. They make it up and over this hill very nicely, and sliding through the S's here is really, these cars are made for this type of a situation, and it's really fun to watch them when they're working well. Oh, yep, I see the dust off at the exit of turn 10B there.
Yes.
Some car off there.
All right, let's see if I can get the number. It is the number 10 machine, Brian, that is off, and that car driven by Thomas Weir out of Charleston, South Carolina.
Oh, there is a car driving around the piston. I believe that's what that is. That's from the distance, that's my guess. And that was why I was thinking about the oil on the corners beforehand, because if the car let go like that, there's got to be oil somewhere. Your top 10 right now: Clay Russell, Brian Schofield, Bobby Sack, Jace Petty, James Goffrey, Vaughn Mishko, John Green, Peyton Long, Rob Clifton, and in 10th place, Andrew Wisniewski. Most of the slower cars doing a nice job of staying out of the way as the leaders come through. Now we've got a little bit of a gap. Brian Schofield has opened up on Bobby Sack. And so Bobby Schofield's getting to the point where he's about to bust the draft from Sack behind him. Four minutes to go here in this race.
And Brian, we should mention that yellow car there back behind Bobby Sack, that is a lapped car that Jace Petty now is coming up on. And Petty probably getting there just at the wrong time as they come into the compression going into turn number 5. Wasn't able to quickly and easily make his way through. Has to do it coming out of turn number 5. And that has now allowed James Goffrey in the 68 machine, another former national champion here, to move up and close in on the number 117 machine in the best for the battle for the best for the rest. And to give you an idea of how much time Goffrey was able to make up as Petty was somewhat trapped behind that slower car coming down through the S's. He was almost 5 seconds back from Jace Petty when they crossed the line on to complete lap number 13. And here, as we're getting ready to complete lap number 14, he is within about a car length and a half at most.
All right. Russ Turner has another opinion on the possibility of that piece of debris. He thinks it could be a CV joint. So, Greg, it's your job between today and tomorrow to find out what the part was.
Okay.
And if it's a CV joint, Russ, I owe you a Coke.
Yeah, as Brendan, our producer in the background, is mentioning, and we saw this on the original lap, on the opening lap, there was quite a bit of white smoke in the air from the top 10 cars, and quite possible that was axle grease coming out from a CV boot, and maybe the CV, good thing that the driver didn't lose a wheel, but that is highly likely, and it's a good thing we got Russ Turner here this weekend.
That's right. That's right. Well, as everyone who has listened for the last 2 years knows, it won't be the first time I'm wrong. Oh, it's going to get hit right there.
Well, now it doesn't matter what it is.
That's right. He hit that square on.
That's Brian. That's what you call constant velocity as it went flying through the air over into the grass. Yeah.
Well done. Well done.
If it wasn't the CV joint before, it's a CV something now.
Exactly. 1.5 minutes to go in this race. Clay Russell, I almost gave Russ Turner the lead. Clay Russell with a 2.5 seconds, 2.6 second lead over Brian Schofield. Bobby Sack, your third place car right now.
And of course, Brian, you can see it from this shot. White flag is in the air. 2.54 miles remaining. And things definitely starting to stretch out. Now, good little battle going on right now for sixth position is Peyton Long in the number 52 machine has just conceded sixth to John Green. And so Peyton Long, who started off as your pole sitter today, just nothing but challenges for him.
Yeah, Schofield made up a lot of distance. He was only 1.2 seconds left. He just got around Clay Russell.
Yes, he did. Yeah, Russell had lots of issues at the bottom of the hill coming up into turn 5. And Schofield, who's looking a little loose himself, coming out of 6, going into 7, just had the rear end step out on him. But he is your new leader on the very last lap, Brian, there with Bobby Sack sitting in a distant third for the moment. And at this point, it is now Brian Schofield's race to lose. But Clay Russell, he may still be in the draft, might have a bit of a whiff there as he's working his way up. Jace Petty, though, also closes things down on Bobby Sack. It's a battle for third as well as they go side by side down into the braking zone at turn 10.
I think it was Clay Russell's car that hit that piece of debris and maybe caused some damage to the front of that car. And that may be why he has slowed down so much.
Well, Brian, whether he slowed down or not, checkered flag is in the air and taking the win. Brian Schofield by 55/100ths of a second. Bobby Sack will finish in third. Jace Petty fourth. Jim Goffrey will finish in fifth. Jace Petty will finish fourth. Jim Goffrey will finish fifth. John Green will finish in sixth. Von Mishko comes across the line in 7th position, minus a little bit of body work, which now good luck retrieving that in the 500 pieces it's in over turn 5. The 101 car finishes 7th. Peyton Long, your pole sitter today, loses 2 more positions on the final lap. He finishes in 8th. Rob Clifton will finish 9th. And the 55 machine of Sam Schechter, he works his way up into 10th position. Schechter started... Where did Schechter start? Schechter started in 18th position, so he made up a number of spots today, as did Rob Clifton. Clifton started 17th and finishes in 9th. So great finish there. All right, Brian, let me make a call to the grid for our next race group, and then we'll take a little break. Attention in the paddock. Attention the paddock, final call to the grid for race group number 4. Super Touring Light, Super Touring Under, GT3U, T3, and T4, please head to the grid. Race group number 4, STL, STU, GT3U, T3, and T4, please head to the grid. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments. 4 more sprint races to go here from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else, so they make it easy for us to run these cars.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at scca.com.
back here at Michelin Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. I can't talk today.
Thank God for my Pilot 4Ss. Is that a good endorsement? Yeah.
That's right. Group 4 is coming on the track right now. STL, STU, GT3U, Touring 3, and Touring 4. Our starting lineup comes from Mr. Ginsberg.
All right, Brian, and what we're going to do is we're going to have another split start here today. Hey, good. We've got the second pace car ready to go. We've got our STU, STL, and GT3U cars in the group up front. We've got our touring cars in the group a little bit further back in the field. Let's run down the starting order. We're going to start with that rear pack where our pole sitter with a qualifying time of 1:35.926 in his T3 Nissan 370Z is Nick Hammond. Juan Carlos LaRue in his Touring 3 Subaru BRZ will start to his left. On the second row, Ethan Barker in his T4 Mazda Miata. Mark Cefalo will start second in T4 to his left. That's row number 2. Row number 3 is Mike Taylor. Actually, that's is that right? I don't think that's correct. I think we've got Andrea King and Randy Johnson in their Touring 3 cars with Tristan Smith and Robert Spence, then Scotty B. White and Robert Damler. All right, let's move over to we'll move over to our front group where Richard Estacio will start on the sorry about that, Jordan. Richard Estacio will start on the pole in his STU Lotus Exige with Jeff Durnale starting second on the outside of row number 1 in this GT3U Mazda RX-7. Tony Ave scheduled to start third in his GT3U Honda Civic. Jose Osiris Pena in his Honda CRX will start fourth. Stacy Wilson in his GT3U Mazda RX-7 will start fifth, with David Fiorelli in an STU Ford Mustang starting in sixth. Jorge Nazario starting in 7th position, with Zach Arnold starting in 8th. Again, both STU cars. Then Peter St. Pierre starting in 9th, and Blake Korth starting in 10th. Starting 11th will be Jim Schlechter and Michael Reese. Then starting on row number, starting 13th, so that would make him row number 7. It will be Mike Taylor, your pole sitter in STL, with John Sewell, his teammate, also in an Acura Integra, starting in 14th position. Starting 15th, also in STL, in a Mazda Miata, will be Nick Leveroni, with Derek Ketchy starting 16th. Then we've got Chuck Hines starting 17th in his STL Mazda Miata, and Gonzalo Aponte in his Honda S2000, another STL car, starting 18th. Starting in 19th, and rounding out that front group will be Salt Ferenczi in the number 18 Acura Integra.
All right, we got 25 minutes of racing ahead of us. Our first group, you see them coming down the hill towards turn 10, A and B. One comes before the other. Then here is our second group going up the hill towards turn 8. There is that turn 8 flag station you just saw off to the right, or hopefully you saw it off to the right, up right by the ups racetrack side of the bridge there. Our Porsche pace car should be heading to pit lane here, nicely lined up. Now that is the way they draw it up in driver's school. Very well done, ladies and gentlemen. Richard Estacio in the Exige is the yellow car, taking them down to the green flag, hopefully. Looks like everybody's up and at speed, and there is our green flag. All of our cars once again fanning out behind, 2 wide, 3 wide. The Exige first, then you've got that Mazda RX-7 of Jeff Durnell and Jose Osiris Pena, the Honda CRX right behind him.
And Brian, we'll watch here as they come up towards turn 3, as Durnell has inside position into that very sharp right-hander. And unfortunately for him, we saw the Exige able to hold position as the Honda CRX almost able to sneak by. When we got the green flag of the 2 cars, the Exige and the Mazda, both cars not with a ton of torque to their names. Durnell was almost able to go around the outside, but not quite there, as we've got the start for our second group, our STL machines.
There's Mike Kelly in that Acura with the Union Jack on the front of the car, heading through turn 1. Nice lead there for Mike Kelly, with a couple cars stacking up behind him. He's already got a 4 or 5 car length lead, heading over the hill from 2 and down towards turn 3. Look at that gap already, Greg. Probably 8-10 car lengths already some cars side by side, 2 back. Now they're starting to string out single file. That'll help them try to catch up. But that's a good start to the race for Mike Kelly.
All right, Brian, as they make their way up and over turn 5 for the first time here, Mike Taylor in that Just Track It Honda, Acura Integra opening up now, almost 5 car lengths on his teammate, John Sewell. You know, when I went over to their paddock last night into Honda and Acura land, we'll call it, because we also had the Honda Civic of Derek Ketchy there, I believe, and we had a couple other STU machines running there. Actually, it was the STU of Peter St. Pierre that was in that group as well, with a Honda Civic Type R drivetrain, a K20C turbocharged machine there. It was funny because Mike Taylor, he goes, John Sewell right over there, he's gotten fast, hasn't he? and I was like, well, yeah, absolutely he has. And he's doing a good job starting to move away from that Honda Civic now, and we'll continue to track that. As a great run there. What I'm a little surprised by, though, is Jose Osiris Pena in the Honda CRX, as he continues to lose a little bit of ground, Brian, in that front group to both Jeff Durnell and Richard Estacio. Now, you know, we know that Estacio, who is leading the STU class, Durnell in the GT3U class, you know, but this is a battle that we want to watch and watch very closely, because in 2026, STU and GT3U are set to merge. And the GT3U cars, they are essentially, as they ran in GT3, with a change over to DOT tires from the True Slicks that they have been running previously. And in addition to that, they now have to run at the moment now with 200 pounds more than they had run originally in their GT3 spec. And you know, the competition board trying to even out and do balance of performance as this year goes on. And this, so far, I think, as we've between what we saw at Sebring and just a couple of weeks at Buttonwillow, I think this is probably the closest we've seen the STU and GT3U cars.
Yeah, right now, as they stand on the racetrack, it's STU, GT3U, STU, GT3U, GT3U, STU. That's the top 6. So, I mean, that does looks like there's somewhat of a balance of performance. And obviously, it's very early in this new BOP, so they'll let it play out here for a race or two, a weekend or two. But it looks like they may have hit the magic button here.
Yeah, we're certainly gotten a lot closer, and I know that there was a lot of concern in the STU community about how these two classes would meld and merge, as we go on board right now with STL Mazda Miata racer Max Stallone. And this is right now an STL. This is the battle for 8th position. He's got Javier I thought it was Javier Sanchez in the 121 machine just ahead of him. That is not correct. Just ahead of him, that is Robert Daimler. Yeah, in the Touring 3 Ford Mustang.
And my apologies to Mike Taylor. I think I called you Mike Kelly 2 or 3 times in that first lap. I apologize. I was speaking with Mike Taylor.
Well, you know, one is a Honda CRX aficionado, but he races a Volkswagen, so he's kind of a traitor. And the other, well, you know, he races Hondas and Acura, so
there you go.
He should get the benefit of the doubt. Mike Taylor, Mike Kelly, out of the Washington D.C. region of the SCCA, and a H Production Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series champion.
Yep. So anyway, I got my mics mixed up. Coming up here into the just over 19 and a half minutes to go here. Richard Estacio, Jeff Durnell, Jose Osiris Pena, Stacy Wilson, Tony Ave. That's your top 5 overall.
Yeah, and Brian, talk about getting mics mixed up. Mike Taylor, well, he maybe he's a little mixed up, as he's now fallen behind his teammate and fallen into 2nd position in STL, as John Sewell in that blue and black Acura Integra now has moved to the STL lead. Car directly behind them, I believe that is Nick Hammond in the Touring 3 Nissan 370Z. Indeed it is, with the Honda Civic directly behind, but great, and also a great little fight coming up the hill right behind them. Salt Ferenczi in that red and white Acura Integra leading Nick Leveroni, who was our provisional pole sitter in STL coming out of qualifying yesterday. Brian. That is the battle for 15th and 16th overall in STL. It is the battle for 4th. And they have another machine there with them, Juan Carlos LaRue, who is currently your second place Touring 3 car. He's trying to catch that Nissan, and he's got a lot of Hondas and Acuras he's got to get through in order to do that.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Taking a look at some of the other classes here. We've talked about the GT3 GTU. T4 right now is Mark Cephalo is your T4 leader in that Planet Miata car. Then you've got Ethan Barker, Scotty B. White, and Robert Spence. That's your 4 cars in T4 right now.
Yeah, and a good run here so far by Mark Cephalo, who brought out the Mazda RX-8 this weekend, Brian. And, you know, I think one of the stories, and we talked about this during your Inside the SCCA runoff shows, was that Cephalo had brought to the National Championship runoffs this past year both his Mazda MX-5, which he ran almost the entire Touring 4 Super Tour season with, and then this Mazda RX-8 that he had built and campaigned on the, and I don't think had campaigned until the runoffs, and he decided to campaign the RX-8 during the championship race. I think our national championship winner was also behind the wheel of an RX-8. You know, but interesting that for Road Atlanta, where last year he used the MX-5, here he's got the RX-8, and he's got the measure of Ethan Barker so far.
Yeah, I think it's the belief is that the RX-8 is the better piece for Road America, and he needs to put some time in that car to be ready for another run at a national championship. That's my thought anyway. Haven't talked with him about it, but that would be my guess.
All right, Brian, so coming up in the turns, if we could take now a look into turn 6, Mike Taylor has gotten back around John Sewell to retake the lead in STL. That Nissan 370Z, that is a Touring 3 car. That is the Hammond machine, has gotten around all of them, and this is where I think the Nissan's probably going to be able to stretch its legs a little bit and maybe separate itself, get away from that STL battle. But great fight going on there. And, you know, it's not a 2-car race in STL. That silver Honda Civic, that is Derek Ketchie, the driver of the number 15 car. He is out of Charlotte, North Carolina, and he is hanging very close in what I think for him is a fairly new build as well.
So it looks like Nicole Cooper-Cephalo in the chat weighing in. The RX-8 has been given some BOP changes, weight and restrictor changes, and Mark's trying to figure out whether that is a good thing or a bad thing. So that is why he is campaigning that car this weekend.
Well, that makes sense given how strong it appeared at Road America. And, you know, as we find in many cases, not at that national level racing, all balance of performance is based on where the championships are held. But, well, given how strong the RX-8 chassis was at the runoffs this past year, it shouldn't come as a surprise to us.
Well, and considering they've announced that there will be 2 more runoffs at Road America, getting the BOP right this year helps to have a good competition potential for the next 2 national championship races.
All right, Brian, coming out of turn 5, we had John Sewell protecting to the inside, Mike Taylor dead center, and Derek Ketchie just ahead. And now Mike Taylor drops back into 3rd behind Sewell and Ketchie. They were coming up on the Honda S2000 of Michael Reese, the number 69 machine, in STU car, and caused a little trouble for the other 3 Honda and Acura products, but they have now all 3 cleared that S2000, but not before Mike Taylor finds himself losing 2 positions.
Yeah, you have to make some decisions when you're coming up on a slower car like that. Sometimes you make the right one, sometimes you don't. It looks like Sewell and Derek Ketchie made the right choice. Mike Taylor, maybe not so much, but that will be something that we'll have another 14 and a half minutes to decide. So not too big of a problem early on, but you never ever want to give up the lead.
All right, in STU, we saw early on where Richard Estacio in the Exige, he was your pole sitter, or he started on the front row and he really opened things up. Brian, it looks now as though Osiris Pena in that yellow and black Honda CRX has now moved to the 4. You know, we talked about the issues that he had in qualifying yesterday, that we thought that it was perhaps an oxygen sensor causing some issues with the ECU. as he now moves, I think, almost 4.5 seconds up on Estacio, with Jorge Nazario in his Mazda Miata sitting in third. Zach Arnold another 4 seconds back from there in fourth. So big gaps between our top 4 runners in STU.
Before I start talking about STL again, GT3U, Jeff Durnell with a 3.4 second lead over Stacy Wilson, who has another 3 second lead over Tony Ave. So that's what's happening there. But Mike Taylor has been able to get back around Derek Ketchie. So now it's Sewell, Taylor, and Ketchie is the running order in STL as they run down the hill towards turn 9 here. And so Mike Taylor's been able to make up a little bit from that moment earlier, and now he's got his eyes set on John Sewell as they come here into turn.
Big brake lock up there. Big brake lock up from Mike Taylor, and lost the rear end of the car. He gathers it back up though, Brian, but you could see there, and it looked as though that lockup was from the rear of the car. You know, as you're bringing these cars down the hill into turn A, and he is still very loose at the back of the car. They're trying to get things back on, and I'm wondering if perhaps he does have a mechanical issue there and maybe a tire going down. But, you know, as we saw the white smoke coming off the back of that car, it definitely appeared to be from the rear. When you come down into turn 10, all the weight is on the nose, and especially with these front-wheel drive cars, they get very light in the rear, and he may have had maybe a little bit too much brake bias towards the back. We'll see if that car straightens out, but what it has also done now is it has given a little bit of hope to the next driver in line in STL, and that is the Mazda Miata driven by Nick Leveroni, the number 37 Flat Out Motorsports car, who made up probably around 5 seconds just in that exchange.
Yeah, that's the second or third time I've seen Mike Taylor lock up the rear of that car in this race. So definitely either a problem or a brake bias setting, as you said. So we'll keep a watch on that. Of course, Nick Leveroni wants to take advantage of that if there's a problem and work his way around, because he's still in line for a potential podium finish here if he can get around Mike Taylor.
Yeah, indeed. And Taylor, even there, coming through turn 7, well, that wasn't Taylor coming through 7. That was the RX-8 of the Planet Miata car. We'll continue to watch that and see what happens with Taylor, and see if that rear end becomes a little bit more manageable here, or he may have just run off the rear tires. Let's take a look as he comes down. As he comes down through 12, and looks as though it was pretty stable for him that time by Brian. But you know, besides Leveroni making up ground, Salt Ferenczi also making up some time. Ferenczi about 1.5 seconds back from Leveroni, with Chuck Hines in that Kermit the Frog green Mazda MX-5. There he goes, the last car that we saw come into the shot there. He's been slowly closing things down on Ferenczi. A matter of fact, picked up almost 3/4 of a second that last time by. And we see them here at the trailing edge of this shot.
All right, Tony Ave just moves into second place overall with his sights set on Jeff Durnell. 3.7 seconds now, the gap between those two GT3U cars. Durnell, of course, in the RX-7. We've been talking about him. Tony Ave in a Honda Civic. So with about 10 minutes to go left in this race, that could become an issue. Let's do this, Greg. Let's stop and take our break, and when we come back, we'll get the finish of this race.
Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FE2, prototypes, and prototype 2, please head to the grid. Race group number 5, FA, FC, FE2, P, and P2, please head to the grid. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few minutes with more racing action from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of the SCCA since 1995 and sponsored the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trials Program, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside about how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from across the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 23 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event. Welcome back, everybody, to Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. And Brian, we talked a little bit earlier about Jose Osiris Pena and his Honda CRX.
Yeah.
How he had moved to the lead in STU, but how he had some challenges and issues yesterday. Well, looks like some of those challenges and issues have returned, because that is Mr. Pena going down the pit lane and retiring the car from the lead in STU. That's going to move Richard Estacio in his Exige back to the lead in class, with Jorge Nazario about 6.5 seconds back. Zach Arnold in the BMW 330i. He will now find himself on the last step of the podium here with about 6 minutes remaining in this 25-minute race.
That's right, 6 minutes remaining in the battle I'm trying to find right now is the GT3U battle. Tony Ave just took the lead coming across the line, so he should be coming up towards the S's at this point in time. And there he is. Let's see, where is he here?
Those are not him.
Okay.
Well,
we'll find him, but he just took the lead over Jeff Durnell. He was circulating about 1.5 seconds to 2 seconds a lap faster, depending on the lap, from him in the Civic, and then Durnell in that RX-7, and just basically hunted him down over the course of the last 5 or 6 laps to take the lead.
Brian, I'm going to use our Magic 8-Ball, our Magic electronic system. I think he's probably on the back straight now.
Okay.
And had left turn 7 a little while ago. So we'll take a look. That is Jim Schlechter's Nissan. Just that was the second car in line. And yeah, actually we're right back to, I think, all the cars we were watching before. So I think they're ahead.
Probably coming out of 10 at this point.
Yeah. I'll definitely track him as he comes onto the front straight here. There he is. Let's see. No, there's the 15. Oh my gosh.
I don't believe either of these cars are actually on the racetrack right now.
You know, I'm starting to question that right now, Brian. All right. Oh, he's coming down into turn 1 right now. Blue Honda Civic.
Yeah.
There he is to the inside. That is Tony Ave in the GT3
debut car, and he just reset fastest overall time. Jeff Durnell is, I'd say he's probably around 15 car lengths back in that burgundy metallic, beautiful paint job Mazda RX-7. Stacy Wilson just now coming up the hill.
So there he is. We finally found him. It is not a mystery. It is not a ghost car. That is the blue Honda, and he is on a tear right now, just with the purple lap, as Greg just said, a 1:33.4. But his laps are almost 3 seconds a lap faster than Jeff Durnell right now. So I don't know if he turned down the nitrous or what the deal is here. Just kidding, folks. I know there's no nitrous. But he's definitely found something with that car, and it is working really well for him right now as we come into the final 3 minutes of this race. And there is Jeff Durnell making the way through right there. So things changing a bit here in the final 5 minutes of this race. Now your top 10, Ave, Durnell, Wilson, Astacio, Nazario, Arnold, Hammond, Ketchy.
Actually, can we go to turn 1 right now, if we can, Jordan? Coming into turn 1, side by side, the battle for the lead in STL, Mike Taylor now right alongside Derek Ketchy as they go up the hill into turn number 2. Taylor has the inside position. He made up about a half a second on that previous lap and just muscles his way around the Honda Civic going into 3, but now Ketchy trying to slide back underneath. Taylor, if he can hold the position, should have the inside position going into turn 5, Brian.
Yep, and it looks like he has cleared Ketchy now by about a half a car length as they come up the hill. Now they're going to shoot down towards turn 9, another really good passing zone. A little slower car right in front of them as well, so they'll have to deal with that. Seems like that's the situation we've seen several times here today.
Yeah, and John Sewell's right along there for the ride. He was sitting right between the two as they came up the hill, and coming out of turn 1 going towards turn 3 is perhaps the most narrow portion of the racetrack. Brian, and there, the way it meanders a little bit to the left before you get to turn 3, it would certainly make it very difficult for a third car to make a move, but it allowed him certainly to draft right back up here as we watch this. Let's see if Ketchy pokes to the inside on Taylor. Taylor goes to defend.
And Taylor is able to hold on. And how about the sportsmanship of that slower car coming out of 7, moved all the way over to let all those cars by. Great job there. Here comes those 3 cars with Taylor right there, Ketchy and Sewell. Now about 2 car lengths. Oh, Sewell put a wheel off there coming out of 12, but is able to keep it in control. I'm sorry, Ketchy put the wheel off.
And
now there's some smoke.
Yeah, Ketchy's got an issue there, Brian, and that doesn't appear to be tire smoke. That appears to be engine smoke, and as opposed to, and he now pulls that car off. Good for him, pull that off right by a corner station, get it off the track surface. Certainly not a CV joint this time on a front-wheel drive car. There ain't no axle back there, but good for him to pull that over. Could have just as easily been a wheel bearing that was going down, which is a good thing because he could have lost a wheel. But now look at how big of an advantage Mike Taylor has opened on what is the very last lap, Brian, as the white flag is in the air for our leaders. So we probably want to try and track down where Tony Ave is in that blue Honda Civic.
I think he's right there, coming into our frame.
Yep, there he is. And so he is... he's coming up on that STL battle, Brian. I don't think he's going to get there, so perhaps Taylor and Sewell are going to have one last lap to go at this. But we should also mention that with Derek Ketchy pulling that car off, that is now going to move Nick Leveroni up into 3rd in STL. And yeah, they're going to get to the line before Tony Ave, so they're going to have one more lap to go at it. And I don't think Nick Leveroni's going to have that opportunity.
Your checkered flag should now be in the air. There is your race winner, Tony Ave, in that blue Honda Civic. He's out of Maiden, North Carolina. He will take the GT3U Super Tour win. Our STL leaders should be coming. There is Sewell. That's your 2nd place car.
Mike Taylor right there, just barely seeing him as he comes through the screen there. He's got, what is it, Greg, a 20, 25 car length lead at this point?
There you go. And yeah, probably a good 25 car lengths separating him. Again, Nick Leveroni, who will finish third in STL, Brian, not able to complete one more lap as he finished behind Tony Ave on track. So he already took the checkered flag. As we continue to watch this race, Richard Estacio will take the win in Super Touring under. Margin of victory, 12.1 seconds over Jorge Nazario. Zach Arnold finishes another 20 seconds in arrears. He's going to take third. Jim Schlechter fourth. And in Touring 3, Nick Hammond will take the win over Juan Carlos LaRue. Your good friend Tristan Smith will finish in third, with Andrea King finishing in fourth. And in Touring 4, Mark Cephalo will take the win over Ethan Barker, with Robert Spence finishing in third, Scotty B. White fourth. And then in GT3U, we talked about Tony Ave taking the win. Jeff Durnell second. Stacy Wilson will finish third. But Brian, here comes the STL finishers up and over the hill.
Yep, over the hill, down the hill, and that is Mike Taylor with the win. Good job for him. Fantastic. There's John Sewell coming across the line. And Nick Leveroni right there as well. That's your top three in STL. What a great finish. And yes, I will give a shout out to Tristan Smith coming in third in that T4 car. So fantastic. I'm sorry, T3 car. Great drive for him.
All right, Brian, let's do this. Let's make a final call to the grid for our next race group. We'll take a quick break. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group 5, Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FE2, P2, and Prototype. Please head to the grid. Race group number 5, Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FE2, P, and P2. This is your final call to the grid. Let's take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta.
Joshua Smith, Business Development Manager for Mazda Motorsports. We're happy to be supporting the SCCA and Mazda racers here. So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support. All of this is done through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. Simple information, prove that you're a racer. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives 5 days a week.
We are back here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. This is Group 5 race. Formula's Atlantic Continental Enterprise 2, Prototype and Prototype 2. I am Brian Bielanski, and Gregg Ginsberg, my partner in Atlanta, Jordan Worth on the buttons, and of course Brendan Kazmarek making sure we're all doing the things we're supposed to get doing and we don't get yelled at. Let's get to our starting lineup, Greg.
All right, Brian, and you know, I wouldn't know what state I'm in if we hadn't gone to dinner last night and our waitress's name was Georgia. Anyway, just to figure I threw that in as an aside. All right, we're going to have another split start today. It is going to be the Formula Atlantics and Prototypes at the front of the field. And then we've got our Formula Enterprise 2s and Formula Continentals back behind. Let's start off with that second group first. On the pole today in Formula Enterprise 2 is Franklin Futrell driving the number 97 machine. He is out of Augusta, Georgia. Von Mischko in the number 77 FE2 machine will start second in our second group. Paul Schneider also racing in FE2 in the number 73 car. He's out of Charlotte, North Carolina. He'll start third with Eric Wisniewski starting fourth in the number 25 FE2 machine. He's from Mason, Michigan. Whitney Strickland will start fifth in FE2. He's out of League City, Texas. That's the number 49 car, with Ross Wolf starting sixth. He's in the number 18 FE2. He's from Sammamish, Washington. Then we've got Eric Cruz in the number 86 car. He is starting seventh in FE2, seventh in our second group. He's out of Williamsburg, Virginia, with Roy Hillenberg starting eighth in FE2. Roy is driving the number 111 car. He's from Friendwood, Texas. Then we've got Eric Presby, who is our pole sitter for Formula Continental. He is starting ninth in this group with Carter Sheets rounding out our second pack. He's from Sagertown, Pennsylvania, also racing in Formula Continental. Now on to the front pack, where your pole sitter with a qualifying time of 1:18.147, driving a Swift 016 in Formula Atlantic. It's John McAleer. Nathan Bird and his JDR 1000 machine will start to his left. He's out of Goodyear, Arizona. Then we've got Charles Livingston, also in Formula Atlantic, also in a JDR F1000, starting third. And then we've got our three prototype machines. We've got Gary Crook driving the number 99 car. That's he's starting first in prototype, fourth in our group here. William Niemeyer second in prototype, with Wade Richardson third in prototype. And then this front group, we rounded out starting seventh overall in the number 2 Formula Atlantic Mazda Elan Pro out of Metairie, Louisiana. It's Stephen LaManna.
Well, there you have it. Wings and things. That's what we like to call them. And the wings are obvious, the things, the prototypes. We're going to get it together here. 25 laps of racing, 3 races to go here at Road Atlanta today. Then we come back at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning Eastern Time to do it again with 7 more races tomorrow. Here is our first group coming up the hill towards turn 11. They'll go under the bridge, then down the hill towards the start stand. And the starter will hopefully like what he sees. They look pretty well formed up for us here. Green flag should be in the air any moment. We'll see it now. There it is. We are racing again at Road Atlanta. There's our Formula Atlantics coming and our prototypes coming down towards turn 1. Group 2 should be coming down the hill any moment now.
And Brian, of course, jumping out to a very early lead there in Formula Atlantic, John McAleer, who for many years raced in the P1 class, the predecessor to the P class, in an Elan DP02, is I think the last 2 years now racing in the Atlantics, and a very good start for him over Nathan Bird. Of course, he qualified about 3 seconds up on Bird. Over to you for our second start.
Look at that. Was for a moment a perfectly formed group of 2x2s. They come down the hill under the bridge. Green flag for them as they now head towards turn 1. And a couple of slower cars off the back, but everyone's heading to turn 1 now up the hill. So far, so good. No issues for the second group as they head down towards turn 2 for the first time.
All right, and led there by Franklin Futrell, 2-time national champion in FE2. And I believe he has I think he had a Formula Mazda national championship as well. And he qualified here about 5/10, about a half a second up on Von Mischko in the number 77 machine. And so far, so good, so early here, as our top 4 Formula Atlantic drivers are in very close proximity. That's Futrell, Paul Schneider, Mischko, and Wisniewski. as our first group, Brian, crosses the line and completes lap number 1. And looks to be pretty close up at the front, maybe a little bit closer than I expected there between McAleer and Nathan Bird.
And McAleer has a 1.8 second lead at the line here, and it looks a lot closer than that at this point in time. His fast lap on the first lap here, a 1:24.6. Bird with a 1:26.2. So that is the way they focus and come up the hill now from 5. And then down towards turn 6. Really awesome camera angles this weekend. Thank you, Brandon, for setting us up for some great coverage today. There are your 2 leaders, McAleer and Bird, going through turn 7.
And in the orange prototype in that Store WF1, that is Gary Crook, driver of the number 99 machine. Brian, remember. And all 3 of our prototype cars, they're all running the Store WF1 chassis this weekend. Crook had some challenges in the second qualifying session, the session this morning, where he had tried to make a late break to the pit lane at the pit exit for some reason, and the car ended up essentially blocking the pit exit for almost the entirety of the session, and he couldn't get the car moved, but good to see that if there was an issue with the car at that time, that he's got it back underway, and he's got a pretty good pace here so far. Crook qualified at a 1:27.34, and he's at a 1:28.1 right now, and he had qualified, I think, almost 3.5 seconds faster than the other 2 prototype drivers, led by William Niemeyer and Wayne Richardson. So we'll see how Crook continues to run here.
There is Gary Crook coming through our screen here. My timing screen shows him in 3rd place, so I don't know if I'm seeing something weird here.
No, Brian, he's actually in 3rd overall, and that's the orange prototype car that we just saw go through there. He's got Wade Richardson and Charles Livingston. Livingston running 3rd in Formula Atlantic, and then the Richardson car battling it out there. They were side by side going into turn 10A. Now, both Richardson as well as Niemeyer had some issues with pace actually all weekend long, and I know they've been trying to I guess find some speed in their cars over the course of this weekend, and right now it looks as though Richardson may have, Niemeyer may not have, as Richardson, who actually qualified 3rd in the prototype class this weekend, Brian, has now already, as we're working lap number 4, opened up close to about 5.5 seconds over William Niemeyer.
There you go. Here is our FE2 group coming through and over the hill. Franklin Futrell, their leader there, Schneider, Mishko, Wisniewski. And Futrell, the 1.5 second lead. That is a good-looking FE2 car, by the way. If you ever get a chance to check it out, he's got some pictures up on Facebook. A really cool livery on that car. Or if you're at the racetrack, stop by and say hi. That's another thing you could do.
All right, Brian, speaking of FE2 cars, we've got a car off coming out of turn number 7 there, and that is, I believe, well, I thought it was the number, yeah, we think it's the actually not an FE2 car, but possibly the 33 of Livingston. Let me double check here. No, oh no, it's the 35 car that is pulled over, and that is, who is the 35? Good luck.
Eric Presby.
Eric Presby, yeah, actually one of our Continentals.
So that's the situation.
I just had to scroll the car a little bit, scroll the screen a little bit more. Yeah, Eric Presby out of Louisville, Texas, was one of our 2 Formula Continental drivers there, along with Carter Sheets. Now, Presby was our was our pole sitter in Formula Continental, but did not take his car out for qualifying this morning, Brian.
Right.
And I don't know if it was because he had some mechanical issues with the car, but only Carter Sheets brought his car out. And there was a pretty sizable, almost 3-second difference between 2 and qualifying.
Not quite sure who that F2 car was, but they went through up the hill from 5, pretty darn near sideways. I was almost able to read the side pod in that car.
Almost, but not quite.
But not quite, thankfully. So, everyone making it through here pretty clean. That's not a horrible place to pull off there. They can get him out of that car safely and into a safe spot. I think they'll probably just leave it and let us stay full course green here.
Let's see if that is the case. Now, nice little fight there, Brian, we just saw going into turn 10A, and I believe that was the battle for 3rd in FE2 between Vaughn Mishko and Eric Wisniewski, as they are coming down coming out of turn 12 and onto the front straight here, and yeah, they are separated at the moment by about 0.3. Wisniewski sitting in 3rd, Mishko in 4th. And one of the closest battles that we've got on track currently there and in line for a podium.
Our race leader, John McAleer, his fast lap is a 1:20.047. He's working his way through slower cars as well. The lap, he had turned a lap at 1:22 also, so must have been caught up in some traffic on that particular lap, because now he's back down to a 1:20.03 now, or 1:20.379. So back on pace, just dropped the purple sector 1 also. There is Futrell making his way around a slower car. I think that's William Niemeyer he's getting around.
All right, Brian, we are going to a full course caution here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, and I know you had hoped that we'd be able to stay green here, but that appears not to be the case. Actually, let me verify that, because I thought I saw them getting ready to display the flags,
Yeah.
and indeed that is the case. We have gone to a full course caution, and you can see them there hanging them out over the starter stand on the front straight.
Well, let's take this, Greg, then as our opportunity to do our call to grid and our break, and when we come back, hopefully things will be ready to get back to green flag racing.
Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 6. B-Spec, F production, H production, and E production. Racers, please head to the grid. Race group number 6, B-Spec, E production, F production, and H production racers, please start heading to the grid. Your race is next. So let's take that break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more racing action from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Maza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Maza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymaza.com.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trial Program, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because they build them with the racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right. Track Night America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in street cars all year long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at hagerty.com.
Back here at Road Atlanta, you can see the waving everything at turn 7.
Yellow flags, white flags. Somebody's surrendering, Brian.
Yes.
Actually, I think we have already determined that that surrendering over there at the exit of turn number 7 was one of our Formula Continentals, Eric Presby, and they're trying to get him hooked up now.
I'm guessing the driver of that car did not know that there looks like there's a cutout a little up track there.
Yes.
But you don't want to be away from your car like that, especially in that position. So did the right thing sitting in the car. Really no choice but to go full course here to get him to a safe spot. And an unfortunate happening, but things like that happen in racing.
That's right. So we know our timing ticker currently is not showing the time remaining. We do have just a touch over 11 minutes remaining in this 25-minute race, and we suspect that we're going to be going back to green flag racing probably within the next lap or maybe 2. As soon as they get that car hooked up and can tow him out of there, there is a cutout not right in front of where he was, but not that much further down the back straight that they can that they're not going to have to take him on the track surface all the way back to the pit lane. So hopefully we'll be able to get back underway soon enough here. To recap the field, at the front it is Nathan Bird. He is your Formula Atlantic leader over Charles Livingston. And Brian, the fact that he is, what does that mean to you? If, I'm sorry, John McAleer now showing as your leader, because for a moment, my timing and scoring was showing Nathan Bird as the leader. Oh, that's not right. What that means is John McAleer has returned. He is your leader in the number 68 Swift, with Bird second, Livingston in third. Wade Richardson is now your leader in the prototype class. And what does that mean to you, Brian? That means Gary Crook, who had been the prototype leader, is no longer, as I'm showing that he is currently 3 laps down.
Yeah.
And then Frank Futrell, your leader in FE2, he's worked his way up to 5th overall, with Stephen LaManna running third in Formula Atlantic, 6th overall. 7th overall is Paul Schneider, who is currently running shotgun to Frank Futrell in FE2. And then William Niemeyer running 8th overall in his prototype. Eric Wisniewski, 3rd in FE2, 9th overall. And Von Mishko, 4th in FE2, 10th overall.
Yeah, looks like they should be able to get us back to green flag action here at the end of this lap. Lights are still on the pace car, but I'm pretty sure once they get to the back straight here, they will turn those off. Probably going to have about 8 minutes left to go in this race with these Formula Atlantics. It's a pretty quick lap for them, so I am going to guess that we'll probably get a good 4 laps in before this thing is over. I think they're slowing down the field here to be able to get that car off and get back to green flag racing this time. And there you go. Now that that car is clear of the track, we should get our lights off here, and we will hopefully get back to racing here very quickly. With about 2 minutes, or about 8 minutes to go, will be the spot here at this point in time. Car's trying to keep heat in the tires and get that going. Great job by the safety crew. Could not leave that car where it was. So they grabbed and snatched that car. We'll get back to action here pretty quickly.
Yeah, indeed, Brian. The lights are out now on the safety car, and we should be going back to green flag racing. And you are pretty darn close. Going to be a touch under 8 minutes, right around 7.5 minutes remaining. That should give us it with our front-running Formula Atlantics running in the 120 range. This is where I have to do math. This would be what, about four laps, 3 laps, actually about 3 laps, I guess. Here as we are back underway, and a good fight in the mid-pack here for Formula Enterprises 2. Is all the cars there. You can see them there starting to spread out, and I think the one car that might get caught out in all that is William Niemeyer in the number 9 Stores. He just got swallowed up by all the FE2 cars.
Yeah, he's going to move back here as those FE2 cars move around him. Frank Futrell trying to keep that lead there with Paul Schneider and Eric Wisniewski breathing down his neck. And that is the situation here. John McAleer and Nathan Berg will try to drive away at the front of this field as well. And Charles Livingston will try to keep up with them too here as we get into the final laps of this race. Look at that 2-3 wide action going into turn 6 here, as they try to cycle through and get through 7 clean and make their way down that back stretch here. One car a little slow there. Lots of cars trying to get around him. Not quite sure if there's an issue with that car or if it's just a little slow getting the tires back up to temperature there, Greg.
Yeah, indeed. And, you know, Brian, we had somebody in the chat, and I'm pretty sure I know who he is, Dave Robin, a flagger from, I believe, from the Northeast Division of the SCCA. Wanted to thank him for his thoughts on driver safety and flagging here at Road Atlanta, as we are back underway. And as we complete lap number 11, start lap number 12, Franklin Futrell now leapfrogging Charles Livingston's Formula Atlantic. As a matter of fact, Livingston appears to be just dropping through the field, Brian. And we'll try to check in. I'm looking to see if we've got him shown off on course. And let's see.
Yeah, one of the things I think that's helpful is the FE2 tires, I think, come up to temperature a little bit faster. And that's really, really helpful to them, because the FE2 cars have made their way past several of the cars in front of them here on this first green flag lap after the caution. So it doesn't hurt, though, that Franklin and Paul Schneider are 2 pretty darn good race car drivers.
Yeah, indeed. And, you know, for many years we saw, of course, you know, we talked about Franklin having 2 national championships in FE2. And I believe, although Paul Schneider does not have one, I can tell you he was the bridesmaid quite a number of times to some of the Snyder brothers racing in FE and FE2. So good to see him putting on a nice fight here. As we've got, and you know, and again, I said Franklin Futrell going to the overall lead. You know, still McAleer and Bird, and we may be having some transponder issues with some of these drivers as they're kind of moving in and out of our timing screen right now. But John McAleer, I'm showing, is just having reset overall fast lap at a 1:19.8. So he now starts lap number 13, and he has expanded his gap over Nathan Bird after this full course caution already with just a single lap to almost 3.7 seconds. And you know, we said that he had qualified quite a bit faster than most of the Atlantics at right about 3 seconds even. So we'll watch here as they're coming up the hill.
Russ Turner also reminds us that Franklin has 2 national championships in Spec Racer Ford 3 as well.
That is true.
And we should also remind ourselves that John McAleer is from Roswell, Georgia, Franklin's from Augusta, Georgia, Paul Schneider from Charlotte. So there is a lot of time on this particular racetrack for those 3 drivers. So local knowledge is sometimes really important in some of these races. And they're putting on a show for us here at this point in time with 3:30 left to go. Let's run through our top 10 right now. John McAleer, Nathan Bird, Franklin Futrell, Paul Schneider, and Eric Wisniewski. That's your top 5. Then we've got Vaughn Mishko, Whitney Strickland, Ross Wolf, Wade Richardson, and Stephen Lamana, your top 10. So it is still some action here left in the last few minutes of this race. Little brake lock up there and a little agriculture. Oh, a spin right. Oh, that could have been really bad. Thankfully, he stayed off of the racing line, didn't quite get there, and gave the track out for turn 10B to the drivers who are coming. Lots of luck there. I think that one was more luck than skill. Everyone seemed to get through there without any real issues as they continue on. That was a nice self-clearing incident.
Yeah, and I'm fairly certain, Brian, that was Ross Wolf in the number 18 machine out of Sammamish, Washington, in his Formula Enterprise 2. That is going to drop him now down in 6th position in class and put him quite a bit back from Whitney Strickland with Eric Cruz. Closing up some ground there on him, but still Cruz quite a bit back.
Definitely. 2:18 to go. I think we're going to get 2 more laps in after they cross the line next time by. John McAleer just went purple with a 1:19.533. He doesn't want this race to end. He wants to get to the green flag, the start finish line, so he can do 2 more laps here. McAleer, Bird, Futrell, Schneider. There's your top 4. All right, white flag will be in the air, I believe, this time by. It's our field here, sneaking their way down from 2 towards turn 3 and into the S's here. Your top 5 in FE2 together-ish on the racetrack, at least in order. Futrell, Schneider, Wisniewski, Mishko in Strickland. Your top 2 cars in Formula Atlantic, they're together as well. John McAleer and Nathan Bird, that's 2 and, first and second.
And Brian, William Niemeyer, driver of the number 9 store prototype car, we knew that he was certainly off the pace from Wade Richardson here after Gary Crook had retired, but that car, it sounds like it is laboring as it came out of turn 12 and onto the front straight a little bit earlier. He's now 26 seconds back from Richardson here as we're working now the final lap.
Well, the good news for him is that there's nobody who can catch him. The other prototype car is several laps down, so
yes.
As long as he can actually limp back to pit lane right now, he doesn't even have to complete another lap here. And he will be categorized in 3rd place in this race. I believe, do I see the white flag flying from the start?
Yeah,
yes. There?
I do.
Yep,
yeah,
okay.
The white flag is out. We are working the 16th and final lap, and we will track down the Formula Atlantic Swift of John McAleer, the number 68 car, and he's started to back off the pace a little bit. He's a whole half second off of his fastest lap right now.
There goes
All right, our leader now, Brian, coming out of turn 12 and onto the front straight.
Yeah, there he is.
There he is, taking the checkered flag. John McAleer out of Roswell, Georgia, your Formula Atlantic leader, or Formula Atlantic winner here today at Road Atlanta. I almost said Road America for the 3rd time today.
There is Nathan Bird across the line. Next car in our view, that should be Franklin Futrell. There it is in that pinkish red and white machine down the hill from 11 through 12, and he will take the checkered flag as your FE2 race winner here. Race number 1 of the weekend here at Road Atlanta.
Say, isn't it more, when we look at that car close up, it's very much like a pink cow.
Yes.
Brian.
Yes.
Yeah, it's you know, it's got like It's like a pink spotted cow, like if you had like a Pepto-Bismol cow of Road America. But very, very pretty car. And so Frank Futrell takes the win in Formula Enterprises 2. So we'll break things down by classes. Our final drivers come across the finish line here to complete our sprint race for the day. Formula Atlantic, it's John McAleer with Nathan Bird second, Charles Livingston third. Stephen LaManna just now crosses the line. He'll finish fourth. In Formula Continental, it's Carter Sheets who takes the win over Eric Presby, who retired after 2 laps. In prototypes, Wade Richardson takes the win over William Niemeyer, who finishes a lap down. Gary Crook retires after only 6 laps. I guess officially doesn't get the win, or doesn't get the finish, pardon me. And finally in FE2, it's Franklin Futrell taking the win in FE2 with a 9-second advantage over Paul Schneider, who finishes second. Eric Wisniewski runs his fastest lap of the race on the very last lap. He'll finish third, with Von Mishko finishing just off the podium in fourth.
All right, that's going to do it here for our 5th race. Race 6 coming up. Our production cars and B-Spec, that's next. Stay with us, everybody. We'll be right back. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta.
We're not supposed to be out here. Outside expectations. Built for the outdoors. With the capability to climb this high, we're not supposed to be out here. Which is exactly why we are. The off-road ready Mazda CX-50. We're looking for outsiders.
Welcome back to Road Atlanta for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Brian Bielanski. Gregg Ginsberg is here with me. It's production and B-Spec time, people. The chat is teeming with excitement for these B-Spec cars, 10 of them, and the starting lineup
is Gregg Ginsberg.
There you go, Brian. Keep this up and you're going to be asleep in the next 6 minutes. All right, let's first start off with our B-Spec racers. We're going to, once again, have two different pace cars, two different groups. And there you go, the Chevy Corvette pace car bringing the B-Spec cars on track now. 10 B-Spec competitors. Gail Corley is your pole sitter in his Mazda 2. He's out of Willis, Texas, with Blair Deffenbaugh driving the number 87 Honda Fit. That beautiful purple and teal machine. Great color choices, Blair. He's out of Sylvan, North Carolina. He starts second. Stuart Black, who was our pole sitter coming into qualifying this morning. He starts third, however. He's out of Greensboro, North Carolina. He drives a Chevy Sonic, the number 40 machine. He'll be joined on row number 2 by Josh Schmidt, also in a B-Spec Chevy Sonic. That's the silver Sonic. He's out of Kannapolis, North Carolina. Chris Taylor Motorsports is in the orange and blue Mazda 2. He's out of Elroy, Texas. He starts in 5th. Then starting 6th on the outside of row number 3, it is Joe McClugan in the blue and yellow Mazda 2. He's out of Marion, Texas. Then we've got Rice Robinson, also in a Mazda 2. He's from Wilson, Wyoming. He starts 7th with C. Lee Davis in the white and yellow Mini Cooper. He starts in 8th. John Robinson will start 9th in B-Spec in the green and yellow Mazda 2. He's out of Wilson, Wyoming. And then finally, starting 10th, we've got Jason Grant. He is in the white Honda Fit, and he's out of North Fort Myers, Florida. Let's move over now to our production classes. We're starting on the pole with a qualifying time of 1:35.116 in his 2000 Caterham 7 from Pelham, North Carolina. It's Peter Norton. Tyler Ladd will start to his left on the front row. He's the defending E-Production National Champion in his BMW Z3. Starting on the inside of row number 2, driving the number 52 F-Production Mazda Miata, that beautiful black, almost looks carbon fiber-like. Our defending national champion, Mason Workman, with Chris Bovis starting in 4th position. He's in the number 178 F-Production Honda CRX. Starting then in 5th position in the number 51 F-Production Acura Integra, it is Ken Kennard with Bill Miller. Starting in 6th, he's in the number 47 E-Production BMW 328i. Steven Simons in the number 63 F-Production Mazda Miata will start 7th with John Balcom starting in 8th. John is in the number 86 yellow Alfa Romeo Spider. And Brian, over to you for our first start.
All right, here comes our production cars toward the green flag for the first time. It's in the air. That is Peter Norton in the Caterham 7 at the lead early, and 3 and 4 wide behind him. And
wow,
also,
Brian.
Yeah.
Well, I was going to say, we just had Tyler Ladd go in the dirt driver's left from that outside lane and opened up a huge gap there for Mason Workman to work his way through up in the second for the second start. And over to you.
And there is your B-Spec cars coming now down towards turn 1, side by side still, not going single file through turn 1, and then a couple of cars straggling off the back. Here they come up through 1 now, nice and smooth, no issues there as they come up over the hill now, down through 2, over towards 3 for the first time. Big shout out, Greg, to our H Production cars. 14 cars here this weekend in H Production, our biggest class in this race group, and big on them, good on them for showing up, as Taylor Hyatt says in the chat.
And Brian, I probably should mention, because I don't think we got deep enough into the field to mention any of them. Steve Sargis, your pole sitter in H Production, a many-time national champion of Hartford, Wisconsin, along with our defending national champion, also multi-time, I think, 8 or 9-time champion, Jesse Prather in his Mazda 2. Chuck Mathis starting in 3rd with Don Tucker starting in 4th. Mathis in a Volkswagen Rabbit, Don Tucker in a Mazda Miata, then Thomas Burt in his Mazda RX-7, Chris Albin in his Volkswagen Golf.
There's Norton and Workman right there as they come up over the hill for the first time. Actually, I think that's Tyler Ladd. In the blue and white.
In the blue and white open top BMW Z3, that is Tyler Ladd, and so he follows Peter Norton by about 6 car lengths as they're heading up the hill. Both of those drivers in E-Production. Our 3rd place car overall, that is Mason Workman as he comes over the hill in that open top Mazda Miata. He is your F-Production leader with Ken Kennard a little further back, and Ladd, Brian, has issues going through turn 3, takes the motorcycle runoff there coming out of turn number 3. He's going to lose a little bit more ground now to Peter Norton as those F production cars carry more speed down the hill.
Yeah, and I don't think that's any kind of a penalty like it might be with some other series, but it's certainly not the fast way around that corner.
No, it is definitely not.
Yeah, lost a lot of time to Norton, but now he's got to worry about Mason Workman trying to get around him as well. So, and then we've got 3 wide here coming down the hill towards 6 here.
And Brian, this is the battle for the lead in H production, as you've got pardon me, oh my gosh. Oh, I lost his name. Steve Sargis there in his Spitfire, and looks like a great start from Chuck Mathis. Mathis in that bright orange Volkswagen Rabbit has gotten ahead of Jesse Prather's Mazda 2 here early on.
Yep, and then there is that green BMW coming through there as well. That's Doug Piner.
Yeah, and so Piner had some issues in his E-Production BMW earlier today. Matter of fact, we saw him drive right off the track over at turn 5 right in front of our cameras and retire the car early. Also, let me correct myself here. I believe your leader in H production is actually Chuck Mathis, because Steve Sargis has dropped, he's at the tail end of this little group right here, sitting right behind Jesse Prather right now. And indeed, as they come across the line to complete their second lap, it's Mathis, and then, pardon me, let's try this again. It's Mathis in the orange Volkswagen, then Jesse Prather, then Steve Sargis, and Matt Brannon in the Fiat X19. It's about, I don't know, just now cresting over the hill, probably around 10 car lengths back. They do have that red Mazda Miata sitting mixed in with them, and that is Tom Burt in the, and actually it's an RX-7, not a Miata. That is the red number 0 of Thomas Burt.
Yep, so the orange car is Sargis, and then Prather is the lighter blue Mazda 2.
Mathis is the orange
yes,
Rabbit.
I'm sorry.
The Mazda 2 is the blue Sunoco car of Jesse Prather, and there you go, right behind the Mazda 2, the black with red striped Spitfire. That is Steve Sargis, yes.
I'll get it right someday.
All right, and we've got a local caution, Brian, over at 3.
Okay.
And we've got a car that is driver's right coming out of turn 3 that is stop the car. I believe it is the number 40 machine, and surprise, that is Stuart Black, your driver of the B-Spec Chevy Sonic. Looks like he's getting that car back underway. He started 3rd today. He's got multiple Super Tour wins here and was one of the favorites to win the national championship this past year. Did not get it done. I think he finished 2nd in class there at the championships, but looks as though he may be retiring after completing only 2 laps.
All right, so the silver car coming through your screen right now is Gail Corley, and then behind him, let's see here. I want to make sure I get these right.
So I'll tell you, it's Gail Corley all by himself in that silver Mazda 2, Brian, and then about 10 car lengths back, that is the Honda Fit of Blair Devenbaugh, and he has Josh Schmidt in the Chevy Sonic, just about I don't know, about 2.5 feet off his back bumper here as they come through turn 12, and you can see where that Chevy Sonic doesn't quite rotate nearly as well as the Fit does, but has one advantage over the Fits and almost every other car in B-Spec. It's got a 1.8 liter motor in it. It's got an extra 2 cc's of displacement, and we are getting word now that turn 3 is going to be going back to green flag conditions. They're going to drop that local yellow, as most of the cars have seen the Chevy Sonic there on the side of the road, and it looks as though Stuart Black has vacated the car and he's gotten over the wall.
There we go. There's our 2nd and 3rd place battle just coming down the hill. They'll be coming into our view in just a second here on this particular camera. There is Blair Diffenbaugh in the black car. Right behind him is Josh Schmidt as they come up the hill. Now they're going to come down the hill towards turn 6. And you're right, Greg, a big lead for Gail Corley here with 18 minutes to go in this race. There's your 2nd and 3rd place car.
So I'm getting a message offline, Brian.
Yes.
and the question is coming from somebody whose last name might be Taylor. It is not Chris Taylor, but somebody who might be associated with him, wanting to know where Chris Taylor is. And currently, Taylor, this is, I think, an issue here. And we'll have to check and see if he came. I didn't see him come down the pit lane, but I haven't heard of where he might have taken the car off. Besides Stuart Black only completing 2 laps, Chris Taylor and also Rice Robinson completing only 2 laps. And I'm looking to see if we've got a beat on them on our Flagtronic system and where they might be. And I've got, let's see here. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have the information, Paula. Sorry. As soon as I hear, I will let you know. As we've got one of our F production Mazdas trying to get around Chris Albin. Albin going for the wild ride on the outside of turn 7. Brian, I got word from somebody who may or may not have told me this, that Chris Albin had some mechanical issues, quick change, and there's no such thing as a quick clutch change in a Volkswagen or any front-wheel drive car for that matter. But apparently replaced the clutch going into today's race.
We got a pass for the lead here in H production. That is Jesse Prather, who has just gotten around Chuck Mathis to take the lead in 10 and heading up now down the hill towards turn 12.
Yeah, and in H production, where these lower horsepower cars, where momentum is so important, we saw Prather try to get that pass done as quickly as possible going into turn 10A, so as to not, one, slow them both up so that Steve Sargis would have an opportunity, as we see Sargis now looking to come underneath the Mathis machine as they go up the hill and into turn number 3, and Mathis able to hold him off. But also, as I was just talking about Chris Albin and Albin replacing the clutch in that Volkswagen Golf, don't want to back up our leaders towards the number 3 machine. Albin at the end of the last lap was about 3 seconds back, Brian, but you can see now, just as Sargis and Mathis were running side by side coming up the hill into turn 3, Chris Albin now is knocked off probably around 5 car lengths, and he continues to make up ground now on the Spitfire of Sargis.
And Chris Albin's got a lot of laps around this racetrack, so he will try to catch the back of that 3-car battle and make it a 4-car battle in H production. There is Prather in the blue car, about 6 car lengths ahead of the second place car of Chuck Mathis. Steve Sargis hanging in right there behind in 3rd place. It won't be too long, though. He might have to worry about what's behind him in that yellow Volkswagen Golf GTI, although it looks like they've been able to stabilize a little bit, and I don't see Albin making up as much time on this lap as he had on some of the previous laps.
Yeah, indeed, and I think a lot of that, Brian, has to do with the fact that he's far enough that he, we always talk about the draft, inspect Miata or inspect Racer Ford, but certainly with these lower horsepower cars, especially when you're looking at one of the larger chassis in H production, like that Volkswagen Golf with a very tall roof, it really needs a car ahead of it to basically split the wind and let it come through. And without that draft, he definitely loses some speed on the back straight. Whereas you can see there, Sargis kind of tucked right underneath the similarly sized Volkswagen Rabbit of Chuck Mathis.
It looks like that Jesse Prather has got a better handling race car than Chuck Mathis, but then when they get to the long, stretchy out parts, like going down 8, the backstretch, that Mathis is able to make up some time and catch back up, because it looks at a couple times like Prather's checking out, and then they get to the front straight, and Chuck Mathis tends to be right there with them. So it might, and Steve Sargis also right there taking advantage of the draft to stick and help. Well, I don't know how much he's helping, because that little tiny car behind him that Sargis has, that Triumph Spitfire, I don't know how much it's helping. It's certainly getting help from the car in front of it. And here you see that car, that battle now closed back down with Mathis pretty much right there with Prather by the time they get to turn 10A.
All right, Brian, if we could jump over, and I believe they're probably coming out of turn 5 now, going towards turn 6. the battle for the lead in B-Spec. We've had a big change here where we have a new leader. And there they are coming over the hill. That is now in B-Spec. It is Josh Schmidt in the number 19 Chevy Sonic. The last time we checked in, he was running in 3rd position. He's now opened up about 6 car lengths over Blair Deffenbaugh. Your former leader, Gail Corley, in the Mazda 2, he now slots back into 3rd behind Deffenbaugh. And we had that happen just about a lap or so ago. And Josh Schmidt, again, using the horsepower of that Sonic to his advantage, using the draft to his advantage, was able to leapfrog both of the cars ahead. And you can see now, even when you don't have the draft, the advantage that Chevy Sonic has on the long run on the straightaways compared to the Fit, compared to the Mazda 2. The advantage of the Mazda 2, it's probably one of the best handling cars that we have out here in the B-Spec field today, but certainly that Sonic got a little bit more, what do we call it? We call it straight line handling?
Yes, straight line handling, absolutely. We're going to come across the line here, and we'll just see how big that lead is for those, for Josh Schmidt. Josh Schmidt, as I think you said earlier, his first Super Tour win last year at this race weekend.
Exactly. All right, brother, another change, and this is an F production where we had Mason Workman in his Mazda Miata, that black Mazda Miata, start off leading the class with Ken Kennard, our 2023 national champion. You can see now as they come down the hill just ahead of Josh Schmidt, our B-Spec leader, where Kennard is your new leader. He is your 2023 national champion in the class. Mason Workman, he's your defending champion in the class. And with Kennard getting around, it looks like Workman, Josh Schmidt getting very loose on the outside of turn 5. And what a save. You know, Brian, that is the one major advantage of driving a front-wheel drive car, that when the rear end steps out like that, give it a little bit of opposite lock and just mat the throttle all the way to the floor. Exactly. Great save by Josh Schmidt.
10 minutes, 30 seconds left in this race. Greg, I hate to do it, but we got to sneak a break in here. Let's do that right now. We come back, we'll hopefully get you all the way to the finish with a green flag racing.
Attention in the paddock, Spec Miata racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. Spec Miata racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. All right, let's take that break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more action from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with a Summit Racing app.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco is trusted to fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Want to try SCCA racing, but with an appropriate focus on fun and learning? The SCCA Race Experience program is exactly that, with both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from across the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 23 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
We are back here at Road Atlanta, our production cars and our B-Spec cars. Lots of action on the racetrack, and it looks like Blair Diffenbaugh now, I don't know if this is right, but Gail Corley has now moved into second place in B-Spec.
Second place around Diffenbaugh, yeah, indeed. Brian, I want to hopefully stay on this shot for a moment because we're going to have a barn burner coming up on this B-Spec race where indeed Gail Corley has moved up in the second. This is the battle for the H production lead, where we now have we have Steve Sargis and his Triumph Spitfire getting around Jesse Prather, getting around Chuck Mathis. They were 3 wide going into turn number 1 just a moment ago. Actually, it was, believe this or not, it was 4 wide as we have Andrew Wright in another Spitfire very much off the pace, and those 3 racers at the top of the H production field, as they were putting Wright a lap down, had to just split the seas and go around him at probably one of the most difficult places there is to do it. And the driver to the inside happened to be Sargis. He had the best positioning to do it, and you can see now he's opened up a number of car lengths on the on Jesse Prather and on Mathis, as they're all 3 coming up on that B-Spec battle now, on the battle for second in B-Spec.
Looks like all 3 of those cars are going to get around that B-Spec battle without any issues, but Sargis taking advantage of that opportunity now with a 5 or 6 car length lead over that light blue car of Jesse Prather. And
Brian, Chris Albin going to try to sneak underneath both of the B-Spec cars as well, as those 3 cars almost a full lap ago were 3 wide. Once again, Albin able to close things down, but you can see there where he's still about 15, 20 car lengths back. He really needs those top 3 to either A, come up on traffic, or B, go 3 wide through another quarter complex, like, you know, maybe down here through the S's, as they're getting bottled up a little bit behind Josh Schmidt, our B-Spec leader. He's going to need that to make up the ground and make it a 4-car fight for the win at H production.
Yep, there is Sargis and Prather right behind them. Chuck Mathis in that orange car. He had a bit of a slower car in the middle there, so that slowed him up just a little bit. And then 4th place, a little further back, that yellow Volkswagen, is Chris Albin. So that is your battle right now for H production. So many different battles on the racetrack. Hard to keep them all, give them all the love that we would like to here. But here is Prather trying to catch back up to Sargis here as we come up on just under 5 minutes to go in this race. Probably 2.5 laps to go, 2 laps to go this time by.
You know what, Brian? Probably the one driver that we haven't shown much here today outside of like the first lap, and he's probably not upset about it all that much, and that's Peter Norton, a driver of the number 50 Caterham. He now leads Tyler Ladd in E-production by over 10 seconds. And that is, and then another in E-production, I think then almost another 30 seconds back to Bill Miller, who's running 3rd in class. So Peter Norton, again, maybe not all that upset.
No, probably not. You know who is doing great right now? Jesse Prather, just with a big, strong, powerful move past Steve Sargis. And Chuck Mathis now back onto the rear bumper of Sargis. But now Prather has opened up a 3 or 4 car length lead. The lead changing over and over here in H production as we work our way now. Now Sargis goes a little bit wide. Mathis catches right back up, and that gives Prather probably another 4 or 5 car lengths here.
Yeah, indeed, and gave him a lot of room as they are now coming up on one of our slower cars in the field. That is the Honda CRX of Rob Horrell, I believe. The number 91 car, currently running 10th in H production, as they're going to put that machine a lap down. And Horrell, good heads-up race in there for him as he pulls over drivers right and lets the top 3 through. Albin not quite close enough to take advantage of it, but Albin's going to have possibly a bit of an advantage here. Use a bit of a draft off that CRX coming out of turn 7. And no has Albin had a little bit of opening to the left and a little bigger opening to the right, but I think he expected Horrell maybe to carry a little bit more speed through turn 7.
In F production, a 1.7 second lead for Ken Kennard over Mason Workman. So that's the situation there. And now we have Mathis trying to go around Sargis for second place in H production. He gets that move down. Sights set on Jesse Prather to try to get back in touch with the leader and make this a 3-car battle with probably maybe 2 laps to go now as they come across the line.
And want to welcome some of the great folks here in the chat watching us. I know we've got Steve Introne, former national champion in B-Spec, watching us. We've got Mr. Conway in the chat watching as well. Derek Ambrose, I believe one of our Mazda primarily touring car racers in the chat as well. I want to welcome all of you here.
There we go. Prather, Mathis, Sargis, 1, 2, 3, all in your screen right now as they come through the S's for what should be the second to last time here, trying to win a Hoosier Racing Tire Super Tour race here at Road Atlanta. There's Chris Albin a little further back in the yellow car. Not probably enough to catch the leaders at this point in time. Mathis just trying to get to the rear bumper of Prather here before they get to the final lap. Looking at all of the other classes, this is the best battle on the racetrack here, so we're going to stick with this one till the end here as we get to our final moments. And now we've got Mathis inching ever so close to the rear bumper, maybe there. He's going to try to make the move right now, actually. He's not even going to wait to turn 10 to make the pass. Will Prather let him by now with the idea of going after him here on the final lap? That might be what I would do. Mathis makes the move for the lead. 1 lap and 4 corners to go in this H production race.
Yeah, Brian, and I think that was the best strategy that Jesse Prather could use. If he had gone and contested the entry to that corner, that would have brought Steve Sargis right back into the fight, knowing that there's one more lap around the sun here for these 3 racers, and didn't want to turn it into a 3-car battle. Yeah, Brian, we just had Peter Norton come across the line. Actually, we're going to see Norton coming into turn 1 here momentarily. There he is. That is our overall leader, who's just gotten around Chris Albin. And the question will be whether he gets up to our H production leaders, and I think he may be far enough back that he wouldn't do it. And hopefully his crew will tell him maybe back off just a little bit, as he has now a 17-second advantage over Tyler Ladd in the battle for the E production lead. And if he does that, that will give Mathis, Prather, and Sargis another lap around 2.54 miles here at Road Atlanta.
Well, that may be exactly what's going to happen here. I don't think Norton has enough horsepower, even though that car is fast as heck, to catch these 3 cars before the line. And even if he did, he might just slow down and let them go, because he is not being pressured at all for his race win. There is Mathis, Prather, and Sargis as they come down towards turn 10 here. Last time I said 4 corners and 1 lap to go. This time I mean it, as Mathis comes through with Prather behind him. No change in position at this point in time.
Yeah, and Brian, you notice there, and I think Prather probably could have gotten up to the back of Mathis going down the hill into 10, but knowing that they're going to have 1 more lap, he decided to hold station and save it for the very last lap here as Peter Norton comes across the line and takes the checkered flag. He's going to be your winner in E production, with Tyler Ladd finishing in 2nd. And that is, we'll take a look here and want to see where we stand now as Ladd just now crosses the line, where we finish up in F production as Ken Kennard had opened up about a 2.5 second advantage, but great strategy here from Prather not to try and make that pass and go into the final lap as the H production leader.
There's your B-Spec race winner crossing the line. That is Josh Schmidt winning in B-Spec. The
question right now is Jesse Prather trying to put on a masterclass in strategy as a many-time national champion coming out of 7 here with just a few more corners to go? Can he get by Chuck Mathis here for the win, or can Chuck Mathis hold on? And then there's Steve Sargis waiting in the wings to see what they might be able to get, how he might be able to get involved in this. This will be the opportunity for Prather as he comes down towards turn 10. Coming down now towards 10, Prather comes out. He's going to try to make the pass on the inside, going to 10B. Will he have the position? No, he does not get it done there. He's going to try to maybe do the crossover, but I think Chuck Mathis has held on here for the race win here as they come down to the line for the final time. The orange car is Mathis, the blue car is Prather, then Sargis. 1, 2, 3 in H production.
Yeah, Brian, and as they came down the hill into 10A to that final braking zone, Prather was maybe a car length and a half back, maybe a half a car length too far back to make the pass, and we saw there as Mathis just held his line on the outside there and was able to power through and keep Prather behind Steve Sargis. Nothing he could do but watch as they come across the line. So let's take a look here. As we mentioned, those are the top 3 in H production. Finishing in 4th will be Chris Albin, with Matt Brannon finishing in 5th. Over to B-Spec, where Josh Schmidt took the win, and Gail Corley, he fought his way back. He was about a second and a half back at the checkered flag. He will finish 2nd. Blair Deffenbaugh finishes in 3rd. Joe McClugan finishes in 4th. Jason Grant will finish in 5th. In F production, Ken Kennard holds off defending champion Mason Workman. Margin at the line, 2.4 seconds. Chris Bovis in his Honda CRX finishes 8 seconds back in 3rd. Steven Simons finishes a lap down. And then finally, as we go over to E production, your overall winner, Peter Norton, Tyler Ladd will finish 2nd, and Bill Miller in his BMW 3 Series will finish in 3rd.
Great clean racing up front in H production, no paint exchanged, and right at the line, all class from Jesse Prather came up. Thumbs out to Chuck Mathis as we wrap this one up. That's going to do it for race group 6. One more to go here as we wrap up our day at Road Atlanta. We'll do that next. Stay with us.
Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for Spec Miata. Spec Miata racers, please head to the grid. Race group number 7, Spec Miata. Your final call to the grid. Okay, let's take that quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at scca.com.
6 races down, 1 race to go. I'm Brian Bielanski with Gregg Ginsberg. We are at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta.
Oh my
It is
God.
Group 7, Spec Miata. This is going to be a barn burner. We've had some great races today. This one will not disappoint. Greg, how about that starting lineup?
All right, Brian, and oddly enough, none of these racers on Michelin tires.
That's
Let's
true.
go and run down the starting grid. We had 34 driver set qualifying times. I'm going to give you as many as we have time for. On the pole, you see it there on your screen with a qualifying time of 142.848 from Newburgh, New York, driving the number 0 Spec Miata. It's Sean Noonan. Chuck McTudis will start on the outside of the front row. He's driving the number 66 machine. He's out of Little Mountain, South Carolina. Skip Brock Jr. is going to start on the inside of row number 2. He starts third in the number 61 machine. He's from Birmingham, Alabama, with Skylar Cottrell starting 4th. He's driving the number 9 car. He's from Atlanta, Georgia. James Newell will start 5th. James is in the number 70 Spec Miata. He's from Old Hickory, Tennessee, with Matt Stretch driving the 89 car, starting on the outside of row number 3 in 6th position. He's out of Arlington, Texas. Max Stallone, who we've got more great in-car video from, he's going to start 7th today. He's in the number 03 car. He's from Lakeway, Texas, with our defending national champion, Ethan Goulart, starting 8th today. He's in the number 72 Spec Miata. He's from Shelton, Connecticut. Travis Wiley, driving the number 77 car. He starts at 9th. He's out of Morrisville, North Carolina. And on the outside of row number 5, driving the number 28 car from Scottsbluff, Nebraska, it's Daniel Williams. Bobby Gossett's going to start 11th today in the number 44 car. He's from Hilton Head, South Carolina, with Will Robinson from Wilson, Wyoming, driving the number 151 car. He starts 12th, starting 13th, driving the number 86 machine. From Atlanta, Georgia, it's Jarrett Jones. Olivier Piatek will start today in 14th position. He drives the number 62 machine, and Olivier calls Duluth, Georgia home. Christian Meyer will start 15th. He's in the number 92 car. He's from Seminole, Florida, with Jose Olfe from Greenville, South Carolina, starting 16th. He drives the number 19 car, starting 17th. Driving the number 11 Mazda Miata from Bartlett, Illinois, it's Matthew Novak with Scott Phillips starting 18th. Scott's in the number 166 car. He's from Chandler, Arizona, starting 19th. It's Justin Gravitt. He is driving the number 52 car. He's from Austin, Texas, and also from Austin, Joseph Federo, who drives the number 121 machine. He starts 20th. Starting 21st is Jack Murchison. He's got the number 1 on his door. He's from Sykesville, Maryland, with Javier Rodriguez starting 22nd in the number 189 car. He's from Fishers, Indiana. And Brian, over to you for the Spec Miata start.
Here they come, 35 Spec Miatas, about as well lined up as you're ever going to see them as they come under the start stand, green flag in the air as they head now down towards turn 1 for the first time in this 25-minute race. Fanning out a little bit as they come through. 2x2 is usually okay, 3x not always okay, but right now they seem to be doing fine as they come up over hill to 2. Oh, there's a black car out there trying to make things interesting, and now down towards turn 3.
All right, Brian, as they come down the hill here, Skip Brock Jr. dropping back just a little bit as we've got a couple cars bouncing. They bounce over the apex curbing at 3, come all the way across and drop wheels on the outside.
Big problems here on the outside of turn number 4 into the S's. 2 cars off.
And I believe one of them is a Wheels America car. That may be the stretch car, Brian. Matt Stretch in the number 89. We'll try and get the number there. It might be this. It might be our camera car for that matter. From Max Stallone as our leaders. They come through, and there you go. It was Max Stallone in his machine. He will retire here early as our leaders. Noonan and McTudis, Skip Brock Jr., who lost the position to Skylar Cottrell as they came up the hill into turn number 3. He's going to drop back now in the 4th position with James Newell and Matt Stretch here, but we've got the top 4 all in a row, and you can already see cars starting to line up and move around, but looks like Ethan Goulart's kind of on an island all to himself there in that number 72 machine.
There's a pass for second place right there. I believe that was Skip Brock. No, that wasn't. We'll find out who that was in just a second here, but we've got to change.
All right, Brian, we got another car that's gone off into the gravel trap over at turn 10A, and he's now going to try and rejoin.
Yeah, looks like both of those cars that went off were fine, but now we've got the double yellow out to get that car that Max Stallone car out there in the S's. They're going to have to clean that one up, and that's going to slow us down, Greg.
Yes, unfortunately it is. So with one lap in the books, Brian, that pass that you saw was for the lead, and that was Chuck McTudis in the number 66 dark blue and yellow machine. He goes to the lead. Skylar Cottrell moves up in the second. Sean Noonan, who was your pole sitter today, he drops back to third with Skip Brock Jr. running in fourth. Skip Brock, another one of the blue and yellow machines. Then we've got Matt Stretch in the other Wheels American car, the number 89 machine in fifth. James Newell, Bobby Gossett, Dan Williams, Will Robinson, and Travis Wiley. Ethan Goulart finds himself just out of the top 10, now running in 11th position as he dropped 3 positions there on the opening lap.
Well, let's take advantage, Greg, of this full course yellow. Let's get our break in, and then we'll just have great coverage, hopefully all the way to the end of this one.
All right, sounds good. Let's do that, Brian. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back with more, for full course Club yellow action here from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta at Spec Miata at the Hoosier Super Tour. We'll be right back.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved, or visit SCCA.com for more information.
We're back here at Road Atlanta. 19 minutes to go or so in this race. We're under a full course yellow condition for a car that was off in the S's. They're trying to get that thing clear. I'm Brian Bielanski. 5G, Gregg Ginsberg is here. Our director is Jordan Worth. Brendan Kazmarek is our boss, keeping us all straight and on the straight and narrow. Or at least attempting to. At least attempting to. And I think we're going to probably get one more lap here at least under the yellow. But also, Greg, we were supposed to make one more announcement. We got something going on after this, so why don't we do that real quick?
Yeah, I didn't want to do it too early in the session, but we can do it now.
We'll do it twice.
Yeah, we can do it. Yeah, absolutely. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock for those drivers wishing to take part in hardship laps or requiring or needing hardship laps. You can have a 15-minute window open right after the Spec Miata race that if you want to take your car out or need to take your car out for a hardship lap, you can do so this afternoon. Please bring your car to the grid and we will have those starting immediately after our Spec Miata race today.
And we will be back here at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning to start over. No qualifying tomorrow. We get right to racing right away. 7 races. They are slightly longer tomorrow. We're going to go hopefully to laps and do, what is it here? Let me find the schedule.
19 laps or
19 laps
Brian.
races or 35-minute races. Also, real quick, let's throw up the schedule if we can, Jordan. We're going to have our next event is going to be at NOLA Motorsports Park down in New Orleans, March 22nd, 23rd. Then VIR, Hallett, Portland, Mid-Ohio, Road America, and Watkins Glen. That's the rest of the Super Tour season. This is round 5 and 6, weekend number 3. And we're just getting, this is like the appetizer for the Super Tour season. We're getting ready to get into the main course here.
It's like we're going to Mardi Gras next. All right,
Yes.
Brian, real quick, some notes about tomorrow's coverage, and there you go. Thank you, Jordan. As we end spring forward, fall back. You're going to set your clocks back 1 hour, so it's going to feel awfully early when. Oh, you set your clocks forward? Oh, yeah, I set the clocks forward. Don't want you showing up 2 hours late for the coverage, but we're going to move the clocks forward 1 hour, spring forward, fall back. This is the end of October, right? But yes. So remember to set your clocks forward. We're going to be starting again at tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Eastern time. Also, the longest quiet hours in all of motorsports here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. We will have our usual early lunch for tomorrow's schedule starting right at about 10 a.m. Actually, no later than 10 a.m. And so we will be down from about 10 a.m. to 12 noon. And then much like our racing now, we'll be going back to racing in the afternoon. Brian, back over to you for the restart.
And we are back to racing action. These cars are not wasting any time at this point.
Gosh.
16 minutes to go. We are 4, maybe 5 wide here. They'll bring it down to probably 2 or 3 wide to get through turn 1. And here they go. 1 car, 2 cars off. Will they be able to hold it together?
And the
looks like they're fine. They're not going to hit anything.
Yet.
Good point, Greg.
Okay. No, it looks like that car that went off. We'll get the number on that car that went off here in just a moment. But it looks like he has rejoined and everybody's safe there as Chuck McTutis manages to hold the lead. I'm so used to seeing McTutis in that dark blue and yellow with yellow on the nose, and I'm sure this is a new paint scheme after his incident at Road America for the runoffs.
That is probably true as well. Good to see him back out there. McTutis, Cottrell, Noonan, Skip Rock Jr., and Matt Stretch, your top 5 right now as they head through turn 7 here for the second time under race conditions here. I see a lot of dust. That makes me feel like somebody might be off there on the left. That could have been tire smoke. Our producer there might be right. Usually he is, so I'll go with tire smoke. Here they come, 4-car train, and then just everyone pretty much straight down this backstretch using the draft as much as they possibly can. And then we'll see who wants to get racy, and that is your 4th place car. Skip Rock Jr. thinking about getting around there. Didn't get it quite done.
He absolutely did, Brian. He got around our pole sitter, Sean Noonan. Noonan appeared to go and defend, and Skip Rock just drove right around the outside to move him now up into 3rd position with Noonan in 4th, Matt Stretch, and a big jump, Brian. Ethan Goulart, a defending national champion who, when we went to full course caution, was sitting just outside the top 10 in 11th position. He is now up into 6th place as he got around James Newell in the number 70 car and his father's old car, also around Travis Wiley, Dan Williams. Now Jose Olfe falling back to 11th. He's got Christian Meyer just ahead in 10th.
Great racing action up front here, trying to just get through the middle portion of this race for the drivers up front. Drivers on the back, not quite so. There's a car. You can see how much air that car got when it got off there at the exit of 5. You can see a little daylight under those right side tires. Now they come down 6, and they will snake their way around 6 towards turn 7 and then to the backstretch here. There they are, onto the backstretch. Those front 3 cars, all they want to do is drive away. They want to get as far away from that pack so that on the last lap or 2 they can just have a little race to themselves. That's their goal. The cars in 4th, 5th, and 6th aren't liking that idea. So they
All
need
right,
to
Brian.
work together as well.
Brian, real quick, let's jump in here. We are going back to a full course caution here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. You can see we've got a car off on the outside of turn 10. And I'm going to get the car number there for you here momentarily, if I can. And they are deploying the safety car now onto the front straight. Going to pick up our leader, Chuck McTudis, with Skylar Cottrell, Skip Brock Jr., Sean Noonan, Matt Stretch, your top 5.
Danny Stain in the chat, you have no idea how hard it is to watch this. So badly want to be out there mixing it up with them. Danny, we want you back out there too. So you keep healing and do what you need to do. And we look forward to the next time we can see you strapped into a race car.
All right, and the safety car now has picked up our leaders as they head down the field. We have 6 laps in the books, currently working lap number 7. Remember, this is a 25-minute timed race. And so, Brian, as you were talking about, McTudis, Cottrell, and Skip Brock Jr. trying to inch away from the rest of the pack for the second time today as we go to full course caution. Those plans not just sort of laid to waste, totally laid to waste.
Yep, that bunches everybody back up. I'm guessing it'll take about 2 minutes to. There's a track truck right there at turn 10, so getting that car yanked into a safe position behind the wall at turn 10 should not take very long. So they will do their best to stuff that behind the wall. Maybe do it in 2 laps is my guess, and then we have a character builder moment. Cinch up the belts. Pull down that visor, and it's going to be probably a 3-lap dash to the finish, Greg.
Yeah, indeed, Brian. And taking a look at the current scoring, I'm fairly certain that the driver that is off at turn 10, the driver of the number 1 Mazda Miata out of Sykesville, Maryland, Jack Murchison, former Washington, D.C. region Spec Miata racer, just had his debut this past weekend in the Global MX-5 Cup, and did reasonably well for his opening round. And comes up north to run here in Spec Miata. Unfortunately, doesn't look like he's going to make it to the checkered flag here this afternoon.
I love Danny's sense of humor. He says he still has a Spec Miata and his STR collars, but his old BBT Spec Miata is about 4 feet too short. I'm so glad he could have a sense of humor about it. All right, we'll get a good idea here about the progress on that car in turn 10 at the moment. If we can drop the...
Well, I can tell you, Brian, it's already in the paddock there, and then you can see that the area is clear. Let's take a look as the safety car comes up the hill, and
I don't see lights.
Lights are out. Yeah, lights are out on the safety car. Looks like we're going to go back green this time by with just a little bit under 10 minutes remaining.
All right, great job by the safety team. Only 1 lap under yellow, and look at the line of cars coming down through turn 12. 9 minutes, 35 seconds to go. That's probably 5 more laps here, and they're going to go hard to get it done. Now it is time, and here they come towards turn 1.
And Brian, what a restart once again for Ethan Goulart, as he had the gentleman in his father's old car, James Newell, give him a push down the inside, and it looks as though Ethan Goulart may have been able to pick up 2 positions now. Moves up into 4th position. He gets around Sean Noonan. He got around Matt Stretch as well. And he is now right on the back of, well, not right on the back, but about 2 car lengths back from Skip Brock Jr., who's running in 3rd. So in just the restarts, we saw Ethan Goulart, our defending national champion, move from 11th up into 4th.
Ethan Goulart, not only the defending national champion, the youngest ever SCCA national champion last year at Road America. So congratulations to him, but he's not thinking about that right now. All he's thinking about is the 3 cars in front of him and how he can catch those 3 cars. And hopefully for him, he's thinking, how do I get around him? So here they come through turn 7, up towards 8, down the hill now as they smooth their way down towards turn 10. And it is a bit of a gap there, Greg, between 3rd and 4th. But the 4th place car, Ethan Goulart, he's got a dance partner, and that's going to help him.
Yeah, indeed. He's got the 0 of Sean Noonan, who was our pole sitter today, pushing. But, you know, our top 3, this is perhaps the biggest advantage, the biggest gap they've had on the rest of the field. Those 2 full course cautions notwithstanding here today. We'll see, though, as Goulart gets a good run down the hill. A little bit further back, we're starting to see where some of the drivers in the, in the 10s and 20s starting to go side by side through turn 7, starting to go side by side through 10A and 10B, and creating some much larger gaps, including, I think, between Jarrett Jones in 11th and Jose Olfe in 12th position. We also had a little bit further back from there, Scott Phillips and Will Robinson, or probably Scott Phillips and Scott Carlisle, 17th and 18th side by side. They dropped back and lost almost a half second that last lap to Will Robinson and Justin Gravitt ahead.
So hard to be disciplined for those front 3 drivers. They want to race, they want to go to the front, but they know they have to work together. They have to keep in line. They have to use the draft so that they can stay away from that 4th place car of Ethan Goulart. They do not want him in the mix. They want it to be a 3-car battle for the lead, and that's what they're trying to do. Goulart has to keep Sean Noonan behind him because he needs that help to catch those 3 cars. Cannot do it by himself, very likely. That's the situation with 6 minutes and 40 seconds to go.
All right, so as they, I was going to say, Brian, as they come down and lock nose and tail the top 2, they definitely do not want to engage going down into turn 10A this early on, because they are just maybe opening up a little bit of a gap back to Ethan Goulart there. But wow, Goulart carried so much speed through 10A and 10B. He picked up maybe a half a car length just in that corner alone. And as they come to the line now, Goulart actually knocked off about 12 hundredths of a second off of the cars directly in front. So he is closing that gap down, Brian, and he's bringing Sean Noonan, our pole sitter, along with him.
Well, and a lot of times these cars draft better as a 2-car tandem than a 3-car tandem, or a 3-car triplet. I guess it wouldn't be a tandem, but they draft better in pairs than they do in triplets. And oh wow, that was a great save there by that yellow car. Could have been really bad. Yeah.
That was Jose Olfe, but although he saved the car, Brian, he lost a lot of momentum down the hill. And Olfe now finds himself getting swallowed up by Bobby Gossett and Matthew Novak, the 44 car out of Hilton Head Island, South Carolina, and the 11 car out of Bartlett, Illinois.
Yeah, Travis Wiley also in 6th place. He's also trying to get into the discussion here. He's out of Mooresville, North Carolina. He'd like to try to get into this battle as well. And he is right there now. We're pretty close to having this be a 6-car train with 5 minutes to go.
All right, we got another couple of other great folks in the chat. We got multi-time national champion in Spec Miata Jim Drago joining us here. We got Todd Lamb, pro Spec Miata racer and Grand Am racer as well. Glad to see him here in the chat with us.
Oh, here we go, getting racy for the lead, going into turn 10, 3 wide. That could end up badly.
And so Brian, that was Ethan Goulart, who knifes his way through from 4th up into 2nd position, leapfrogging both Skylar Cottrell and Skip Brock Jr. And Travis Wiley tried to follow him along as well. Travis Wiley in the 77 machine now moves up into 4th position. What a move by those 2 racers, as Wiley started today's race off in 9th. Goulart started in 8th.
Well, and Goulart, now your race leader, gets around McTutis going into turn 1. So now it's Goulart and McTutis 1 and 2 as they come down towards 3 and 4. 4-car battle for the lead. The youngster has taken the point on this race. 15 years old, defending national champion. 3 minutes, 42 seconds to go. I think it's going to be 2.5. Oh, that was a little further off than he wanted to go there. I'm going to guess probably two laps to go next time by.
Right, Brian, and remember that Goulart is coming off double race wins at Sebring to open up the Super Tour season. Of course, did not head west for our rounds at Buttonwillow Raceway, but looking to extend his streak to 3 race wins but as we saw things get a little dicey there with perhaps 3 laps to go, we're seeing already, and once again, now stepping to the inside, Chuck McTutis, and he is bringing Skip Brock Jr. along with him, trying to draft down into the inside going into turns 10A.
That's McTutis, Brock Jr. right there, 1 and 2, now 3 wide, trying to keep it together as they come up through 10A and 10B. So now Goulart drops back to 3rd with that move as they come up the hill, over the hill, and now down towards 12. Should be 2 laps to go this time by. It's McTutis and Brock Jr., then Goulart as they head down to turn 1. Now they're straight line. They want to keep together right now. McTutis and Skip Brock Jr., they want to work together. Look at the gap they've come up with. That must be 7, 8 car lengths now. Not sure if that's insurmountable with a lap and 3/4 to go here. I'm sure McTutis and Brock Jr. are hoping for that, and Goulart's trying to catch back up.
Well, we'll see here as they came down the hill. Skip Brock Jr. getting the car to turn in just a little bit better, using that curbing, the driver's left, coming out of turn 3 and rolling down through the S's. And we'll see here if the other train can catch up. And all it's going to take, I think, Brian, frankly, is this long back straightaway, and should be enough to push Goulart back up into the lead there, or not necessarily to the lead, but up to the lead pack with Travis Wiley, who, again, now out of Mooresville, North Carolina, originally from Austin, Texas, has got so much track time here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. I wouldn't count any of those drivers out of this race yet.
Right, the big question for me is, will Skip Brock Jr. be patient, not try to make a move this time by going into turn 10? And if he breaks that trap, that will open the door for Ethan Goulart to catch right back up. He needs to just stay right there, which looks like is exactly what he's doing. Smart move by Skip Brock Jr. Not trying to make the pass this time by and letting those cars behind him. Here they come up over the hill for the second to last time. There it is, McTutis, Skip Brock Jr., Ethan Goulart trying to catch up. White flag is in the air, Greg. 2.5 miles to go.
All right, and Goulart does close things down. Travis Wiley just reset fast lap. Both he and Goulart were about 0.15 of a second faster than the pair ahead, and you can see there as they crest the top of turn number 2 and come into turn 3, start their way down the S's. That gap that they had built, albeit a very small gap, back to Ethan Goulart, it is now effectively erased, Brian. And we saw in the SMX race where some of the drivers got a little wild here through turn 5 as they tried to push on the very last lap. Our top 4, top 5 drivers, no such issue here, and I think it's all going to come down to that braking zone at the bottom of the hill.
That's right. They're coming out of turn 7 now, or through turn 7 for the final time. It's McTutis, Skip Brock Jr., Ethan Goulart, Travis Wiley just a tiny bit further back. It looks like it's going to be a 4-car battle potentially. One of those 4 drivers will probably win this race. And here is McTutis trying to defend. There is Ethan Goulart on the inside. Skip Brock Jr. moves to first as well. Who is it going to be when they get to 10, Greg? I do not know. Here they come.
And Goulart moved all the way to the inside to protect that inside line, but Skip Brock Jr. is going to lead the field into 10A. Goulart now moving up into 2nd position. He's going to try to come underneath Skip Brock Jr. as they come underneath the Fox Factory Bridge. And over to you, Brian, for the finish.
Side by side, going to the line on the inside, it's Ethan Goulart. He's got a push right there from Chuck McTutis. That's probably going to be enough to get the win, and that's how it's going to end. Ethan Goulart with the win, Chuck McTutis in 2nd, Skip Brock Jr. in 3rd.
There you go, Brian, as Travis Wiley will finish in 4th ahead of Skylar Cottrell in 5th. Our pole sitter, Sean Noonan, he finishes in 6th with Jared Jones 7th, Matt Stretch 8th, Christian Meyer 9th, and James Newell, who I think was absolutely instrumental in moving Ethan Goulart into a position to take the win today. He's going to finish in 10th position. The top 5 drivers covered by less than 0.4 of a second. Amazing battle there, and congratulations to them.
It was
Attention in the paddock, drivers wishing to take part in hardship laps this afternoon. We've got about a 15-minute window. If you haven't already done so, please bring your cars to the pit lane. We're going to be sending you out as soon as the Spec Miata racers clear the track. Again, if you're planning or need to bring your car out for hardship laps this afternoon, please present your car on the pit lane in the next few moments. We're going to be sending cars out as soon as the Spec Miata racers clear the track. Brian, back to you.
Hey, Ethan Goulart has won every Super Tour he's attended this year. Good move for him, and just a great performance so far this year. The only Super Tours he hasn't won are the Super Tours he didn't go to. So we'll see if he can keep that streak going tomorrow. We've got more racing action starting at 8 a.m. Eastern time here from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. 7 races tomorrow. First one is at 8 a.m. and then we'll just do the same order. We'll end the day one more time with these Spec Miatas. I don't know if my heart can take another one of these, Greg.
Well, you got time to recover, Brian. You've got all of quiet hours tomorrow to recover.
KC Racing in the chat has the line of the day. This might be our mic drop, Greg. That was a work of Goulart.
Oh my, or the worst pun of the week.
There we go. Greg, you want to take us home?
Absolutely. All right, everybody. Have a great evening. Again, we'll see you tomorrow morning, 8:05 a.m. for the first of 7 races. Thank you for joining us today, and have a great evening.